Red Slashes.
The Marlins have not done well over the last few weeks.
Yeah, they've fallen off the shoulder about all year. Let's go ahead. 4 wins, 5% place.
There's no ties here, Reese.
Unfortunately, everybody lost last week. But that's okay because Pat's running away with it.
UCLA plus 6 against the UCLA leads the Pac-12 in total defense. UCLA leads the Pac-12 in rushing offense. And UCLA on a splash trip from LeBron said 62-27. Yo! That's why UCLA upsets USC.
You know you're a distant last when you tell Jimmy who I have it in. That's been how it's been for me this year. I think Texas will win this game, but I think that Iowa State can hang around. I don't even know what. I think I'll get 7.5. 7.5. Winner. Yeah, I'll go 7.5. Keep it close.
So you want to see drop back-to-back games against Virginia, and obviously Georgia Tech, and they fell off the map. But I think they understand that this is an opportunity to get some respect. So traveling to Clemson, Death Valley, I like this game for UNC.
I'm going to look at Southern Miss on the road at Mississippi State. Frank Gore Jr., one of the best running backs in the country. Southern Miss.
I like your pick. I like that family. And for that, I'm picking your team, Stanford, Steve.
Boy,
Give me Stanford at home plus 7 against Cal. Stanford got their asses beat last week. They're going to bounce back. Cal beat Wazoo. We saw Wazoo just did Colorado.
save the season. You know, we've been celebrating 30 years on the road. You know the show that doesn't get its due? When we went to Memphis in 2019. That was a great one. We went to Memphis that night. That was the best one. I remember that. You know what? Memphis, you have 9.5 chance to get the American Championship game.
Right now, Riggs.
Me, you might not believe, you might believe me, Jerry the King Lawler, and Lee Corso dressed as Elvis. We believe. We believe. I don't know. Pat gets it right. We all get it wrong. We're going to go to the end of this. We're going to special thanks to Wheels Up and our friends at Delta Airlines to make sure that our celebrity gets ticker gets there. And it's TFT who's with you.
Yes, sir. I'm here with TFT coming up there from Parkway State. I was just chanting your name. TFT.
Easiest one. Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, so many memories there. I was down in Whitehall as a freshman in the dorms. I got arrested over there. And right there, my favorite class of all time, my company writing class, Professor Inman Major taught me in that building. Class that changed my life, and it's great to be back here. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, we're so honored to have you here as our guest speaker. Now, one thing, I hope that your picks are better than your picks.
That's a blow. It's windy. I don't know. You actually couldn't sit in the doorway. You had to step out of the doorway because it was too windy. It's a hurricane out here. I heard that they might cancel the game. Unfavorable conditions.
Saturdays are about two things: heading to the Home Depot and
Welcome to College Game Day, built by the Home Depot.
watching football.
What a smooth handle.
Watching a lot of football.
You're taking that to the house. Nice technique.
Even football here.
And football snacks.
The Home Depot and College Game Day.
The perfect Saturday.
Upgrade your home with Bear Premium Plus interior paints at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
All your friends might be having babies, but you've got access to warm, chili, melty cheddar cheese and crunchy Fritos wrapped in a tortilla blanket. Now that's a deal, baby. The Sonic 99-cent Fritos Chili Cheese Junior Wrap.
On an emotional Fansville by Dr. Pepper.
You know, Dad, Becky and I are getting pretty serious.
She's a great girl, CJ.
Dad, we started watching college football together.
You like college football?
Well, Becky opened my eyes to the complexities of the sport, the West Coast offense, the triple option.
Wildcat formation?
Oh, I love the Wildcat.
I knew you were a late bloomer.
Hey, I even started growing pain on my chest.
My boy's becoming a fan.
That's right. Oh, that was right to you.
Dr. Pepper, the one fans deserve.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged too well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
Cheese, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
You know, they say losing hope
That's the real disaster. Last year, high school Fred sent a devastating wall of water and debris down this river. And when the waters receded, Belfort was here. Not just to rebuild, but to help restore the life of this community. Belfort, restoring more than property. In the wilderness, fearless and human. Deal.
Burger to meal at Arby's? Is this a dream?
No, it isn't. Isn't that right? Talking strawberry shake?
Yep. Right talking head, son?
Totally real.
Arby's, we have the meat.
His name is King. He's got a horse along the countryside. I saw him ride one lady mountain.
Is built by Home Depot. Outdoors, big word done. And in part by Arby's, we have the meat.
You feel better or worse? I feel good. I feel very good.
There's so many great stars through the years. The Katy Perry appearances, iconic. Charles Barkley's done it more than anybody. Alex Rodriguez better than anyone. 9 Heisman Trophy winners. 10 Super Bowl, no, 18 Super Bowl winning athletes. Got Grammy winners, Academy Award winners. Friend of the show, Matthew McConaughey. Big deal. Be a celebrity guest picker and doing well. We are delighted to have PFT commenter take aim at the guy who's been leading this year, Joel McHale at 11-2.
How did we do last week?
Last week, Lee Corso pitched a perfect game.
He was just getting
When you lose, you say little. When you win, you say less.
That's right. Good job, Coach. 11-0. Coors Light Saturday selection. Let's make some picks. Is our producer Jim Gallo. So we might have to cook through some of these too a little bit. We had some fun this morning. Let's start with the Monday night game rematch of the Super Bowl Eagles and Chiefs. There you go.
Andy Reid is my guy. He was on staff with the Packers when he won the Super Bowl. I love Andy, but I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. I think the Eagles are going to fly Monday night. So let's go Philly.
I'll turn the kingdom. That is fascinating for me. If you see the way this Chiefs team plays when there's one Swift in the building, this week there will be the Swifty parents, and there's also DeAndre Swift who plays the Eagles.
Yeah.
4 Swifts in the building. Chiefs walk.
That's a good one too, right?
Well, Jesse will be a Swift. I think that would be how that works. Might be too many Swifts.
All I know is Andy Reid off a bye week.
Oh.
Andy Reid off a bye. I just heard people say it for my entire life, so I'm going to say it now that I'm on national television. It's Andy Reid off a bye week. Tell me what to think of Chiefs.
Taylor Swift's boyfriend wins it.
Yeah, that's it. That's a lot of people are saying that. I'm with you guys. That's you going Eagles. I admire that. If it were Philly, I might agree.
Yeah,
but I'm going to go with Kansas City. Tough to beat Mahomes. I think it's
Sal give a report about Jalen. His knee is good. He said that's great. So
both teams refreshed. ABC, as soon as we're finished, Louisville and Miami Park when they're in the ACC
My
championship.
concern is Tyler Van Dyke. He's hasn't been playing well. He's supposed to start. He may turn the ball over. Louisville has a very good defense. I love Brom's interview today with us until his mic went out. So I'm going Louisville.
Yeah, here's something about Van Dyke. He was a turnover machine. Maybe there's a little perspective after getting benched last week, getting back in there, trying to lead the team at home. Coach Brom's too awesome for me. This guy is a Jack Brom, the back that says football guy. That is what Jack Brom proved to be throughout his entire life. Give me Louisville. Continue their run in the ACC.
Yeah, my good friend Danny Boy Kane down at Miami, at no time did he get bit by a bear. At no time did he get swine flu. I'm going with the U.
Good reasoning.
Lousy pick. We're going for the first ACC title game. Yeah, which way? Big kid. I have field goal.
That's a gutsy, bold pick there going against my East Atlantic. Pretty good. It could happen. I mean, Miami has played better the last few weeks. Their defense doing a great job on third down. Oh, was it a rivalry game that brought out the best of their defense? Or are they actually playing that way? I don't think with the way Van Dyke is playing, they can pull off this upset. I got Louisville.
Okay, so North Carolina's hoping Miami can pull the upset. And if they get the win out in the right set of circumstances, Tar Heels still alive in the ACC. But the first thing they have to be Clemson.
Well, about a couple of weeks ago, was it last week when you gave a shout out to Jonathan Wiley about UNC?
Yeah, I told him.
Jonathan Wiley's birthday is this weekend. He's a UNC fan. Brad, I'm going with the Tar Heels.
Okay, and shout out to the color you're wearing and to Wiley. He's the one that's been pointing out to me, hey, Marty and Hampton needs to be talked about a little bit more. Running back for UNC, number 2 in the country in yards. We obviously all love Drake May, but they can run the hell out of the ball. Give me UNC get a big win against Clemson.
You know what? I think Tyler from Spartanburg made some really interesting points the other day. And Dabo, they're on the NIL. I think they need to get back on the PEDs to pray every day.
Oh, yeah.
Clemson. I'm going to go. You know what, though? I'm going to trust Dabo this weekend. I'm going to trust Dabo.
Very, very good pick. Nice job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Clemson at home. They're playing up to potential big win, but
I'm going to go with this.
Okay.
Wiley is the biggest homer that you've ever met in your life. This was being an objective journalist as a producer. But boy, he is a big-time homer, and he's persuaded me with the birthday.
Yeah.
Bookends here. Give us North Carolina.
There we go.
All right, Sunflower Showdown, Kansas State in that time, the Big 12. Kansas hasn't had any luck against them recently. Who you got?
I got Kansas State. I had to put the point for this one. I'm going Kansas State.
I love Will Howard and DJ. I love Kansas State.
You know, the Kansas State crop judging team just won their 31st national championship. That's a dynasty, okay? I don't know about judging crops. I can tell you Reggie's, Mints, Feasters. But besides that, I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I do know that this is Rico Bosco's game of the year. So I'm going with Kansas State.
They're bigger in sports.
Some things. You said it.
What did you just say?
Kansas State.
Kansas State. I'm going with the
14 stringer, yes.
I'm going with, you know what, the boys from Lawrence. Is Jason Bean playing? Do we know? Do you have any update? Game time decision? I'm going to assume he's going to be good to go. So I'm going to go with Jason Bean and Kansas to save the graphic at home.
Thank you.
And Ames, Texas and Iowa State. We talked a lot about it this morning.
Yeah, we really did. Jonathan Brooks won't be available. He had an AC, I think, an ACL. I believe that Texas was still win this game. Very close game, hard fought by a field goal lead.
Tough for Texas to do this against Iowa State, but I do believe the Longhorns continue their dream of potential college football playoff discussion and get a big win today.
Pat, I got to go horns up. That's what we do. We're going with Texas this weekend. Paul Assassin did nothing wrong. The monkey was clearly doing all things off when it's free Paul Assassin.
Halloween, Iowa City, stuff at home, but Texas was there very, very.
Well, I can remember Iowa State's won a couple times. Last couple times, Iowa State's played Texas and Ames. They've beaten them. They've won 3 of the last 4. Texas is locked in. Jatavian Sanders, the name remembered today, and CJ Baxter stepping in for Jonathan Brooks. I think he's got a shot to have a big night.
You know, our hardcore message board fans there are loving the Easter eggs you're dropping.
Oh, yeah.
I am a white message board. I don't know what I said.
How about Georgia on the road to Tennessee? And we talked about this game, too. I think it's going to be a really a tough game for Georgia. I think they take this game late. Carson Beck, touchdown to Brock Bowers. Georgia wins.
Somehow it feels like Georgia feels disrespected by people, and I think they're a hungry team still, even though they're the reigning, defending, undisputed. Shout out to Paul Heyman, back-to-back national champion. I think this is a good game for Georgia, especially with the matchups with Tennessee.
You know, I've got a very good friend that is maybe the biggest Tennessee Volunteers fan in the world. And he asked me, he said, PFT would mean the world to me if you could take my Volunteers this weekend. So, Arian Foster, this is for you. We're going to go with Tennessee. Oh, Tennessee Volunteers, shock the world. Shock the world.
That is a shock in the world.
Shock the world. He can throw an orange 120 yards.
Yeah, that's important.
That guy must be a good friend of yours for Tennessee. Georgia.
Tennessee looked awful last week. Georgia's peaking at the right time. supposed to dominate this game because of that energy. This is college football. Don't be shocked if this game's close. Tennessee could save their season if PFT's right and they pull off this upset. So I see it close, and then Georgia overtime on the road just takes over. They're just too good. They're going to be in this game.
Yeah, let's do a real quick one here. Utah, Arizona. I'm going Arizona. I love Arizona. This is my 5th time in a row picking Arizona. I'm going Wildcats. Let's go.
Arizona in the middle of that $240 million calculating error. Fascinating. What? Their football team very good. Give me Utah.
Ooh, wow.
Just in case I ever run into Steve Smith, I don't want to give him a reason to punch me in my face. You know the Utes. Let's go Utah.
Okay, Arizona. The Utah's won 6 straight. Forget about it. Arizona wins it. They're hot.
Jim Fish has become one of the great stories in college football. The quarterback Fafita has been throwing it, doing great every week. But I just still think Utah is an enforcer. I know they're not going to win the conference this year, but they still play great defense and still win the line of scrimmage. I got Utah.
Yeah, UCLA, USC would be final time we see Caleb Williams in a Trojan uni. Yeah, I think it will be, and I'm going with Caleb Williams and fighting Trojans. Go USC, fight on.
UCLA has started 3 different quarterbacks this season. That's not only a good sign. USC has a lot to play for here with Caleb and everything else. Give me USC, big win.
I like the Trojans. I think this is going to be the magnum opus. Give me the Trojans. All that.
UCLA is very super dog.
Come on.
Come on, Chip, let's go, kids. Let's get this thing on. I'm with you. I'm going with the Bruins. I think that Ethan Gerber is back, right? Expected to be back. That quarterback position has really affected their offensive rhythm. I like UCLA.
All right, Washington and Oregon State, no pick from Kirk. He's calling the game. Who wins? I like the Huskies because they have balance on the offense now with Dylan Johnson by the ball. So I'm going with Washington.
DJ Uiagalelei hasn't been a pick since September shutout boost. He's playing his absolute best football. But for me, Washington's getting another weapon while also developing a run game. I think they continue their run. Give me Washington.
All this talk about Oregon State, they all show they're going to beat them. Go ahead. I want to see if anybody picks Oregon State.
It's going to be a great game. You got the Huskies Beavers going in incognito mode if you Google this one. I like the Beavers. I love the Beavers this weekend, and it would have been a great show in Corvallis, but I think that Harrisonburg really showed up today.
Yeah, they should.
Oregon State. Washington is number 5 in the nation. They're underdogs to number 11 Oregon State. I don't believe it. Oregon, somebody knows something. I don't know. Oregon State.
I'm going with somebody. I'm calling the game. I'm flying with it.
Yeah, look forward to that for sure. And then the game all of these good people are waiting on this afternoon. Appalachian State and James Madison. JMU undefeated. Do they stay that way? I tell you, App State has come in here single-minded, focused. They want to remove that from JMU, but that's not going to happen this afternoon. I'm going with the Dukes. The potential of the upset, just because that's how this happens when you go off the beaten path and you have all this attention. But Jordan McLeod, I think, has the ability to be able to handle this. He plays with such poise. And I just think this team getting denied by the NCAA this week on that field has brought them even more together, giving JMU with a decisive win.
There's no reason to talk about religion really ever in public, especially on TV. But I do know one thing, and that is that the football gods are real. The football gods listen. The football gods pay attention. The football gods reward people who have been screwed over by the NCAA. When we got into Harrisonburg, Virginia yesterday, not only was it beautiful views of these rolling hills, not only was it hospitality and a beautiful campus, it was a football school that I have never seen since joining college.
I'd like to win.
There's only one thing you need to know, and that's that the JMU. Especially in this city with abundance in areas. Let them
There's a lot of talk about what the NCAA is doing. There's letters going back and forth. letters going back and forth. Here's another pretty important letter that was written at one point in this nation's history. That's the U.S. Constitution, written by James Madison himself. 5'4" with a silver tongue. I'm on my soapbox. I'm almost at the 5'10" right now. However, the NCAA has the opportunity to do something fun for a change. Can we do something fun? Everybody would like it. You might be allergic to fun. I don't know what you guys are thinking about, but I know in my Constitution, I have the First Amendment right to free speech. Pat has the Second Amendment right to take his sleeves off and show the bare arms all the time. But I'm saying, if we are so lucky to go undefeated this year, and we end up winning in a ball game, if we win, I'm going to use my First Amendment to declare the JMU Dukes national champions. I'm just going to say it. Come and stop me. Come and stop me. So you have JMU. I got JMU right here.
Stockman in 1908 as a Rhodes Scholar, and George Cohen in 1946. It's a beautiful campus here. Terrific academics. Amazing fan.
Can't make
And by the way, they also play football here. And they try to play very well. I'm picking Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, this one came back for
cacophony of alarms sounding historically early here in Provo, Utah for this historically early kick. It's the first time in about 20 years we've had a kickoff local 10 a.m. as Oklahoma ventures to BYU for the first time in school history. And we're going to throw it back a little bit. Go back in the time machine, and Marie Osmond on hand amongst the luminaries in the shadows of the Wasatch Front. You're watching ESPN College. A field. Fuck yeah. Fearless. Brotherhood. Greatness is more than winning the game. It's changing. Greatness is what we do. Accomplish greatness.
Epson Ego Tango wants to know, does your printer run out of ink at the worst time?
Cartridges. Tiny, dinky, expensive.
Don't get cartridges. Switch to the cartridge-free Epson Ego Tank. Comes with big bottles of ink. The bottle snap in place, then you just fill and chill. Prints up to 5,000 pages.
That would have taken me like 80 cartridges.
Welcome to Chillville.
You're watching the Dr. Pepper Championship Drive Game of the Week. And this is the ACC on ESPN. 16 beating all time between the U and the U of L Miami leagues. 11-3-1. The first been back in 1933. That event I did not play that game. Louisville just been even more history. They've never won here. Jet Robson, he didn't realize that till earlier in the week. The Cardinals are really 6-1. Playing at Miami. The long time was back in 1950. They've played 3 times since Louisville joined the ACC in 2014. I read it was Louisville's first ACC game in 14, a win over Miami. In Louisville, Miami has won the last 2. Here in 2019, and Louisville in 2020. And won the toss, he deferred. Charleston's kickoff. Return to the 23-yard line by Rashard Smith. So,
Oh,
Tyler Van Dyke is back. Molly McGrath.
Yeah, that's right, Sean. And Tyler Van Dyke really went over his team with his response to last week's benching. In a leadership meeting on Monday, he took ownership for his poor play, promised to be better and to have more fun out there. And wide receiver Jacoby George told us that you wouldn't expect this kind of passion and energy from someone who just lost his starting job to a freshman. He said, we can all feel there's something different about Tyler this week. It lit a fire under him, and we have full trust in our quarterback. Guys.
Junior from Glastonbury, Connecticut. Primary start of the last 2 years. Given a good pocket. He takes off running and dives to the 30 for a gain of 7. On the first play from scrimmage. He was one of the best quarterbacks in the country. As you said, Greg, at the start of the year when they went off to a 4-0 record and a top 20 ranking. But the last 5, including that brief appearance at the end of last week's game, 11 interceptions, one of those in desperation time in Tallahassee last Saturday.
13 matches
Art
there.
Fletcher is the freshman running back hit behind the line of scrimmage by Jalen Alderman. Linebacker for Louisville, one of the best defensive teams in the country, giving up 17 points per game, 12th best in the nation.
And they are excellent against the run, just 92 yards a game giving up on the ground. That's in the top 10 defensively across the country. And on first down, Van Dyke already showing some of that decisiveness that he has to show today, taking off, not something he does very often if nothing's there.
They put Rashard Smith in as the Wildcat quarterback. Direct snap to him, and he got blocked. All the way for stuffed it. Loss of the 4-2. And Miami will send the punt team on after a quick 3-out.
And it's Ben Perry unblocked on the right side. The pulling guards cannot get around. That was totally disrupted up front by the defensive line. Ben Perry makes the play at the line of scrimmage and forces the 3-and-out.
Dylan Joyce on the punt. True freshman from Australia. And Kevin Coleman back deep. Line drive kick caught at the 27. And a 4-yard return for Coleman. Well, here's Jack Plummer. They haven't asked him to do a lot lately. Senior quarterback from Gilbert, Arizona. First year at Louisville with Jeff Brom. 4 years at Purdue, started 13 games there. Last year at Cal, he was the starter. And with Florida, now here at Louisville, trying to take them to the ACC title game for the first time. As we said, they've been pounding the road the last 3 games. Better than 2-to-1 run-to-pass ratio. And as a result, they turned it over only 1 time in the last 3. Jamar Jordan running back. 2-2 pickup. Here's
Two most explosive players, Jamar Jordan, wide receiver Jamari Thrash battling injuries. Jordan sustained a knee injury a couple weeks ago. Told us he's still dealing with lingering pain and soreness, but doesn't limit his movement. Thrash recovered from a left hand injury. Looks like there's some extra pad in his left glove to help with some pain he's experiencing.
No, from talking to Thrash, it hurts every time that ball hits him in the left hand. He's been wearing that extra padding. Nate Kariski, the tight end, with the catch. And Greg, that's big because their playmakers on offense far and away are Jordan, with more help lately from Garendo, and Thrash at wide receiver.
And Thrash is excellent with the ball in his hands after the catch. When he has had some drops recently, you have to assume that that injury to his hand is factored into some of the inconsistency catching the football.
The pistol with Jamar Jordan still the running back. They faked it to him. Wide open. He's one of those they think can provide more help out wide in support of Plummer and Thrash. That's an 18-yard gain.
And a lot of what Louisville's going to have to do defensively is misdirect. It's a very aggressive Miami defense, and they have good speed at wide receiver. They get Huggins Bruce across the line of scrimmage, hit him in the flat for a nice gain.
18 yards. Huggins Bruce has great speed. They're trying to get him deep today. Here's Thrash. Transfer from Georgia State. First year at Louisville. Cameron Kitchens, the fine safety, made the tackle. An impressive opening possession
for the Cardinals. A team that's really relied heavily on the run game as you heard from Sean here. 3 consecutive passes after a first down run by Jordan. Understanding the strength of Miami's defense is up the middle. It's tough to run the ball against the Canes, but their corners have been at times susceptible through the air. Pistol with Jordan, the running back. And he fights for one. Wesley Bissett, one of their linebackers, made the tackle. Jordan averaging 6.9 yards per carry to lead the ACC. Great combination of speed and power to get inside her run. 3rd down and 2. There's Lance Kendrick, the defensive coordinator for Miami. In his first season, General head coach calls the plays for Louisville. Loose in motion again. They swing it out to Gabe. Slips and falls. And the ball came out, and they're going to roll a catch. And the ball came out after contact with the ground. It's a loss. That was a promising play because Huggins Bruce with that speed had a lot of room, but he was able to catch the ball and run. We had a little bit of light rain this morning that might be a factor on the spread speed. That ball was a little bit off the mark there, too. Just a little bit low. Huggins Bruce had to stop. And unfortunately, loses his footing and results in a negative play. They might review this to see if it was in fact a catch.
Down by contact. This play is under further review.
And it's big. Actually, Louisville's hoping that it goes to an incomplete pass because it'll pick up 3 yards and make it a little bit easier field goal for travel step. While they look at it in the booth, we'll step aside. Louisville and Miami just underway here in South Florida.
With eBay Authenticity Guarantee, it's checked by experts. Every stitch, tag, and logo. So you'll always get that feeling of real.
Oh shit, man, this dope done took over our office. And he's using it to send out medical bills. Good hands.
Hospital bill for crime. Did you just say gap?
He's talking about expenses health insurance doesn't cover.
Good thing Coach Prime knows about. Say it one time. Because Aflac gets you money to help close that gap.
How do we get this goat out of here?
Get one of my new homies.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Is an official sponsor of ESPN College Game Day.
Elephant would have been scarier.
Ashley's Black Friday savings are here. Beat the rush on furniture and mattress doorbusters starting at just $199.99. Quantities are limited, so hurry in while supplies last. Or pay 0% interest for 60 months in-store only. The best Black Friday deals are happening now, only at Ashley.
Students of any age, from anywhere. Students in a new kind of classroom. Using our technology to power different ways of learning. Harnessing AI to plant new beginnings. So when minds grow, opportunities follow.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's what every GMC Sierra HD driver is born with, and it's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD with the pulling power to prove it. The new 2024 GMC Sierra HD. Tow hitches of the world. Prepare for glory.
think Jeff Brom has a decision to make now. The replay booth overturned the call on the field, ruled this an incomplete pass, which looked to be the correct call. You can see Huggins Bruce kind of loses it there and it hits the ground before he gets both hands back on it. So it works for Louisville that they get the 3 yards they lost back. And instead of kicking the field goal, now the offense is on the field on 4th down and 2. And now with a team that goes for it a lot on 4th down, they don't use analytics the way some other teams do. Just 13 attempts this year, and 7 of those were in the 4th quarter of football games. So a little out of character for the Colts. For 23 yards on 4th and 2. Great call by Coach Brom. And they try to go with a little spider 2-1 banana. There's good pressure off the edge by Williams. Forces Plummer to retreat. Goes off his back foot. But Kariski goes up and makes a nice play on the underthrown deep ball. Interesting decision to go for it, too, because one of the things Jeff Brom told us yesterday is he wants to get a lead. Early in the game, he felt that was very important. If the 3 wasn't a given, it would have been about a 49-yard field goal. Here's Gerard Jordan. Down on 2. They've been a phenomenal first quarter team. Louisville's outscored its opponents 76-7. In the first quarter, the only touchdown by Pittsburgh and the only loss of the year for the Cardinals. That's a testament to Jeff Brom and his staff. They have a great plan, great opening script, both offensively and defensively. They do adjust accordingly. They do a great job in the second half as well. An excellent look. The first half is Brian Brom, brother of Jeff Brom, the offensive coordinator that's on. There's plenty of Jeff on the play call. 9th play of this drive. Play fake ball. Touchdown, Nate Kariski. The unlikely start of that opening drive. He had 3 catches, including a touchdown. He had 7 receptions all season entering today. And the touchdown is his 2nd of the year. And a very similar play than what they just ran a moment ago to Amari Huggins Bruce. This time it's Kariski in big personnel, wide open in the flat. An easy pitch and catch for the touchdown. Travels down. The extra point. 69 yards, 9 plays. 3 catches by Kariski and the touchdown for the sophomore from Washington, D.C. 7-0 Louisville.
At Target, get low prices on life.
How long do you think about each iron shot? 20, 30 seconds? Well, we've spent years thinking about every shot you've ever hit. Thinking about the club face. And more importantly, what goes behind it. Each iron is individually built to maximize consistency. And while they definitely look so, just remember, their true beauty lies within. The all-new P790s, only from TaylorMade.
No fees or minimums and no overdraft fees. Banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
All right, who's going to deliver the toys to the kids?
Yoo-hoo!
No. Sarah, you do it. Really? Yeah.
You steal the presents one time.
I've stolen them no times.
With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision? That's banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Pictures of maps. Yuck.
My 6th grade English class wrote some letters to our local Chick-fil-A that had closed for remodeling.
Dear Chick-fil-A.
Dear Chick-fil-A.
Dear Chick-fil-A. I used to get Chick-fil-A 100 times a week. We need it back. We cannot leave these letters unanswered. So we loaded up our food truck to surprise not just her class, but the entire school.
It was really rewarding as a teacher to see that kindness return to the kids. Yes, that peppermint milkshake is on point.
Shelves. Shelves smart enough to see, sense, react, restock. So So Caramel Swirl is always there for the team.
There's DNA, then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD with the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world prepare for glory. ABC College Football is presented by Fitz Dayquil. Use as directed. And in part by Chick-fil-A. Cater the holidays with the Chick-fil-A Nuggets tray. Order it on the Chick-fil-A app today.
Howard Schnellenberger, coach of both Miami and Louisville, and the winner of this game gets the Howard Schnellenberger Trophy. And those are actual boots he used to wear that are bronzed. So, Sean, you could slip your feet into those bad boys. Those are real boots.
Yeah, it's been hard for him to walk around in those. Yeah, bronze. Heavy donated by his wife Beverly, and those rules appreciated. Here's Kevin Legandi.
Sean, good afternoon. Time now for our Allstate Good Hands play of the game. Let's go to College Station. First game since Texas A&M fired Jimbo Fisher. Abilene Christian's defense.
Nice little blitz off the edge. The quarterback doesn't see it. Only for a split moment. Abilene Christian was out.
Kirby Cohealy to the house. Mulder getting 51 yards. We're tied at 7 apiece. By the way, Sean, Brett would wear those boots. Trust me.
You might need him. He had a little luggage mishap this weekend. It's too soon. Too soon. There's Mark Fletcher on first down for Miami. And nothing doing against this excellent Louisville defense. Getting more and more attention as the season goes along. Long time hanger really flew under the radar. Jelani made some mid-season All-American teams, rightfully so, but collectively they have great depth in the second level. It's been a huge surprise for Ron English. That linebacker group was a big question mark coming in, but Quinn and Alderman have been outstanding. Van Dyke throws away. That's one of the things I encouraged him to do. We saw him run earlier in the game. He might run there. He doesn't run very often. They'd like him to do that more often. But that was interesting. Very good. Shannon Dawson, the offense coordinator, said to us yesterday. He and Mark Cristobal went to Van Dyke during the week and said, okay, what can we do to help you? What is it that we're doing or not doing that will make life easier for you? So they had a great conversation. They actually took a number of plays out of the playbook that Van Dyke doesn't feel comfortable with. Third down and 10. Twisting inside for Louisville. They didn't get to the quarterback. And there's Xavier Strickland. He just off for the first down. He didn't have a catch last week. Into Ince. That's number 61 to lead the team for the year. Man coverage for Louisville. This is going to be a difficult matchup for Louisville all game long. Slot receiver Strickland very quick and open field. Jacoby George emerging star recent weeks. All the way to the Cardinals 21. And the safety inside gets all over Strickland underneath, which allows George plenty of speed with the post, and it's a well meant by Van Dyke for a big completion. 43 yards. George, 5 catches for 153 and 2 touchdowns last week against the Seminoles. He was the ACC receiver of the week for the second time this year. Also, we're now already 3 touchdowns in their win against Texas A&M. And a touchdown! Cameron Kelly will take Fletcher down. Great job on the edge. By the way, any tight ends, they go into the game. Available to Caleb Coleman. Again, great blocks up inside. Fletcher runs to the yard tackle right to the end zone. Terrific response from the team. He's a true freshman. He's emerged as their starter running back the last couple of weeks. Andy Borregales on for the extra point that would tie it. Back-to-back big plays, the 43-yard pass, the 21 yards, a touchdown run. They go 75 yards in just 5 plays. Fletcher, his 3rd touchdown of his Miami career.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Back to work.
Last 2 years, Jersey Mike's fundraiser for Feeding America has been a huge success. Their efforts helped provide more than 75 million meals when people needed it most. But there's still work to be done.
Thank you, Claire. This year, we'd like to invite you back to Jersey Mike's for another special weekend. Come in this Saturday and Sunday, where 20% of all sales will be donated to Feeding America, helping families in need.
Together, we always make a difference.
Foul time. We showed up. Let's show up.
3, 2, 1.
Game time.
Get low, then pick up, get your hands in the air. It's a stick up, shake your memories, move it quick up, yeah, I'm sticking down the town. Pitch up.
I got you, baby.
It's on the floor, gotta love that. Cause she keep it going on, gotta love that. Tell me like a pro, no you love that. Shake it to the flow, gotta love that.
Love the retreat.
What I feel in my heart during the Subaru Share Love event, it's just so rewarding.
We believe in love, not just our customers, but also our community.
We're not like other car dealers, and the Subaru Share the Love event is truly an example of that.
Over $285 million donated is phenomenal, and you don't hear that anywhere else.
It's real impact. It absolutely sets us apart from all other car companies.
Right now, get a new Subaru, and Subaru and our retailers will donate $300 to charity.
You are not related. There's no ancestry connecting you. But look how similar you are. You work at it. You keep going. You may not be brothers and sisters, but if tough were a gene, you would be.
All season long, students. Across the country competing to be the Taco Bell Football Student Section of the Year. Download the Taco Bell app to learn more. Those be graduate students. Actually, the students of Laker Swing will have good Thanksgiving break. Obviously, we expect heading here today. First, one of the challenges of playing in this stadium is that it's about 25,000 kids, primarily the students in the West. Look here to Hard Rock Stadium. So Miami is tied on a 21-yard touchdown run by Garrett Fletcher, just the fourth rush of 20 yards or more given up by Louisville last season. Third fewest in the country. UCLA has not given up a rush against them all year of 20 yards or more. And Iowa has given up one touchdown. It's absolutely amazing. UCLA is stout on defense, and my goodness, their offense. Interesting to see what gives. And 3:30 on ABC between USC and UCLA. You get a great offense against a terrible offense, and a great defense against a terrible offense. So it's going to be interesting to see how things go. We had a ceremony during the timeouts, honoring some military veterans and those here Randy Borregales will kick off. Isaac Durendo has been deep. He has been a big playmaker in recent weeks. It's clear that Miami was trying to sell out against the run, so what does Louisville do? They go with some play action passing. They get Jack Plummer moving. They get some guys out to the flat, and then on fourth down, they make a nice throw on the spider two wide banana to Kariski, and then Kariski finishes it off with another play action pass there in the red zone. A really good start from Jeff Brom and Jack Plummer, who's been very efficient at times on play action. So when he's in standard drop back, that's where he struggled. He's off to a nice start today.
Certainly efficient. In the play action game today, as you saw on the screen, 14 of his 17 touchdown passes on play action. And here's the run. They try to set up the screen. They're defended by Miami. So Plummer from receiving on the near side. It's caught by Thresh. There's a flying throw there where Thresh caught the ball for a 6-yard gain.
The way that Thrash created that separation might be a push-off offensive pass interference.
That's the center, Brian Hudson. Transfer from Virginia Tech.
The screen is so hard sometimes with those offensive linemen, too. You're anticipating that ball being thrown behind the line of scrimmage, so you get downfield and try to execute your block. When it goes off schedule and Plummer decides to throw it to a regular wide receiver, that's where you can kind of get caught with no wins there.
Isaac Durendo in a running back now. He's scored 4 touchdowns in the last 2 games. Takes some long runs. Win the game here against Virginia. And that's great. John Wallace, Francisco Maldonado. The loss of one of the completion to Kevin Coleman.
Great job by Maui Noah. He sees the right tackle, Eric Miller, lead. He follows him immediately and takes him straight to Coleman, who's trying to run the tunnel screen back behind it. Just excellent recognition from Maui Noah, who's really developed into a well-rounded linebacker for Lance Guidry's defense. Very instinctive and has been highly productive, both blitzing and in coverage.
On 2nd and 15, Plummer deep down the field. Intercepted. Picked up by Cameron Kitchens.
Because Kitchens can get there and cut it off immediately, which is exactly what he does. Excellent eyes by the safety to create the turnover.
And that's what they're hoping to avoid. You mentioned it. And it's been very mistaken. But Plummer has been as well more than the coaches would like. That's why they've run the ball more than twice as much as they've run in the last 3 weeks. And those 3 games, they had only 1 turnover. It was an interception by Plummer against Virginia. That was returned by the Cavs for a touchdown. Flag flag. Street goes open. Inside the 25 and down to the 20.
There by Shannon Dawson. You get medium sun change, midfield, great field position. You try to take a shot, nothing's there. You got to trust your quarterback. Doesn't like the post, so he looks outside to his outlet to Restrepo. He holds him up on the back shoulder. And Restrepo makes a nice run after catch. Great decision by Van Dyke.
30-yard gain. Van Dyke's 3 out of 4 for 84 yards. Fletcher. Good tackle. Spoken short of 15-yard line was Cameron Kelly, the transfer from North Carolina. Molly.
Sean, this is the most active I've seen Tyler Van Dyke on the sidelines. You mentioned offensive coordinator Shannon Dawson because he wanted Van Dyke to speak up more. He's been coaching up his receivers all game, telling Rashard Smith, I need you to run harder at the end of that route. Telling Xavier Restrepo, I'm going to keep coming to you. This is your day. You can see that on this drive, Sean.
More than anything, as you know, Monty, the coach just told him, have fun. He gets hit as he throws, and it forced the Mariners to throw. A couple of Cardinals right there. And Van Dyke, it's not a coincidence, I don't think, Greg, that his play fell off lately. He's been hit a lot and battling injuries.
TJ Quinn unblocked. Right around the left guard, Cohen, and the big shot forces the incompletion. Just a throw that was way off the mark as a result of the pressure. 3rd down and 5. Louisville 6th best in the country on 3rd down defense. Their opponents convert just 28% of the time. We rushed only 3. And it's Restrepo. It's Restrepo. This is just a mesh concept. It's very simple when you get man coverage. It's and the other receiver going to catch him just right to Restrepo. Flies out the back door. Then he goes over the top for the touchdown. Just great read and well executed by the Canes. 5th touchdown of the year for Restrepo, 9th of his career. 4th year attributed just down the road in Coconut Creek, Florida, where he grew up dreaming of playing for the Miami Hurricanes. Now he's one of their team captains. Number 10, Ben Berry's going to have a really difficult assignment. He's in coverage man-to-man, and he's 9 yards away from Restrepo. He's kind of a hybrid linebacker safety, so him in a one-on-one situation in man coverage against Restrepo has advantaged Miami every single time on 3rd down, so they need to continue to take advantage of that matchup, and Van Dyke does right there with a nice completion. Strickland didn't have a catch last week. We talked to Aaron Cristobal and Shannon Dawson, and he said it really wasn't his fault. He was open a lot. The quarterbacks just missed him. Willie Mike Washington of Virginia has more catches than Restrepo's 60. 109 career catches. For Xavier. Miami comes in losers of 2 in a row. And 4 of their last 6. After that 4-0 start at number 17 ranking. And 2 wins in the last 6 were both in overtime here against Clarksville, Virginia. Short kickoff down to Maurice Turner. Maurice Turner is through. The kicker tries to pull him off, and he did not only did he took him down. And Miami sideline like the tackle. The Cardinals like the return of 50 yards by Turner. Maybe a little frustration there from Bullet Gullis, and he took it out on Turner. It was really well executed on the edge by Louisville's return team. There's absolutely nothing there. And I always used to say the kickoff return team, especially on the road, is one of the most important groups. So dangerous in the head. Right after you give up a touchdown, to steal momentum back away from the opposing team is huge. Just the second kickoff return of the year for Turner. For 15 years. Isaac Guerrero, here he goes again. And called out of bounds by James Williams, the safety and their leading tackler at the 24-yard line, 21 on the play for Louisville. And this is an awesome job by the right guard, Austin Collins. They have a little movement up front. He doesn't take the bait. He stays wide, engages with Bissett, and allows Guerrero to get to the edge. Really well executed in the front by Collins, who's filling in for Donato Brown, who got hurt before the pit game. Man, he has stepped in and filled some big shoes. And they are now a very dynamic 1-2 punch. Surprise there's Hunter Houston. Fake the reverse. He went ahead for 6. He's a big guy, every bit of 6'5", 215 pounds. Jeff Brom says he's not really a guy that's going to kill anyone with his legs, but if we can just get him 3 to 5 carries in the game, then he'll settle in. Right there, he gets one with a nice gain on 1st down. And what he said was he wants him to take off running 3 to 5 times, which nothing there. Rather than force him someplace and throw him
31-24 lead in their last game. They rallied in the fourth quarter to beat Virginia 31-24. Last two games against Virginia Tech and Virginia, 240 yards rushing and 146 throws against the Hokies, a career high. Bring it to Monte Sylvester. There's record limit to 7, but he's actually 10. The Bears with the service bringing the extra line here in the third. Down to 3. Timmons to the substitute. Guerrero. First down. Corey Slag made the tackle. There's a lot of work being done by Kevin Long in the pre-snap. Across the line motions, miscorrections. Run that looks like it's going to go to the left, but it actually bends back to the right. He has this very aggressive Miami defense flowing in one direction, only to go back the other way. It's really kept them off guard for the most part. Connor has about to go to the fourth. 14-7 Miami. They scored 14 unanswered. Here's Guerrero to tie the game, pending the extra point. Missed the tackle, and nobody else got close to Guerrero. His 5th touchdown now in the last 3 games. And a little counter action, GT counter. The play that Florida State actually hit Miami on last week. It was a touchdown to Benson that actually bent back to the other side. This time, Guerrero stays play side. It's well executed against some all-out pressure from Lance Gentry. There's nobody home as he walks into the end zone. Travels 10. Ties it. 12-yard touchdown for Guerrero. He had 4 carries for 39 on that drive. And a touchdown scoring machine lately. ABC has a Pac-12 showdown tonight in prime time. 7:30. Number 5 Washington undefeated, but an underdog against number 11 Oregon State in Corvallis. The Huskies 10-0, and the Beavers ranked 2. Terrific first season in Oregon State. TJ Uiagalelei transfer from Clemson. Great job. Run-heavy offense. It's going to be a fascinating matchup tonight. Oregon State wants to pound the football and set up play action. TJ Uiagalelei has really flourished in Jonathan Smith's offense, but Washington struggles on defense. It's going to be interesting to see if they can keep away from Michael Penix, one of the Heisman frontrunners. Obviously, being undefeated, but not in the top 4 of the college football playoff ranking, they can't flawless, you would think. There's a lot of football still to be played. So after Carr made the mistakes that they're hoping he'll avoid, they got the ball back. And all 5 plays on that touchdown drive for Louisville runs. Last 3 games long, we had 117 runs and only 54 passes for Louisville. And it's working well. The kickoff's a touchback, and here's Kevin.
John, no, Jim Harbaugh on the sidelines, number 3 Michigan at Maryland, and guess what, Bob? The running game.
No doubt. In the latest episode of Michigan vs. Everybody, Maryland is in the way.
Blake Corum, his 19th touchdown on Wolverines on top 7-3. Back to you.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. Louisville, as we said earlier, giving up only 7 points last season in the first quarter. That was at Penn, their only loss. They yielded 14 today. Jeff Braun has won the toss now 9 of 11 times this year. He has deferred every time. And the opponents have not scored. Still haven't scored their possession this season. The defense gets immediate stops. They get the ball on the offense and they jump out the leads. Donald Chaney, the running back, stopped by Stan Clark. What will be the last play of the first quarter? Louisville's win and go on to Charlotte and play in the championship game in the ACC. Our coverage on ABC returns after this word for our ABC stations.
Greatness is a feeling. Fearless. Brotherhood. Greatness is more than winning the game. It's changing. Greatness is what we do. A
accomplish greatness.
This is the all-electric Polestar 2. Now, with faster charging and an improved range of up to 320 miles. Enhanced performance with rear or all-wheel drive. And luxury design as standard. The all-electric Polestar 2. Visit Polestar.com to test drive and order.
Whoa, ink. Already? Cartridges!
Don't get cartridge. Switch to the cartridge-free Epson EcoTank. Press up to 5,000 pages. Switch at EpsonEcoTank.com. Just fill it, Joe!
Rain-X water repellency wiper blades apply the magic of Rain-X to your windshield so water beads up and flies away. The improved water beading technology lasts longer, so you see clearly. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
When I first joined the board at Papa John's, I brought some big ideas. We're gonna need more pepperoni. My biggest idea is Shakaroni pizza. Bigger. More is better. Extra large, with extra cheese, and covered in more than 60 pepperonis. When I say handful of pepperoni, I think bag. What makes Shakaroni huge is that Papa John's donates $1 from every pizza to the Papa John's Foundation. Pizza gets bigger when you Shakaroni. Only at Papa John's.
Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven brings 700-degree high heat you can't get in your traditional oven to your backyard or balcony. Go from dough to delicious in just 3 minutes and achieve perfectly cooked crusts and gooey cheese. Harness high heat for brick oven inspired charring and blistering every day. Control the heat for slow smoked barbecue classics and add smoky flavors to any dish you make with the Ninja Woodfire Outdoor Oven.
In 20 years, when you look at the beautiful life you've built for your family, you'll realize it started with the choices you made. Today, the time is now to act on your love. Connect with an agent who can help you reach your financial goals.
My name is Willy Wonka. I'm something of a magician in chocolate maker. Ooh, he's good. Too good. You should stand up to this. What is it? You nail 1, 2. I got an idea.
Where do we start?
Every good thing started with a dream, so you hold yours.
The sun. Change the world. Wonka, rated PG. Theaters December 15th.
Coach, a week after his benching, what have you seen from Tyler Van Dyke so far today?
Very decisive, very accurate. It's been a great leader. We got to continue getting hot, continue staying hot, I should say.
All right, thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Van Dyke playing well in the Dr. Pepper Championship Drive Game of the Week. In the second quarter we go. Miami and Louisville tied at 14 if Louisville wins. They'll clinch second place in the ACC. Van Dyke's pass batted down. The safety Cameron Kelly. Cameron Kelly coming right off the edge. Van Dyke trying to get it from the strip mode. Kelly goes up, knocks it down. Well timed on the pressure by the safety. Miami 2 out of 3 so far on third down. Van Dyke 4 for 7 passing for 99, a touchdown, no turnovers. Henry Parrish, who's been injured lately, is on the field running. Here comes a blitz. And Van Dyke cut off incomplete, trying to get it to Cam McCormick. In his 8th year in college football, first year in Miami after 7. A lot of injuries at Oregon. And a well-timed pressure by Ron English, the defensive coordinator. Henry Parrish tries to save it late, but it forces Van Dyke to get off his spot, tries to find an outlet. Just not enough there for the Canes. That was well executed by the Louisville defense. Dylan Joyce to punt again. Kevin Coleman back for it. Standing his own 35. Good kick. Coleman Joyce playing height as well. This season, All-State will celebrate every field goal and extra point made by participating universities by making a donation to the university's general scholarship fund. Thank you, All-State. Pretty even game to this point. Seconds into the second quarter. Gerard Jordan, the backfield on three. There's a full offense, and he has a flag down at the line of scrimmage, and this will be complete. Intended for Jaden Thompson. Looked like Miami was offside, or a flag in particular.
Outside. Defense, number 11. Contact penalty. Repeat first down.
I'd say Corey was flagged. I wish you had said that. These two coaches with a lot in common, Mario Cristobal and Jeff Brom, each head coach at his alma mater. They're two of the 19 head coaches leading their sports football programs as grads. Two of the 10 in Power 5 football. Gerard Jordan, the ball carrier. And they'll go quickly to the line of scrimmage. There's the list. If you're Evelyn Wood, you'll get it all. If not, we'll come back to it. Jordan tripped up. Thought he might get to the corner, but keep going low. He knows Miller. Forcing a third down at about 2. Big some play there by Maui Hall. Jordan makes a living getting outside the tackles. And we're not going to catch it. But a good shoestring tackle there by Maui Hall. Jordan in motion. Wide open receiver, and it's dropped. It wasn't a great throw by Josh Gibson, one of the tight ends. They ordinarily don't throw it to the tight end often. They have so far here today. He was wide open. That should have been third down conversion. I mean, wide open. I mean, easy throw for Jack Palmer. Just get it up around his face mask, but it comes in his hand a little straight, nose down. That's so hard. It's like trying to catch a sinker if you're a catcher in baseball. Not a great throw. 2 down. Longer than he's missed really low that's resulted in incompletions. Brady Hodges is the punter. And he's a drive. Takes a good bounce. Sean Smith got away from it. Hunter picking it up for a moment. Up with a good roll. Over 47-yard mark. Here's the list of head coaches at their alma maters. This includes Jim Harbaugh, but obviously not on the sidelines today. It's got to be such an honor to coach at your alma mater. I know Jeff Brom, being the guy that grew up in Louisville. I'm so proud. And Mario Cristobal coming home, grew up in Miami, also from the area, and trying to revitalize programs that have had a lot of success over the years, but had some mixed results in recent years. Fine players as well. Jeff Brom, 2-time team MVP, Coach Hucker Schnellenberger, quarterback, Mario Cristobal, standout offensive line, national championship teams. He played for Jimmy Johnson, Dennis Erickson, Colby Young, the catch, and 7 yards on first down for you. Another hit on Van Dyke there. The interior of the offensive line so far for Miami has had a little bit of trouble. The F1 says he up the defensive tackles from Louisville. It's been 3 or 4 hits already on Van Dyke. They need to do a better job of protection. Give him a little time. Should be a cohesive offensive line. The same 5 have started every game. And other teams are going to do that. Quick screen. Colby Young, another catch for 6 and first down.
Shown on the sidelines, Tyler Van Dyke was walking gingerly, favoring his right leg. He told us in October he suffered a rare leg injury called a Morel-Labelle lesion, where the skin separated from the muscle and fat layer on his right leg from the knee down.
Henry Parrish, the catch, and extremely painful, and he hasn't made a big deal of it, but you have to think it has something to do with the drop-off on his punt.
Yeah, Sean, his neutral was commonly seen in high-velocity traumas like car accidents and causes extreme pain and swelling, and he admitted it's hampered his ability to make plays outside
to a good start, 7-11. Another short pass to Colby Young. Jalen Alderman made the tackle. 4-yard gain for Young, who's been the featured receiver on this possession for Miami.
Yeah, it's good to get him going too, because they've already got Restrepo involved. Colby Jordan, big play on the post, and now the third head up to three-headed monster and wide receiver is starting to get going. And Colby Young at 6'5" is a guy who really want to get involved, especially in the red zone.
There's 3 catches in the game, all on this possession for the Hurricanes, facing 3rd down and 5. Punch to Van Dyke's right. First came back direction. Here's Restrepo. First down, much more in the local territory. Cardinals 46.
Beautiful route by Restrepo. Looks like it's going to be an option. He fakes to the inside and works all the way back out. But as soon as the defenders flow over the top, he turns back inside for a nice run after catch.
4 catches, 73 for Restrepo. Dumped off short to Parrish, who got belted by Cameron Kevin. Some uncharacteristic poor tackling for Louisville here in the first half. Some of it might be with the end. You can see a little close. We did have some morning rain here.
There are going to be some issues in the back end for Louisville. They're excellent at corner, with Quincy Riley being one of the best. But at safety, they have had some inconsistencies. They lost MJ Griffin, who was their best safety in fall camp, and Aaron Kelly and Devin Neal did a decent job. It's a tough matchup against Miami's wideouts.
Here's the first run after 6 straight passes on this drive for Miami. Fletcher. Running backs pretty much even now in the estimation of Coach Cristobal. Talked to us the other day, hadn't really decided who would be the lead guy tag. Would be Fletcher, Parrish, or Cheney. And they seem pretty interchangeable after watching Miami several times this year.
Fletcher in time with his size-speed combination, he's got a chance to be special.
He's the back now. He's 6'2", 225. On top recruits in the country, part of this glittering freshman class for Miami. And they get the first down. It'll be 4th down and a little less than 2. Quincy Riley, Devin Neal combining on the play for the Cardinals. And they're going to go for it on 4th down.
Facing the third down call, it's almost like that was a decision that was made a couple plays ago. Conservative up the middle with extra tackle in the game. Now in short yardage, you would expect much of the same.
And it's a long one, close to a yard and a half. Heavy formation with Fletcher in the back. They saw the run was low, they can't stop Fletcher. They get the first down, about a yard and a half.
And a great run here by Fletcher. It's the exact same play that they ran before, but this time he gets cut off to the front side. Fletcher cuts it back just a little bit and finds just enough room to pick up the first down.
Spot on the field, plus territory. Miami will try to take a shot. See if Tyler Van Dyke does a heavy play action. See if they can't hit one down the field. 8 minutes to go in the half. It is a play fake. He is looking deep down the field. They couldn't get it. Just over his head. Storm Duck had the coverage. Miami partisans wanted a flag on Duck.
Full play action. 10 men that are in there in the box. Only one guy will run over the top. There's a ball. There's a lot of contact there at the end. The Storm Duck is Van Dyke again getting a big hit delivered to him as he releases the football.
Mason Ryder. That could have easily been a penalty on Duck. 6 straight completions for Van Dyke. On the reverse, Rashard Smith. Touchdown. They got a great block from the freshman tackle, Francis Molina. 34 yards, the Yellow back on top.
My goodness, if you're going to be this is what you
Receiver take it right into the end zone. That's a pancake night there, ladies and gentlemen. How about the block by the freshman? 5-star recruit. The IMG Academy here in Florida, originally from American Samoa. What a star he's going to be. Beyond just full size, super smart, super tough. I think he'd add super mobile and super talented as well. The extra point puts the Canes back up by 7 midway through the second quarter.
A first child can be stressful. So to make things a little less overwhelming, Progressive is offering special rewards for new parents. But we're not stopping there. We think even cat ladies deserve rewards. Left-handed people, people with birthdays, recent grads who can't move on with their lives. All of them. And these people we found on the internet can be automatically enrolled in the Progressive Loyalty Program and get special rewards. Even people who just got back from Europe.
It's actually pronounced croissant. I was just in Europe.
Foul time. We're showing up. Let's show up.
3, 2, 1.
Game time.
Pick up, get your hands in the air. It's a stick up, shake your tambourine, move it quick up, yeah, I'm sticking down the town. It's a bitch up.
I got you, baby.
Gotta love that. What you keep it going on, gotta love that. Tell me like a bro, know you love that. Shake it to the flow, gotta love that.
This time of year, there's one workshop on everyone's mind. The one that spends the whole year making toys and gifts. The Home Depot Kids Workshop, teaching those who will one day build their own homes and communities that doing is a gift you can share with everyone. Happy holidays from the Home Depot.
You are not related. There's no ancestry connecting you. But look how similar you are. You work at it. You keep going. You may not be brothers and sisters, but if Todd were a gene, you would be.
Bombas, we make the comfiest socks, underwear, and t-shirts that feel good and do good. Because when you 100 million donated so far, that's a whole lot of good. And good. And good. And good. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first purchase. Bombas.
We got feed for any kind of animal you imagine.
We have rabbit food, econ food, we have chicken food,
Dog food, wet and dry.
sheep, we have it for goats.
I have a goat. Her name is Nancy.
How about the kid?
You name it, we got it.
Tractor Supply for life out here.
A moment ago, Jacoby George might have gotten away with a holding here. We're going to get Stark Duck. Rashard Smith is up inside, but look, as Rashard Smith knows, Jacoby George's left hand is grabbing the right shoulder pad of Stark Duck, and as he tries to disengage, it looked like he was hunting a lot of jerseys, so might have gotten away with one there. And Boston, our referee, thinks it was definitely a hold. Kickoff is a touchback by Clark. Almost has Kevin McCarthy.
Join AT&T's Keeping Fans Connected as we take a look at our multi-view, which is showcasing a bunch of great games and events across our networks here. And let's go to the full box and take a look at some of these games. We got BYU and Oklahoma right now. That is a commercial break. Oklahoma doubling up BYU in the second quarter over on ESPN. SMU with a 4-point lead over Memphis over on ESPN2. Ole Miss only up a touchdown on the SEC network, and East Carolina Navy a touchdown separating them on ESPN. Back to you.
Kevin, thank you. Dr. Pepper Championship Drive game of the week. Trying to go to the ADCC Championship game of the week today. State away out of Mary Huggins legends in coverage. We should mention that North Carolina and Virginia Tech are the other two teams still alive with a chance at the second spot in the title game of the ACC. Matchup with Florida State. But if Louisville wins today, they go for the first time in school history. They've been in since 2014. 7-1 in the league in 2016, but didn't make it to the title game. Isaac Guerrero has the first down with an 11-yard catch and run. Love that play there by Jeff Cohn. Quarterback's been a little bit off the mark at times, and get him back into the game by moving the body to an easy completion in the direction of his throwing arm and get the offense started again. Guerrero, huge hole right side. Across midfield and out of bounds at the 47-yard line. 17-yard run for Guerrero. A really nice job by the left guard. Michael Gonzalez having to reach that defensive tackle inside Branson Dean. And Guerrero comes right off that block and makes another nice play. Pretty good serve so far running the football from Louisville's offensive line. Brian Braun, the coordinator, said we like our offensive line. 11.2 today per carry for Guerrero after he averaged more than 14 yards per carry in the previous two. It's Virginia Tech and Virginia. Hunter, crowd thinks they saw Hunter going off incomplete out of bounds for the sideline. Nate Kariski couldn't corral it in bounds. Second down and 10. Timeout call. Or perhaps a replay review. Or they're going to take a look at that catch. See if Kariski actually caught it on the far sideline.
A first child can be stressful. So to make things a little less overwhelming, Progressive is offering special rewards for new parents. But we're not stopping there. We think even cat ladies deserve rewards. Left-handed people, people with birthdays, recent grads who can't move on with their lives. All of them. And these people we found on the internet can be automatically enrolled in the Progressive Loyalty Program and get special rewards. Even people who just got back from Europe.
It's actually pronounced croissant. I was just in Europe.
Foul time. We showed up. Let's show up.
3, 2, 1.
Game time. Come on.
Pick up, put your hands in the air. It's a stick up. Shake your tambourine, move it quick up. Yeah, I'm shaking down the town. Get the picture.
I got you, baby.
Gotta love that. She keep it going on, gotta love that. Tell me like a pro, no you love that. Take it to the flow, gotta love that.
This time of year, there's one workshop on everyone's mind. The one that spends the whole year making toys and gifts. The Home Depot Kids Workshop, teaching those who will one day build their own homes and communities that doing is a gift you can share with everyone. Happy holidays from the Home Depot.
When you come through that door,
Welcome to Tractor Supply.
you're going to be treated like one of our family.
I love to help people. You can be the smile that brightens up their day.
Tractor Supply is different from other stores. We are friends and we're family.
There's no other store like it.
Everything we do at work, we also do outside of work.
I'm an animal lover myself.
I've got a dog and 4 chickens. I really don't think you get this kind of service anywhere else.
We're here to help.
Tractor Supply for life out here.
Are you comfortable? Absurdly comfortable. At Bombas, we're obsessed with comfort, quality, movement, socks, tees, underwear. Because your basic things should be your best things. As always, one purchased equals one donated. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
Selfishly, we should mention ESPN Radio. There's today's college football playoff rankings brought to you by Goodyear. Georgia with a test you would think at Tennessee. Well, Tennessee. By Missouri last week. Alabama off and running, hoping that there's a little movement ahead of them to open the door. Need a little help for sure, and Alabama State can do their part tonight. Move that roadblock that is Texas, who has the head-to-head win against the Tide. Like perhaps a winner-take-all in the SEC championship game, Georgia and Alabama. On second down and 10, not much there for Isaac Guerrero. A 1-yard gain. Branson Dean made the tackle. He is a transfer to Miami from Purdue, where he played for Jeff Brown. He'll have some good reps there in the interior. It's not really coming visible on the edges. They really need the guys inside to step up, and Branson Dean has answered that challenge. Branson Dean is in his 7th year of college football. Started 26 games for Oklahoma and Brown. Third down and 9, they're not in field goal range. Gave John Plummer lots of time and has expanded for a first down. To the 32-yard line of Miami, Chris Bell with his first catch of the day, good for 14. This is a really well-timed throw by Jack Plummer. The protection was good. They brought a little late pressure. You got man coverage underneath. You're able to hit Bell right there, your big body receiver over the middle of the field in front of some defenders. That was well executed by the Cardinals. They like the dressers against man coverage. Most teams do. Isaac Guerrero inside the 29-yard line. He's up to 61 yards on 7 carries. And it helps because, as Molly said, George still feeling some pain in his legs. Battled hamstring and knee injuries lately. Early in the season, there was a significant drop-off when George was not on the field. The Red Devils did a great job these last few games, creating some big plays. 5-man rush, they go on the face of Parsons. Guerrero's caught. Say the officials. The true freshman at the coverage. Chris Bell, the side judge Jerry Wander right there to say incomplete. It was a really well-thrown ball. It looks like that right foot is in. Does he secure the catch? Before that right foot drops down. Now he's losing that ball still moving just a little bit. As he reels it in with one hand, but that was a heck of an effort by Bell on a well-thrown football by Jack Plummer. Not a lot of room on the sideline. Looks like that ball's secure right there against that chest. His chest. I don't see it moving around. I think that might be overturned. We'll get Matt Austin's opinion when we come back.
Show up. 3, 2, 1. Showtime. To 50 years with my best friend and my soulmate.
Quicker picker up. Bounty absorbs spills like a sponge. And Bounty is 2 times more absorbent, so you can use less and get the job done with one.
It's got to put your face on your face.
Bounty, the quicker picker upper.
In 20 years, when you look at the beautiful life you've built for your family, you'll realize it started with the choices you made. Today, The time is now to act on your love. Connect with an agent who can help you reach your financial goals.
When you come through that door,
Welcome to Tractor Supply.
you're gonna be treated like one of our family.
I love to help people. You can be the smile that brightens up their day.
Tractor Supply is different from other stores. We are friends and we're family.
There's no other store like it.
Everything we do at work, we also do outside of work.
I'm an animal lover myself.
I've got a dog and 4 chickens. I really don't think you get this kind of service anywhere else. We're here to help.
Tractor Supply for life out here.
After the replay review, the call overturned. This is a catch, man. Austin, you agree?
I do. I think this is really nice overturned by the replay. He definitely got the ball hit against his chest, but on the other hand, let the reach down in bounds. It's a catch.
Amazing catch. Amazing catch there. And the ball moves, but he's just tucking it away. I mean, he didn't lose control, but he's just tucking it under his arm to get greater possession of it. So it's a 22-yard play to Bell, who has 2 catches on this drive, his first 2 of the day. First and goal, over 4-10 to go. In the first half, they're trying to tie the game. Play action pass. And the pass too high. Jabari Fresh. Playing with a severely injured hand. Just the 3rd time he's been targeted here in the first half, their leading receiver for the year.
Man, he's got plenty of separation, too. That ball way overthrown by Plummer. Got to get your receiver a chance. Lead him to the front pylon. Just that miss there by the quarterback would have been an easy touchdown.
You know, he's been constantly don't make the mistake, don't turn it over. Also, an interception is going to be extra careful. 10th play of the drive. Design roll to the right, and he had to throw away. He's throwing flying in hot pursuit. And Jack Plummer, related to Jake Plummer.
Covered there, too. Went through the free couch. Nichols, Miami defense, one of their most consistent clever guy all year long there on the field. No separation there. Possession of the ball game, and
Hello again, everybody.
had. Did she have that, or was she the interim women's champion? Now I'm talking about it. Let's have a little look. I want to make sure that I'm not giving out false information, because she was the women's champion, but I can't remember if she actually had it or if it was just the interim one. Has she ever been outright women's champion? Let's just quickly, she's still only 28 years old, Toni Storm. She's still only 28. That is incredible. That is incredible. In AEW, she has been AEW Women's Champion on 2 occasions. She definitely had an interim title, though, didn't she? She had an interim title, so I remember there being a big controversy around it. So perhaps she's had it twice, but one's an interim, but they're not counting it as an interim. Hold on, let's read this. She made a debut, blah, 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 4-way, to become the AEW Interim Women's Champion. She defended it against Athena, Baker, Serena Deeb at Grand Slam. She lost the championship against Jamie Hayter, ending her first reign at 76 days. Okay. Then, blah, 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 then she won it for a second time at Double or Nothing on the first episode of Collision. Storm and Soho, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, her first title reign was interim, but her second one, she did actually win it outright. So she is trying to become a 3-time AEW Women's Champion. So, to be honest, I didn't know she'd had 2 reigns. I didn't know she was 28. And I also didn't know that she was married to Juice Robinson. I know she was in a relationship with Juice Robinson, but I didn't know they got married last year. We are finding out a lot of facts about our favourite female AEW superstar on this stream. So there we go. Married to Juice Robinson in 2022. 28 years old from New Zealand. I hope she does it tonight. I am a real fan of the Timeless character. And they've just got a little segment actually on her Wikipedia page talking about who she draws comparisons to. They're saying that Gloria Swanson and Norma Shearer, they are the people that she has took inspiration from. Let me show you the pictures. This is on her Wikipedia page. That while competing on the independent circuit, Storm began to develop different personas before settling on one highly influenced by her 1980s glam metal music, leading to her rock star aesthetic. This persona carried her through WWE and into the early days of AEW. Beginning in the latter half of 2023, in conjunction with her disassociation from the Outcasts, she adopted the timeless Toni Storm persona, which saw her transition into the character of a demanding and paranoid golden age of Hollywood starlet. As part of the transition, Storm dropped her previous rock star aesthetic and began sporting a bobbed and curled haircut, wearing early 20th century fashion-inspired outfits and appearing in black and white vignettes. During her matches, Timeless Toni Storm began to dictate to AEW's director, telling them, "I'm ready for my close-up," quoting Gloria Swanson's character in Sunset Boulevard, before a dramatic zoom, as well as speaking directly to the audience, informing them, and now for a word from our sponsors. Just before a break, the Timeless persona drew comparisons to Gloria Swanson and Norma Shearer. Lovely. So, yeah, look, Timeless Toni Storm, that's probably the match I'm most looking forward to. And our poll is set up asking people, will she become the champion on this show? I feel pretty good that she will. I can't think there's any female hotter in AEW from a momentum, from an intrigue, from an engagement point of view than what Toni Storm's doing at the moment. So I'm really enjoying her work. So that's a match that I'm really genuinely hyped for. We have 0 Hour coming up. Now, 0 Hour is, I think, in about an hour and 50 minutes. So we've got loads of time. One thing we're not short on at the moment is time. So we've got loads of time, so we can kind of go through the cards. I want to jump into the chat and like have a word with people, see how things are going, and then we can move on to the predictions, and we can have a look and see where we are with things. I just saw a really, really good article on Wrestling Observer, and I don't actually know this person, but they're called Mike Della Camera, and they've written predictions and breakdowns. And I was just having a read through. I went on there to see what news there was, and I was just having a read through, and yeah, there was some really good points that I thought were being made as they were doing their predictions. So I thought we could kind of do the predictions, have a little look, see what this person's saying as well, kind of get a bit more of a well-rounded picture on things. But we'll save that for a moment and jump into the chats. Let's go into... There we go. Steve Ritz said, I think Ziggler is going to be the devil because 90-day no-compete clause ends next Friday. Maybe he makes an appearance tonight, said Steve Ritz. Well, I don't think you'd be able to, would you? I mean, if you've got a non-compete, doesn't that mean that you can't show up on that show at all? This is where we get into a bit of a grey area, isn't it? I mean, I remember like there being a no-compete for Lex Luger back in the 90s, and the way Vince got round it was he put him into his bodybuilding federation for a bit. And then when it was time, we moved him over to the wrestling federation. So I don't know. I mean, like if Dolph was going to appear on TV as the devil and be revealed to be as the devil, would that be in breach of the non-compete, or is it just a case that you can't actually wrestle? I mean, I would have to think that you probably can't appear on TV at all. But that's a very interesting question. Can you just fleetingly appear? I don't know that you can. I don't know that you can, because you're still working for a competitor. So you are still competing. You are still, even if you're not wrestling, you are still providing content to a competitor within that period of time where you're not meant to be doing that. But that's a very interesting one, because could you get away with just a flash of an image or something? I don't think you could. Tom said, I don't care if you don't want to know step one, have friends. Step two, pretend to be drunk. Okay, what's this? I like step-by-step guides. Step one, have friends. Step two, pretend to be drunk so they buy you more drinks to get you drunk, and it works every time. Great life advice from Tom there on how to rinse your friends for free drinks. That's what I'm doing this stream for. Shout out to you, Tom. Long Beach Hippie said 0 Hour has got some big matches. Probably do the signing right at the end. Ronda Rousey. Okay. That's interesting. I've seen a few different names that are being expected. So we will have to see which one of those names comes through. We could have done that as a poll, I suppose. But it is true, Ronda turned up at Ring of Honor, which was very interesting. And that's done like all the news. So I don't know that she's going to be the signing, but there's potential there. Daniel said, Sean Ross Sapp said, the people playing the masked man and the devil are being played by the actual people and not people filling in until the reveal. So it won't be Ziggler, says Daniel. Why won't it be Ziggler? Why won't it be Ziggler? Because WWE can't prove that it's Ziggler underneath that mask. So why would that? You see, this is where it gets interesting, because there's no proof that Dolph Ziggler is behind that mask. It's just a person. But like, so This is where it gets interesting. I don't think it would be a problem if it was Ziggler. Let's be honest. I don't think it'd be a problem. If Dolph Ziggler is behind a mask and the fans don't know who it is, has he broken his non-compete? Because, okay, technically he's working for a rival, so on that hand, yes. But on another hand, if no one knows that it's him, then is it a problem? Like, surely the reason why you have a non-compete is because they don't want you, like Dolph Ziggler's a big name. They don't want that to be used to like sell merch and tickets and all this kind of stuff. Well, he's not using any of that, is he? He's not using his name. People don't know that it's him. So I would say the big reason as to why a non-compete exists, he's not doing. He's not using his name. When you can't see his face, you don't know that it's him. Sean Ross, that might even be wrong. You know, so I don't know. I wouldn't say that would be a reason as to why it definitely can't be him. I would say that as long as you're not revealing the identity, I think you could get away with stuff like that. Because how's WWE going to prove it? And if they're going to do some sort of weird zooming in, face scanning, kind of trying to tell if they can figure out who it is from just the, I don't even know, like you can't see the eyes, can you? The face is totally covered with that mask. So how would they be able to, if Dolph is the devil, how would they be able to prove it? Unless they got an insider to confirm. But then, you know, is that going to stand up in court and all this kind of stuff? I don't know, man. I wouldn't say that was a barrier personally. I wouldn't say that was a barrier. But it is interesting, like, you know, it's a definite, I would say, grey area. Let's put it that way. I agree it's a grey area. Tricky situation, said Daniel. Yeah, I agree. I agree it's a grey area. I think for me, I wouldn't say it's enough to say, yeah, he's definitely not going to be behind the mask, because I think that as we said, you know, the big reason as to why you have a non-compete is because you don't want that rival company benefiting from their name, from their star power, from their, you know, their brand. So if they're hiding all of that and it's just a person behind a mask and no one knows who it is, tricky. There's people who knows who they are, but if the people were under oath in a court of law, would they want? What would they say? Well, yeah, I mean, if they were under oath in a court of law, that would be interesting, but, you know, would WWE, I don't know, I can't see WWE doing that, and yeah, I agree. It's interesting. What would they say? Would, under oath, I mean, would they just deny? I don't know. I don't know for certain who it was. I know who I believe it was meant to be, but I don't know who it was. I don't know. I don't know what they would say. I agree. Grey area. Interesting. Tom said Samoa Joe is a good shout. Sub-Zero said, I'm under the devil mask and I'm going to debut tonight. Sami Callihan would be a great devil because he has that side of him because of his OVE days. Steve Rick said, what about Mustafa Ali being the devil? Because of the hacker storyline, he was in WWE, you never saw his face, and that had people guessing. James said it's Adam Cole. Please 200 PLN said, I would love for it to be Punk as much as I want to see him back in WWE. If he comes back at Full Gear tonight, the internet would burn and I would be happy to see it. James said Ziggler doesn't make any sense. Durante said, I think it's Days behind the mask. God, could you imagine that? The single greatest disappointing reveal in the history of any reveal ever. Dark Angel said there is people who know who they are. Oh, we read that one. Do a poll for who is under the devil mask, said Christopher. Okay. We can do that because the Tony Storm one, I think, is, I think we've already got enough of a result there. It's nearly 80-20. Who is under the devil mask? So what options am I putting in? James is adamant it's Adam Cole. We've had a shout for Dolph Ziggler. CM Punk. You see, I don't think it's going to be Punk. Maybe I'll leave Punk out. I think Britt Baker is a better shout. So Adam Cole, Dolph Ziggler, Britt Baker, and other. I can only have 4 options, so we'll put them down and we'll let people vote away on those. I think that Britt Baker's more likely than CM Punk because CM Punk obviously was like fired and everything, so that would be a massive. I mean, as far as you know, he's not even with the company. And so that would, for that to be CM Punk, there would have to have been some big behind the scenes talks. The dirt sheets would have had to have not found out about it. And I don't know, potentially the last falling out would have had to have been a work. So, I mean, yeah, crazy. We'll have to see kind of obviously where that leads us to, but I'm not expecting CM Punk. Okay, let's get back to the chat. Who is your favourite to be signed tonight? Seems like Ospreay is the safe bet. Yeah, I think Ospreay. Ospreay's the one that's been reported, and it's everywhere. I mean, you can't avoid it. So that's the one that I'm leaning towards. But I think that it could be. I don't think Ronda. I know that she was on Ring of Honor last night, which was mental. I mean, it's all for lovely to have a surprise, but why there? Why on that show? Why not on Dynamite? Or I don't know. I don't understand that. I can't figure that one out, to be honest. But I don't know that she's signing. I mean, I don't know how long she's in for. I don't know what that. I didn't. That situation came out of nowhere. I don't know what that was about, to be honest. I don't know why she was there. I don't know. She wasn't rumored. There wasn't much speculation of her coming in. I don't know why it was Ring of Honor. I don't know why it wasn't like Dynamite. I mean, I suppose you could say it keeps you on your toes. You could say that, like, well, you never quite know what's going to happen with AEW. They keep you guessing and keep popping up surprises like all over the place. So that was certainly a surprise. So I don't know that it's going to be a case that she now comes out and signs. I think that Tony, that could be a swerve in the sense of here's Ronda, but she's not going to be the person because people will now think she's the person. She's not the person. Here's another person. And that other person turns out to be Will Ospreay, and Ospreay is the one that's heavily rumored. So I'm leaning Ospreay. It could be Ronda, but I'm leaning Ospreay. And to be honest, outside of that, I mean, I don't know that there's any other options other than Mercedes Moné. And obviously there was reports saying that it's not Mercedes, which is fine if it's not Mercedes, but those reports could be false, couldn't they? Those reports could be wrong. And so it might be a case that Mercedes is going to be the one that comes in. So, yeah, we'll have to see how this plays out. But Ospreay is definitely the one that I'm anticipating. I'm just having a look for the kickoff show. So if we go to AEW, I actually don't know when that kickoff show begins. Full Gear pay-per-view. Here we go. Full Gear pre-show scheduled for an hour's time. So according to this, the 0 hour pre-show starts at 11:30. So what does that mean? It's an hour and a half pre-show. Hour and a half pre-show. Because I think the main show starts at like 1 a.m., doesn't it? 1 a.m., yes. Okay, good. So we've got about an hour to go until the pre-show, and then we've got an hour and a half pre-show. It's a weird time, isn't it? Hour and a half for a pre-show. And then we go to the main card at 1 in the morning. Aaron, shout out to you. Says, Days, thanks for all the streams. The show looks exciting with Hangman against Swerve, and that's been good. Very personal. Swerve is so good, and I'm hoping that Julia wins. Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. I appreciate the support, and I hope you are going to enjoy the show. I think I think Swerve is someone that I'm very excited about. Swerve is someone that I've got a lot of high hopes for. I think when he comes out, he looks like a big star. I can't say I'm a fan of Prince Nana, because I think that for me, Swerve could go to the very top. He could be AEW World Champion. And I don't know, I suppose the way that you look at it, or I look at it, is like, Roman Reigns or Cody Rhodes, or I'm trying to think of who the very top guys are in WWE. You don't tend to see like someone dancing next to them like as a bit of a distraction, whatever. But I know the crowd's warm to that, and the crowd are into that. I would get rid of that, to be honest. I think, there's a place for it on the card, but I wouldn't put it with Swerve. And I would just have Swerve coming out just looking like a badass, man. I mean, I like his music. I think, like, if he was to make his way down to the ring, just looking as cool as what he does, he cuts decent promos, his matches are good. Just keep building him, keep investing in him. He definitely is someone that feels like he can get to that main event level. So for me personally, I'm looking for him to get the win tonight. I don't think a loss buries him against Hangman. I don't think a loss buries him, but I do think that you've got to, one of the big criticisms in AEW is the fact they keep bringing in these ex-WWE stars, right? I've got mixed feelings on that because we've had big conversations about it. I think that that's actually a good thing to do. But we went down the roster the other day, and it is a bit of a mixed bag as to ones that have worked and ones that haven't worked. I could probably agree they've brought in too many, and sometimes the standard has been too low of people that they've brought in. But, bringing in people like Jericho obviously has been a fantastic success. Bringing in people like Moxley, bringing in people like Adam Copeland. These have, Copeland might not have blown, the company out the water the way that we were thinking he would yet, but it's still early. And I don't think, it doesn't even feel like we've really got up and running with him yet, to be honest. So there's still plenty of time on that one. But Swerve feels like someone that was good to bring in, but he's someone that needs building because he didn't get built in WWE. Because he wasn't on the main roster very long. So AEW are going to have to build him. And so that's why I'm looking for him to go over Hangman. Because I think that if you can build your own stars, and yeah, technically Swerve came in from WWE, but he didn't spend long on the main roster. So they've got to build him. It's, you can't really compare Danielson with Swerve. You can't compare Adam Copeland with Swerve. You can't compare John Moxley with Swerve. Because they all had big careers, WrestleMania moments, championship reigns. Swerve didn't have that on the main roster. So in many ways, you could kind of say that Swerve is going to be a bit of a homegrown talent because he got a bit of a boost from being in NXT, but he got next to no boost for the very short time that he was on. In fact, did he even make it to the main roster? I can't remember if he even made it to the main roster, to be honest. If he did, it was only for a very short time. So Swerve is someone that I'm really high on. I really rate him. I would love to see him get the win tonight. I would love to see him get back pushed and continue on to a main event scene. We're a long way from that. There's no rush for that. We've still got plenty of time, but you know, these are the kind of matches, these big moments, these big pay-per-view matches, these are the kind of matches that he's going to need to win. These are the kind of matches that he's going to need to get results in so that he does seem like a proper competitor. Otherwise, you run the risk of just always being that nearly man, always like getting wins when it doesn't matter and then like failing when you get to the pay-per-view. So I don't want that for Swerve. I'm hoping he gets the victory tonight and can move forward. But as we said, I feel like he's a long way from the main event scene because we've got to build him up so much more. But yeah, you know, you don't get there until you take these kinds of steps forward. So a match that I agree I'm very much looking forward to. Swerve Hangman is one that I'm pretty pumped for as well. And Timeless Tony Storm as well. I'm a big fan of Timeless Tony Storm. I really do like that gimmick. I think it's one of the best gimmicks in modern wrestling at the moment. I think it's got so much potential. It has potential to be bad as well. You know, something like The Undertaker, for example, you know, you could give that Undertaker gimmick to 10 different people and I don't know, maybe 8 times out of 10, it would be absolutely awful because they wouldn't quite know how to play the nuances. And, you know, they might play it a bit too cheesy or, you know, it might come across as really phony. And, you know, it took a special person to make that Undertaker gimmick work. And, you know, Mark Calaway found a way of doing that. And I feel like this is similar in the sense of this could really bomb. You could give this to 10 people and 8 people could just make this one of the cringiest things you've ever seen. And for some people, they might think that it is cringy, even with Tony Storm, but I think it's got so much versatility. I think there's so much that you can do with it. You can do really interesting backstage segments. You can do links, you can do promos. Entrances are fantastic. Vignettes are really interesting. Like, it fleshes out her character as well. You know, you could even do a flipping spin-off show if you wanted. You could easily do a little short series of Tony going on a quest for something and like little, you know, YouTube web series. You could easily do that with this character because there's so much to explore. Could you imagine her and Luther going on a road trip to try and find a long-lost relic or something? From the yesteryear of Hollywood, and they go on like a road trip. Like, you could easily do a web series out of that. And I think when you've got a character like this, when you've got someone where you're like, oh, you could do this, you could do that, this would be good, that would be good. I mean, how they used her silent movie for the picture-in-picture was a brilliant example of the versatility. So they were doing picture-in-picture. And back in the day, you used to have Sammy Guevara with the signs, right? Instead, now we did Tony Storm with the silent movie. And that's a brilliant use of her. And I think if you've got so much like excitement around, you could do this, you could do that, you could do this, that shows that you've got something. That shows that there's, you know, there's something really there that you could get your teeth into. And I just think that's a breath of fresh air. I think that's been a big win. That's been a big dub. So I'm loving Timeless Tony Storm. But yeah, at any moment, it has potential to be cringe or fall apart. But so did The Undertaker's character. And that turned out okay. So I'm confident that Tony has got a strong enough grasp of this to ensure that this doesn't fall apart and that it's going to be as good as everyone hopes. So loving her, loving Swerve. Obviously, MJF is one of the best heels in the business, or one of the best promos. I can't say I'm loving what they're doing with him at the moment, but he's still him. Like, he's still the guy that has the ability to cut like captivating promos, put on great matches. So, you know, the talent is still there. So, you know, I'm sure him against Switchblade is going to be a fantastic match. And we'll have to see kind of what happens after that. I don't expect him to lose against Switchblades, mainly because we've been building up this match with Samoa Joe. So I'm thinking he'll get past Switchblades And then at the end of the year, we'll do the match with Samoa Joe. But I've got to be honest, I really want Samoa Joe to win that, because if there was someone else that I was going to heap some praise on, it would be Samoa Joe. But you know what's really interesting? If we talk about ex-WWE and we talk about ex-WWE being like a negative thing, I've just named 3 people there completely unintentionally, right? I've named 4 actually, one of them being MJF, but the other 3 are all ex-WWE. If you think Swerve came over from WWE, Tony Storm came over from WWE, and Samoa Joe came over from WWE. Now, granted, Samoa Joe has got a richer history than just that. Samoa Joe's ex-Impact and all this kind of stuff. And, you know, Swerve, Tony Storm, they've been in other promotions as well. So I think sometimes the ex-WWE moniker can be applied maybe too easily sometimes. Because some of these people, like Samoa Joe, for example, has got a much richer history than just being ex-WWE. But, those 3 and MJF, I think, and if you want to add another one, right, because I was just thinking, okay, well, if that's 4, who would my 5th be? My 5th would be FTR, ex-WWE. Right, so this is where this ex-WWE thing, I think, kind of it's took on a bit of a life of its own in the sense of another one. But actually, some of the best performers they've got are those ex-WWE superstars. Maybe superstars that weren't given the opportunity in WWE. You know, Tony Storm, she would have got the opportunity, but she left, didn't she? She walked out. For some reason, it wasn't working in the locker room. I'd love more information on that, as it didn't feel right to her. So she walked out. Swerve, I can't remember if he made it to the main roster or if he left just before. FTR, well, God, let's not even get to how the Revival were treated on the main roster. I mean, good for them. Good for them to leave and, become who they are now. Good for them. And I don't think anyone is going to ever tell me or convince me that Samoa Joe was booked to his full potential in WWE. I thought he was booked well in NXT, really well. But on the main roster, it was just not that great, was it? I would quite happily say he's already been booked better in AEW than he was booked on the main roster in WWE. So those are like my 5, maybe my 5 favorites. I mean, you could chuck in Kenny Omega, of course, Bryan Danielson as well. But I think like Tony Storm, FTR, Swerve, Samoa Joe, MJF, that might make up my top 5 at the moment. So, we've got Samoa Joe on this card. It's not the match I'd be looking for, but we know there's better coming. MJF is on this card. In the main event, lovely. Swerve in a match against Hangman, lovely. Tony Storm going up for the Women's Championship, lovely. FTR are in like some weird tag match, aren't they? They are in a 4-way ladder match. So it's going to be the Kings of the Black Throne, which is basically the House of Black, right? Just without Buddy Matthews and Julia Hart. We've got FTR, we've got Ricky Starks and Big Bill, and then we've got Roosh and the other one, whatever his name is, which for some reason, LFI, I believe they're called. I was going to say, I don't think they've put their name on the poster. I've got the poster here, but it just says LFI. No, I don't know what that is. But they're in a fatal 4-way ladder match thing. Not the match I would have put FTR in personally. I'd much rather see them go one-on-one because, they're absolutely incredible. You wouldn't put the Hart Foundation in like a ladder match. I mean, you could, but that's not really going to get the best use of the Hart Foundation. The FTR are proper wrestlers that can put on proper 5-star classics. So I would much rather they were going one-on-one, but at least they're still on the card. So they're competing for the AEW World Tag Team Championships. It's for the titles. It's not a number 1 contenders thing. It's actually for the belts. So, there's some good stuff that's going on tonight. I think the card looks relatively strong. James said AEW have got a lot of ex-WWE stars. WWE has got a lot of Ring of Honor and Impact and TNA stars. It happens. Tom said I would be hyped for AEW, but I've not seen it in months. Well, I think the card looks decent. I genuinely do. I think that we can go through it. It won't take long to go through it, and we can just throw in some predictions. Put your thoughts in the chat as I'm going through these. I've got the card from the AEW website. We'll blast it. I think there's like 11 matches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so there's 3 on 0 hour, and then the rest obviously on the main card. So that means 8 on the main card, 3 on 0 hour. I don't think that's too many. I think that's fine. When we get to like 14, I start to cry. But 11, I think, is quite comfortable. And certainly if 3 of them are on the kickoff show anyway. 8 match main cards. Lovely. I feel like they found a bit of a sweet spot now, because before it used to be like 14 matches. And it used to go like, every match used to go like for a while, and the show really did go long. People were saying like, if I'm going to spend my money, I want as long a show as possible. And, you know, I can understand that mentality, but I would much rather have a shorter show that had good pacing, that felt like it didn't outstay its welcome, and that when I finish it, I'm like, that was really good. I really enjoyed that. I'd much rather that than just a show that just goes on and on and on, that I'm not going to enjoy as much. So I think that they have found a nice middle ground here, where this clearly is not going to be a short show, and this ain't getting done in 2 hours. But equally, we don't need to roll out the sleeping bags. Like, we don't need to, call in work already tomorrow to let them know that we won't be in, because we'll still be watching the show. I think we found that, like, sweet spot. So let's go through the card, shall we? So Buddy Matthews against Claudio Castagnoli. So Buddy against Claudio, a little tricky, this one, because I genuinely don't know who needs the win. I think that I would give it Buddy Matthews, because he hasn't really had anything to get his teeth into, whereas Claudio has had like Ring of Honor belts. So looking at it, I would go with Buddy Matthews. Certainly, the way I would look at it is that Brody King and Malachi have got a team name for the 2 of them. So that means that Matthews must be someone that they want to use as a single star. Because why would you call Brody King and Malachi the Kings of the Black Throne? Why would you give them their own team name and go to that, trouble of doing that, if this was just a one-off? Like, you would just call them the House of Black. Like, it didn't matter which 2 members of the Freebirds were competing. They were the Fabulous Freebirds. It didn't matter which 2 members of the New Day were competing. They were the New Day. The fact that we've got a separate team name for Brody King and Malachi makes me think this is going to be a long-term thing where they're going to team for a while. I could be reading too much into just a simple name, but I do think that's a potential indicator. And that makes me think that Buddy Matthews is now going to have to still be within the House of Black, but he's going to have to venture off on his own and do some solo work. So if that's what we're doing, I'm going to go with Buddy Matthews to get the win, so that he can get some momentum going. Because to be honest, he's pretty cold, isn't he, Buddy Matthews? I can't say that he's got much momentum in my mind. But maybe he's been doing some great stuff on Collision or Rampage or something, but I'm going to go with Buddy Matthews. Then we've got Eddie Kingston against Jay Lethal for the Ring of Honor World Championship. I'm going to go with Eddie on this because he's the current champion. I like Jay Lethal. I think Jay Lethal would be a perfectly acceptable Ring of Honor World Champion. Of course he would, but I don't know why you would take the title off Eddie Kingston. I don't know what you would have planned for him that would be better than this. So I'm going to say that he's going to retain. I think Jay Lethal is quite happy just being like in the promotion. And, you know, he's doing some stuff with Jeff Jarrett and he's got a few things that he's involved in. If you take this away, if you take this title from Eddie Kingston, what has he got? What is he going to go and do? What's the alternative? I don't know the answer to that, which makes me think that he's probably going to retain because Jay Lethal has got other things that he can go off and do. So I'm going to go Eddie Kingston on that one. Then we've got MJF and Samoa Joe against the Guns. I hope and pray that the Guns win this. I think Samoa Joe costing MJF the titles by walking out on him or, you know, turning on him or whatever it might be so that the Guns can get the win. I think MJF needs to lose these tag belts. These tag belts aren't doing anything for him. I think that it should be this is just used to build up that show at the end of the year. So I'm hoping the Guns get it. I think the Guns are a good team. I think the Bang Bang Gang having some gold around their waist would be a good look, you know. So I would definitely look to do the switch here. Blockbuster signing we've already spoken about. I'm leaning towards it being Ospreay. In the chats, we've got... I was getting confused. I thought we'd asked about who was going to get signed, but it was who's under the devil mask. So, well, you can make your own minds up. Is it going to be Ronda? Is it going to be Ospreay? Is it going to be Mercedes? Is it going to be, I don't know, Dolph Ziggler? Are they going to just, you know, not care about the non-compete, or maybe the non-compete doesn't apply just to sign a contract, but surely it does. I can't imagine that you'd be able to sign a contract whilst still being under a non-compete. So I've got to think it's probably not any of those WWE people. So I'm leaning towards Ospreay. Then we've got AEW World Tag Team Championship 4-way ladder match. So we've got Kings of the Black Throne, we got FTR, we got Ricky Starks and Big Bill, and we got FLFI. I am thinking either Kings of the Black Throne or Ricky Starks and Big Bill. Now, Ricky Starks and Big Bill are the champions, so either they're going to retain and we just move on with our lives, or the point I made earlier is that Malachi and Brody are going to stay as a team for a while, and so that's why they've got this name. So there is a way that we could do Starks and Big Bill retaining, but their next singles, or, you know, their next normal tag match is going to be against Kings of the Black Throne. So it could, this is what I'm saying, like, it doesn't have to be Kings of the Black Throne this time. They could be the feud after this. So I don't see LFI getting the tag belts. I can't see them. They're the least likely, in my opinion. You can always put the belts on FTR. You absolutely can always put the belts on FTR. And I don't know why they haven't got them, to be honest, but I suppose just because FTR are the best tag team, it doesn't mean that you can just leave the tag titles on them forever. I suppose you do have to put some obstacles in their way. And yeah, I suppose I don't mind them not having the belts, but they're clearly the people that should have them. They're, you know, I could probably make an argument for you just putting the belts on them and leaving it on them for the next few years. But either way, Ricky Starks, Big Bill retain, or I'm going to go Kings of the Black Throne. And if I've got to pick one, I'm going to say that Kings of the Black Throne get it. I'm going to say that it's going to be those two that are going to get the belts. Then we've got Julia Hart, Chris Statlander, Sky Blue. Okay, this one is interesting because I think that Julia might get it, because I think Sky Blue might help her, because clearly there's something going on there with the fact that Julia misted Sky Blue. Sky Blue seemed to resist at first, but she still seems to be in a weird place. So I'm thinking that during this match, they'll be competing. Something's going to happen. Julia will have a word with her, or Julia will tilt her head and Sky Blue will tilt her head, and there'll be a moment where they click onto the same page. And then I could see Sky Blue and Julia both working together on Chris Statlander, and maybe Sky Blue backing away and allowing Julia to get the win. So it could be that Julia gets this thanks to Sky Blue actually allowing it to happen, if you will. So I'm going to go Julia Hart to get the TBS championship. Then we've got Hangman against Swerve. This is the Texas Death Match. I've already made my points on this one. I think Swerve should get it. I think that he is someone that I can see getting to the main title. I think he has got potential. I think he's a good promo. He's a good wrestler. I think he looks the part. It's one of those that looks, promos, and wrestling. If you can box those three things off, and if you've got a bit of personality, a bit of swagger about you, a little bit of that X factor, that obviously massively helps. I think that Swerve is ticking every box there. For me, he's ticking every box. So this is why I feel comfortable that he could get to the top. And I think a win here would certainly assist with that. Hikaru Shida against Toni Storm. Toni Storm's going to win it, no doubt. No doubt in my mind. She should win it. She's going to win it. I'm a big fan. She is probably my favorite thing on the show at the moment. So I'm going to go with Toni Storm. Then we've got the Golden Jets against the Young Bucks. And I am going to go with the Golden Jets. I don't think they're going to split up. I think the Golden Jets are going to get it. That then means they get a tag. Don't they get a tag title opportunity then? Oh, that could factor in, couldn't it, I suppose, to who wins the ladder match. Because Kenny and Jericho, I think, will get the opportunity. So that means it'll be Kenny and Jericho against whoever's got the tag belts. Kenny and Jericho against FTR would be a hell of a match, wouldn't it? I wonder if that means FTR do stand a chance of winning that ladder match. I wonder if, to be honest, Jericho and Omega against the House or Kings of the Black Throne or whatever, that's still a great match. Ricky Starks and Big Bill against Jericho and Omega is perfectly acceptable. But the match to make would be Omega and Jericho against FTR, wouldn't it? I wonder if that's just brought FTR back in the conversation for the tag team match because of the stipulation in this Young Bucks match. That's interesting because Kings of the Black Throne, as I said, I feel like their name means they're going to be around for a little bit. FTR, though, it could definitely go up against Omega and Jericho. I'm going to stick with Kings of the Black Throne, but I would say of any match on this card that I've got a doubt about, it would be the tag match. The tag match would be the one that I'm struggling with the most. I'm going to stick with Kings of the Black Throne, but I could 100% be wrong on that. But yeah, Golden Jets win. Then we've got Christian, Luchasaurus, Nick Wayne taking on Adam Copeland, Darby Allin, and Sting. I'm going Copeland, Allin, and Sting. I feel pretty good about that. I think the faces will get the victory here. Then we've got Orange Cassidy against Jon Moxley. I think Cassidy gets it. I think that they've used Cassidy a lot on TV. It's clear that Tony loves him and wants to back him and has backed him and has really pushed him. So now this is maybe his biggest test for him now to be going up against Jon Moxley for the championship rematch. And I think that they'll give Cassidy the nod. And I think that'll be a big feather in the cap of Orange Cassidy. And then our main event, MJF Jay White. I expect MJF to be victorious. But as we know, Samoa Joe, I think there's a chance he cheats him earlier in the night. And we build towards MJF versus Samoa Joe at World's End. Right, let's go quickly into the chat. And then we'll go over to the article. because I just want to read about that tag match. Even if we don't read any others, I want to read about that tag match. Nolene, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you're well. Lovely hearing from you the other day. And I hope that you and Patrick are doing good, buds. So, Nolene, shout out to you. Yeah, if you did reply on email, I haven't had a chance to check my emails yet, so I will be doing that after. But yeah, I hope you and the family are well, Nolene. Lovely to hear from you, bud. Matt says, Matt Carney, shout out to you, bud, said one is AEW's mandates was to create a happier, less toxic workplace, to be a company that considers the needs of its employees. Have they succeeded? I would say, like most things in life, I would say it's a mixed bag. You know, I think that the intention and the way that they've tried to go about it has been positive. I think the execution has lacked at certain times, most notably with the CM Punk incidents. You know, I mean, if they're trying to create a less toxic workplace, then I think you can ask questions of why Hangman made the comments that he made about CM Punk, right? Which and why he then went a rogue during his promo, which then ultimately led to CM Punk doing what he ended up doing, right? And which all then led to the big brawl and everything. So I think there's definitely questions there as to like about the execution and the commitment by everyone. But in a company as big as AEW, you're going to have varying degrees of buy-in to that vision. You're going to have varying degrees of ability to maintain that position. You're going to have varying degrees of commitment, varying degrees of ability as well. Some people are hotheads. You know, someone gets wound up. You know, if you wind up someone, they might be able to take it, go off, cool down, think about it, process it, and deal with it through the correct channels, right? You do it to someone else, they might get a knife, right? And just go like running around backstage screaming their heads off, like they might just completely snap, right? So you've got all these different characters, all these different personalities, and all these different personality traits. You've got some people that don't care as well, you know? There's some people that are not interested in if it's a good work. Tolerance it is. I think that Tony has tried to deliver that. I genuinely believe he has tried to deliver that, and I think largely he has succeeded in delivering that. But there are big, famous examples as to where it clearly has gone wrong, but you're going to get that. Maybe to not the extent that we saw, right? Some of the big fallouts probably didn't need to get that far. If we had some cooler heads, if we had some, dare I say, more professional people backstage rather than, you know, people that see a problem and then pour gasoline onto it. If we had the ability for someone that could come along and pour some water onto the fires that were going on backstage, right? Unfortunately, we had people with like big crates, big barrels of gasoline that saw fires and were like, let's check this on and see how it goes. Cry me a river. So I think I think it's a mixed bag. But I think that AEW's intention is a positive, good intention. I think that Tony does want a good work. I genuinely believe he does, because I think he is not naturally suited for conflict. I think that, you know, if you can tell he loves wrestling and he loves the wrestlers and he gives them all big hugs. And, you know, this is a passion project for him. He's doing this because he loves the game, right? I don't think he loves like having to sit people down and do disciplinaries and sort out like conflicts and like, you know, have HR issues. So I genuinely believe that he is trying to set this company up with good intentions and good workplace, because he doesn't want to have to deal with the fallout. I can't say I blame him. No one does, really. No one actively enjoys dealing with those kinds of things. That's not why you get into these kinds of jobs, you know? No one wants to get into like the world of wrestling, but oh man, I'd love to get into the wrestling business because I'd absolutely love to get stuck into HR issues. I mean, maybe there's someone out there that feels that way, but if I was getting into the wrestling business, I'd want to be, I don't know, booking the shows or being a wrestler or doing the fun stuff. Wouldn't be like, oh man. I'd love to do CM Punk's dizzle paperwork. Oh, yeah. So no, I think he is trying to make it less toxic so that those kinds of issues don't arise. But like all things, when you're dealing with a company that's got so many people in it, you're going to have varying degrees of buy-in. You're going to have varying degrees of tolerances, and the Kings of the Black Throne, because I think they've given them a name for a reason. And then we got to the Jericho match, and I was like, oh, yes, that's right. The winner of this gets a tag title opportunity. So does that change the winners? And then we were starting to think about FTR. And so, FTR against Jericho and Omega, that would be cool. Is it going to be FTR? So now I'm all mixed up, right? I think I settled on it being Kings of the Black Throne, right? But after everything was said and done, I think I settled on that. The one team I definitely don't think it's going to be is the LFI, right? They might as well not be in it. But I am confused about the other three and which way it goes. Let's see what this person from the Observer says. It's only a short one, this one. One of AEW's trademarks is the multi-person sprint that overperforms and over-delivers. I think of it as their forever love letter to Pro Wrestling Guerrilla. Every team in this match brings something unique and special. Ricky and Big Bill bring charisma. LFI bring chaotic unpredictability. And FTR is FTR with no exposition required. The Kings of the Black Throne bring their very own specific brand of strikes and presence. Throw all these things together and you've got the makings of something fast and a whole bunch of fun. This feels like the perfect show opening match. Let these guys go on first, light up the crowds, and leave it for the rest of the roster to follow. Prediction, Starks and Big Bill retain. To be honest, that was a bit disappointing because it didn't actually tell me much. It just said what each team is bringing. It didn't actually tell me, I think it'll go this way because. So I'm a little bit disappointed with that. I'm going to read one more, though. And I'm going to read, where's the Tony Storm one, baby? Let's go. Now, this guy had better be predicting Tony Storm, otherwise my subscription to the Observer newsletter is going to be cancelled, and I'm not even subscribed. So, AEW Women's Champion Hikaru Shida defends against Tony Storm. Shida, neither pinned nor submitted in 2023, is the true north of the AEW Women's Division. She is the home button on your GPS. No matter where the company might be or how lost they are, she's always going to get you right where you need to be. In a division that seems to be in constant need of a stabilizing force at the top, Shida continues to be that. Consistently great between the ropes, she has a knack for building to the big moments on the biggest shows. This is what a true ace looks like. He seems to really like her. I'm worried. I was teetering on the verge of being out on this Storm gimmick. Okay, we've hit some choppy waters here. We've hit a problem. Brackets, and I still might be, until a few weeks ago when she explained how she ended up this way. Not coming out on top at Wembley broke her and sent her on a slow descent into madness. A small amount of exposition backstory made her less of a gimmick designed to get catchphrases over and more of an actual character. Granted, something like this has a definite shelf life, and I'm curious if they know how they're going to pay this off, as they have no idea how to land this plane. It seems like Storm's next program will involve the freshly signed Maria May in an All About Eve type program. Does she cost her the title, or will she help her win it? I hope it's the former. Shida deserves a long reign on top, and the women's division could use more than one story. Shida retains. Shut up. Cancelled. Absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Tony Storm is doing some of the most entertaining stuff, I think, in AEW at the moment. I think that you back that and you put the belt on her, because I think it would be very interesting to see what she would do having that belt. And I think that she is the most interesting, maybe the most interesting gimmick they've got, in my opinion. So I would definitely look to back that by putting the title on it. I also think Tony Storm has got better name recognition than Hikaru Shida. Might not be by a great deal, but I think this gimmick, and added with the fact that Tony Storm is, I would feel comfortable in saying, a better known wrestler, certainly in North America, than Hikaru Shida. I would go with Tony Storm and then build up challenges for her. I think that you can easily find something else for Shida to do. If she really is reliable at giving you great matches, well, then you can easily find a feud for her, and she'll deliver you a great segment elsewhere. So I can flip what he just said in saying, you know, the women's division needs more than one good story. Sure. But that's not a reason to not put the title on Tony Storm, because you can put the title on Tony Storm and then you can tell your other good story with Hikaru Shida away from the title. So yeah, I like Tony. I'm not someone that cares so much about, oh, I like this person, we've got to get the belt on them kind of a thing, you know? I do feel that way about Sami Zayn, because Sami has never had a world championship. So I do feel that way about Sami Zayn. But in regards to Toni Storm, she's had the belt before. So I don't really feel an urge to give her the belt because, oh, I like this wrestler, let's make her champion, right? I don't feel that. I'm more interested to see what her character does having the belt, because she's all about Hollywood and glitz and glamour. So what happens when you give a character that's all about glitz and glamour and Hollywood and everything? What happens when you give her the gold? You know, what does the character, how does she wear it? For example, does it come down on a pillow? Like, what do we do with it? I want to see what she does with it. That's why I want her to have it, because I want to see how she could help elevate it, to be honest. I want to see some of the imagery that comes out. I mean, there's a little panel here. I'll show you what I'm looking at. This is on the AEW website, right? And this is the match card I was reading from. Look at this. Don't you think this is quite interesting? We've got 3 0-hour matches here. And then we go into Blockbuster signing here, right? It's got its own panel. Toni Storm has got her own panel as well. I'm not saying this is a clue that she's going to win. I'm not saying that at all, right? Not for 1 second am I saying that. But this is an indicator, just if nothing else, it's an indicator as to how special this character is and how special Toni Storm is, like, you know, portraying this character. Like, it's clearly connecting. It's either clearly connecting with people or they are desperate for it to connect, because no one else has got a separate panel. No one else has got a separate panel. If you look at here, look, it's the matches. Here's what's happening. Bang, 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 bang. Blockbuster announcement. The only other person that's got a panel is Toni Storm. And then we've got the 3-0 hour things here. So, like, even this does a good job of portraying how big of a star she is. Timeless Tony Storm's Hollywood homecoming. This is in Hollywood. We're in Los Angeles. We're in LA, the city of angels. It's Tony Storm's Hollywood homecoming, the quest for gold. So either she is bringing in some eyes and her segments are doing well and her merch is doing... Oh my God, can you get Timeless Tony Storm merch? I didn't even think about that. Timeless Tony Storm. Actually, go to AEW shop. AEW shop. Has she got like a shirt or something? I did have a Tony Storm shirt, but not Timeless Tony Storm. I'm going to get back to the chat. Oh, yeah, baby. Black Friday sale as well. Look at this. 10 days of Black Friday. 50% off figures. 45% off decals, blah, blah, blah. 35% off clearance tees. 30% off beanies. Oh, my God. 25% off everything else. 40% off posters and art prints. So how do I search? Where can I search by? Oh, there's the Micro Brawler that started the big Micro Brawler conversation. You can get a WWE Jade Cargill figure as well. That's fun. It's a Shop AEW exclusive. Okay, so these are the best sellers sorted by... Oh, there we go. Sorted by best sellers. Let's snap this into... Bang. Snap this into here. Okay, a bit bigger. Okay, so I want this sorted by bestsellers. Are these the bestsellers? Are they? Grab bag, Micro Brawler mini, pre-order Timeless Tony Storm, Jade Cargill. I don't know if these are in best-selling order, to be honest. Oh, there is. Oh, there's a couple. Oh, that's fun. Stickerhausen. Okay, there's a couple. Timeless Tony Storm and one there. That's pretty cool. What's that say? I don't really need a t-shirt that says chin up, tits out. I don't know that that's quite the one. I like the image that's on it, but I don't know that I need one that says chin up, tits out. Where's Tony Storm? Tony Storm. Thunder Rosa. Tony Storm. Boom. Oh, you can get it Christmas. Definitely don't need that. Definitely don't need chin up, tits out. I'm sure there's a market for it, but I'm not that market. Is that an older one or is that a current one? I don't know. Bad Storm ahead. I don't know what that one is, to be honest. That looks quite cool, though. The holiday jumper's quite fun. A tree up, presents out. That's pretty fun, isn't it? Tree up, presents out. May your holidays be timeless. And we've got this one here, which just says Timeless Tony Storm. That's all right. That's pretty fun. I don't know. I feel like I would definitely get one. And it needs to be timeless. Definitely needs to be a timeless one. I don't think that is timeless, but it sort of looks timeless because of it being black and white. But she's wearing like fishnets and knee pads. Her current character doesn't wear that, so I don't think this is a timeless Tony Storm one. Yeah, it might have to be this one. It might have to be that. I can't get away with chin up, tits out. That's fun though. I mean, that if that just had her signature on and didn't say tits out. Don't know. I have to think. I don't feel like the design I'm quite after is quite there, but yeah, I really like the gimmick. I really like it. I think we spoke about it. Chin up, tits out. George said, my favourite bar is John's Big Deck, and he's got a shirt that says, girl, you know you want this deck. I always think, like, I would wear that shirt on this stream, no problem, right? I don't ever look at shirts like that and think, oh, would I wear that, like, on stream? Of course I would, that's no problem, yeah? But I always think, like, if I'm going out to meet some friends or something, going for a drink or going round to see family or, do you know what I mean? Like, you just want a cool shirt to chuck on. Would I feel comfortable wearing a chin-up, tits-out shirt? I don't think I would. I think I would want something that's a bit more reserved. Don't forget, I'm painfully English. Oh, yeah. Jenkins, how dare you? So I would probably want something a bit more reserved, something that I would feel a bit more comfortable just wearing out to a pub or whatever. So that does eliminate a couple of those designs, unfortunately. If AEW are watching, a little bit of feedback for you there. I still might pick one up though. I might get that one. I might get the. I don't love the design though, that's the only problem. This is the only one that doesn't have like the tits out thing on it. But this one doesn't. Select the garment, basic. Oh, look at this. Premium softs. They even do it in guys. They do guys, don't they? These aren't all women's. Unisex tank top. Yeah, but I'm going to get it as a tank top. Long sleeve unisex t-shirt. Unisex soft style v-neck. Oh, God. Premium soft unisex t-shirt. Probably go for that. I like premium. Yeah. Timeless Tony. I think we spent enough time on that. They've got like wrestle crates and everything as well. I don't really ever go onto AEW shop, but I would I'd have a little browse Black Friday. Matt, I appreciate the support, dudes. I really appreciate the support. That might be going towards AEW shop during their Black Friday sale, towards a Timeless Tony Storm t-shirt. So we'll see. We'll see how she gets on tonight. But Matt, really appreciate it, dudes. Matt said early AEW was like primary school. People got along and they were all willing to learn. And then as it grew, it turned into high school and cliques started to appear and bullying developed. Less cooperation. This is a natural course. I think that's a really interesting way of putting it. I think when the company first started out, everyone was all in. Yeah, there was a real excitement about, and actually, this is a point that Cody made. He said, if you ever lose the the atmosphere, the feeling of all in, then you're gonna get lost. Right? So his point was, we need to keep that we're all in it together mentality. That it's us against the world mentality. We've got to keep that feeling. If we lose that, then we're lost. We're getting off track, right? And it's a lovely way of putting it, actually. And I think what's happened is they have lost that feeling. But as you've said, it's probably an inevitability because, and it's just like any company. If you're a small family-run company, the feeling within that work environment is going to be a very different feeling than if you become, like, thousands of employees spread across multiple sites. Like, are you still going to be able to keep that same feeling when there was 5 of you and it was like a small, close-knit family thing? As it's grown, there's now like 2,000 employees. There's 3 or 4 different sites. Like, is it still going to have that same vibe? Probably not. it's, you know, in order to sustain a company of that size, you're probably having to get a lot more distant. There's probably going to be a lot more procedure. It's probably not going to feel quite as personal as a result. And it's just a natural progression. Quality is, I think, going to drastically vary throughout the roster. But I like the way you put it as, like, you know, it started out as like a primary school, like making friends and, you know, a lot of excitement. And then you get to high school and it becomes a very different thing. There's a lot of cliques and bullying and all this kind of stuff. Like, that's an interesting way of viewing it as well. I think, you know, it's a natural development, as you said. You know, these are what can be referred to as growing pains. So it's just one of those where you have to find a way of weathering it the best that you can and doing the best that you can. It's funny, isn't it? I think in this world there's a lot of intolerance. There's a lot of lack of patience. There's a lot of judgments and criticism, and I've definitely been a part of that as well. I'm not excusing myself in this. I'm saying just in the world, all of us. I look at, like, you know, football, for example. Manchester United have had a bad run, or still continue to have a bit of a bad run, and the manager that did really well for us last year, the question is, when are we getting rid of him? You know, there's people that are calling for him to go. Because, you know, we've played about 8 games or whatever, 12 games, and we've lost 6 of them, and or 16, and we've lost 8. Whatever. I mean, we're not talking about a massive sample size. We're talking about something that's still relatively quite small sample size, and you know, in the grand scheme of things, and that's enough for people to go, no, I've had enough. He's got to go. And England played last night at Wembley. And the performance wasn't very good, but they won 2-0. And trending was Southgate out, our manager. They won him out, and we won 2-0. So, like, you look at like the fact that there's no tolerance, there's no acceptance. It's all just very reactionary in this day and age. And so that kind of growing pain that AEW has gone through, that quick I mean, their whole existence has been quick. They've only been around since 2019. It's 2023. So they've been around for 4 years. So, you know, I mean, they just haven't even begun to walk. I mean, they've just probably stopped crawling. Like, they haven't begun, let alone run. Like, they're still at the stage where they're just, like, starting to stumble up to their feet and take their first steps. You know, you could maybe say that Wembley was their first step, and anything that came before that was just them crawling. Whereas now, like, okay, they're upright, or they're wobbly, but everything's viewed in the here and the now. It's not really viewed in the kind of longer term perspective. And, like, if you was to view it in the longer term perspective, AEW have been around for 4 years, which is no time, is it? I mean, in wrestling, it's a long time. And certainly when you're watching the amount of shows that get put out, it feels like a long time. But 4 years is still not that long of a time if you think of the lifespan of, say, WWE, right? So I think that they've got, obviously, a long way to go. They feel quite stable. Doesn't feel like Tony's going to be bailing on them. They should be getting a nice TV deal when that comes around. They have got some good stuff that's going on. I think that the problem I have is that week in, week out, Dynamite just feels either flat or like it's declining. It's felt like, I don't know if they've kind of run out of ideas And so we're looking to try and bring some new, fresh ideas in. Maybe we've brought some fresh people in and it hasn't quite landed yet. For whatever reason, 2023 has not felt like a great year for their creative, for their momentum. This has felt like a very difficult year for AEW. But, you can still go through the card and find positives. You can still go down the card and go, I like Swerve, I like Tony Storm, I like MJF, I like this, I like that. So tonight is quite a big night for them because I think that they are in a desperate need for a show that we are AEW. That's what I'm looking for tonight. I'm looking for a show that they put their flag in the ground and basically go, this is our land. We are AEW. We ain't moving. We ain't going anywhere. We're here to stay. And this is what our company looks like. And I'm looking for that statement. I'm looking for that statement where you go, damn man, that was a good show. That was a good show. That's what I'm looking for. Whether I get it or not, I don't know. Right? I think the card has definitely got potential. But, everyone's going to have to be on their A game. Everyone's going to have to deliver big. I'm not looking for a show where you go, yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. It was good. Yeah, something to watch. I'm looking for something that's like, come on. Yeah, this is what 2024 is going to look like. That's the kind of show I think they need to deliver tonight. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders. I would love to have a camera backstage and see how Tony is G'ing them up, That would be a conversation that I'd be so excited for that conversation. I would so be excited to get the locker room together and be like, that famous Paul Heyman, seen that Paul Heyman one before that ECW show. I think, was it Barely Legal? I can't remember the show. I think it may have been Barely Legal. And he G's up the crowd, the wrestlers, and gets them fired up. It's a brilliant moment. I think it was it Beyond the Mat? I think it was in Beyond the Mat. And if you've not seen that documentary, definitely, obviously recommend it. And has Tony got it in him to deliver that? Does Tony need to deliver that? Maybe someone else could deliver it, but I think someone needs to deliver that kind of a message to the roster. This is a big show tonight. Might not be Double or Nothing, might not be All In, might not be Wembley, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the show's called. It doesn't matter where the venue is. This is still one of our big pay-per-views. We're still asking for people to part with their money. And, there's people out there saying that the company is stuttering and stalling and spluttering. This is our time to show them what we're all about, what AEW is all about, and what 2024 is going to be all about. And they know as well that they've got that big signing that's going to be a big moment. So they've got that in their back pocket. They know that they've got something which is going to create a talking point. And maybe there might be a title change in there, which might create a talking point as well. We'll have to see. So, yeah, I'm coming into this show with optimism. I'm coming into this show with, I suppose, I'm coming into it with the mindset of, I'm giving you my Saturday night. Right? I could be watching UFC, but I'm going to give you my Saturday night. Show me that it was worth doing that. Show me that this was the right call. Yeah. And I think they can do it. I definitely think they can do it. We will see. Macca said, who do you think is the devil? I've never heard what you think about it, says Macca. The devil story is one that is connected with people and people are really on board with it. It's not a story that I am particularly engaged with. So it's not a story that I spend any time thinking about. The reason why I'm not that engaged with it is because I think the booking of MJF has been a bit frustrating for me. I like him as a heel. I think that him laying into the crowd, laying into the fellow wrestlers, putting in those little zingers, I think that is what got him to the dance. That's what made MJF MJF. And it just sort of feels like we've now changed it just because I think MJF wants to show that he can do being a face, and he wants to show there is another string to his bow. And I think he also wants to kind of explore that because it keeps things interesting for him. But also it allows him to work with heels that he's not worked with before. I think he's worked with quite a few faces on the roster as he's made his way up. So now they're looking to put him in there with some people he's not worked with because of him being a heel for so long. But the problem with that is that it's just not as good to me. I'm just not as engaged with it. I'm just not as I just don't think it's as good. I don't think his friendship with Adam Cole was a good storyline. I might be in the minority on that, but I never enjoyed it. And I always thought that it was a bit too silly for the top end of the card to be doing like just silliness. That's not what I want for MJF, and it's not what I want for the AEW World Title. So I just want to see him go out there and have banging matches. I just want to see him go out there against Samoa Joe and have a banging match. I want to see that match with Switchblade tonight, So like this Adam Cole stuff and this backstage brawls and all this kind of stuff, that's just noise to me. It's just noise. It's an unnecessary noise. But it's undeniable that this devil mask thing has definitely got people's attention. In regards to who I think it's going to be, I think the person that I would like it to be would be Britt Baker. The reason why I say that is because I think that if it was Britt Baker coming over, that'd be interesting because we know that MJF is close with Adam Cole, and we've just done that story. Adam Cole is obviously injured, so I don't know that his mobility is going to be good enough for him to be the devil. I think that makes me think it's probably someone other than Adam Cole. And so who would be the next best? Who could do Adam Cole's work for him? Who could, if that's the line of thought we're going down, who could do Adam Cole's work on his behalf? Britt Baker could do Adam Cole's work on his behalf. This is a statement I'll probably regret, but I agree the body looked quite thin. I didn't study it. As I said, it's not a storyline I'm massively engaged with, but it looked to me like the body looked on the thinner side. It's certainly not Powerhouse Hobbs, let's put it that way, right? It's certainly not Brian Cage. So I think there is a chance that it could be Britt Baker, and we haven't seen Britt Baker in a while. And I think that could be interesting for Britt to be organizing people to do Adam Cole's work for MJF, I think it could be someone like Dolph if you want a bigger surprise, but I think there's lots of different ways you could bring Dolph in. I think there's lots of ways you could bring in Ziggler or bring in Mustafa Ali. I think there's lots of ways. Mustafa Ali might shudder if he thinks he's going to do another Retribution-like angle, Could you imagine having a meeting with Mustafa Ali sitting down going, I've got this idea. How about we put you in a disguise and you start randomly attacking people? I would imagine he'll start shaking violently. PTSD, flashbacks of Retribution. So I don't know that I would want to do that to Mustafa Ali. But you could definitely do it with Dolph. But I think there's so many ways of bringing Dolph in. I don't know that I would choose that one. There is a chance that it's MJF that's underneath the mask, because we never see him and the masked person at the same time. And if ever we see, I suppose you could say, we don't know when the Acclaimed got attacked. I'm trying to think, when the Acclaimed got attacked, did we see the masked person as a part of that attack? I don't think we did. Anytime we see the masked person, it seems to kind of cut away to them and they seem to be in a separate place, which could be a pre-record. He could have easily pre-recorded that, He took out Switchblade. That would make sense. He was, not it could be a big twist. It could be a way of getting him back to being a heel if it turns out he was behind the attack of the Acclaimed. It could be a vehicle to get him back to that. So I think there's a chance of it being MJF. I think Britt Baker is one that I like, gives her something to do. And if we're still going to continue moving forward with Adam Cole and MJF further down the road, having Britt Baker within that union feels like a no-brainer. So I like that. I like him. I don't mind it being MJF as long as historically it fits. You wouldn't want someone to go, okay, well, how did he do that then? And you go, oh, yeah, actually, that's a good point. I mean, I'd have to remember every time we've seen the devil, the demon. And I honestly don't know if it would work every time, but I think there's still a chance it could be MJF. I like the Britt Baker one. It could be Dolph, but to be honest, I think there's so many ways that you could bring Dolph in. I don't know that that's the one I would choose. If it does turn out to be Dolph, that's fine. It's fine. I wouldn't have a problem with it. It would be fine. It wouldn't be like mind-blowing to me. It would just be a way that you've brought him in. If he takes off his thing and it turns out to be Dolph Ziggler, be like, okay, why? You're going to need to explain that to me. Why? Because he could have come in like so many different ways. We've gone that way. Okay, why have we gone that way with Dolph? Why is he wearing a mask and attacking people for MJF? Like, I'd be interested to know what the story and the connection would be there. Because in my mind, I mean, I don't know that he's got any relationship with MJF. So I would need to know what that was about. And then why did he attack the Acclaimed? If it turns out to be Dolph, it won't be mind blown. It will be, I need you to explain that one. I need to know why Dolph is has done these things. So yeah, I think I would go Britt Baker if I was going to go anybody. But yeah, that's my thought on it. I don't think we get the answer on that tonight. Just because I think they're going to want to have that as the big reveal maybe for the show at the end of the year. I think that tonight what they've got is they've got a pretty strong looking card and they've got the reveal of whoever, right? This signing. So they've kind of got talking points. What have you got for the end of the year at World's End? I mean, you'll hopefully have a strong card, but maybe that's where we also get the reveal of who's behind the devil mask. So, and I suppose you could make the argument that's where we could get Dolph or we could get Mustafa Ali, But then if they are but underneath the mask, then that's where it will happen. So, yeah, I'm not thinking devil mask tonight, but it could. It could. Corbin said, make sure you watch Rousey Shafir Athena Starks tag match on Ring of Honor. It will change your mind about Rousey. If you never liked her in the ring, it was a great match. Adam said the 0 hour pre-show starts in 33 minutes. It's on. I'm guessing that was an older message. Gordon said, I don't think MJF is the devil, but one interesting note, everyone who offered to help MJF got attacked, but Samoa Joe didn't. Corbin said, the best thing AEW can do is never reveal who was under the devil's mask. Corey said, Dolph can't be signed until December. Jay, the Treasure Fiend, said, I love missing fourth pillar angle with Jack Perry. Matt McElroy said, that brings me to my next question. Will the devil unmask tonight? Yeah, I don't think the devil does unmask tonight. I'm still going to lean towards it being at World's End. If they didn't have that show at the end of the year, then I would say tonight, we stand a good chance. But because they've still got one more show, and it's a big show, we've never had that World's End show before. I think they're going to need to make sure that, Full Gear we've had before. This feels like one of their bigger shows. It's weird because it does and it doesn't. Because it's not Wembley and it's not All In and it's not Double or Nothing, but we have had Full Gear for the past few years. This is a show that I associate with AEW, same as Revolution, right? World's End, we've never had that before. Never had that before. That is, you know, if you're going to get people to tune into that, they're taking a gamble because they've never tuned into that show before. It's still AEW, and you're still going to get a great card and the superstars and everything. But is there a little bit more name recognition with Full Gear? Because we've done it year after year after year, and people will have bought it before. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, I remember this from last year. So I'm thinking that tonight they've got a decent card. They've got a show which we've seen previous, or it's got a bit of name recognition. And we've got that signing. I'm thinking the Devil thing could be moved for this World's End show. Gerald said, I think the Devil is Christine and the signing is Will Ospreay. AEW needs Switchblade versus Ospreay. AEW needs Switchblade versus Ospreay. Well, I mean, Switchblade and Ospreay you could get if they obviously they're signed. If they sign Ospreay, and that is who's going to be revealed, then I think, yeah, all those kind of matches you will end up getting. And I think that is going to be the reveal, but obviously no guarantees. There is a chance that it turns out to be like Ronda, who did make an appearance. So could it be a case that Ronda is going to be the one that ends up getting signed? I actually think that'll be a bit of a disappointment because Ronda is someone that would have been a lovely surprise, but because she appeared last night at the taping, it's kind of feels like she's already had her moment, if you will. That word is already out there. And so if she comes walking out now, people will be like, oh, I knew that she was in AEW. I knew that she would come into Ring of Honor. I'd already heard about it. So I wonder if that one would be a bit of a, I was hoping for Ospreay, kind of a thing, you know. Every time Cole was in the building, so was the Devil, said James. Every time Cole was on screen, so was the Devil on screen. Every time Cole was in the building, so was the Devil. Every time Cole was on screen, so was the Devil. Every time Cole was on screen, so was the Devil. I mean, I'd have to go back to that first attack of Switchblades. But was there anything there that, because we know that Adam Cole's injured, and is he not like on crutches at the moment? And the Devil wasn't on crutches. And so the Devil, could you see the leg? Could you see, did it have a surgical boot on? Or, I mean, clearly they're not going to show those things because that would have been too much of a giveaway. But did we see the Devil actually walk? Did we see the Devil take a few steps and turn around? Or is there any indication that the Devil's mobility is hampered? Because with Adam Cole's injury, that would make me think that the Devil would be hampered with his mobility. And I don't remember the Devil ever, to be honest, most of the time you just see the mask, don't you? You don't see the Devil moving. But there was that very first occasion when Switchblade got attacked, where the Devil was actually in the room, in that fire exit. And I don't remember seeing the Devil in it, like his movement standing out as being awkward or different or anything along those lines. I'd have to go back and watch it. But that would be the reason why I would say, no, I don't think Adam Cole. I think because he, like, the Devil's on whenever Adam Cole's on, there could be something to that. But is that enough for me to go, oh yeah, well, it's definitely going to be Adam Cole then? No, that's not. No, that's not. It's not enough for me to think along those lines. I think it's a nice connection. I think that it has potential. But for that reason of, like, Cole's injured and the Devil was part of the attack of Switchblades, I would want to go back and just have a look and see if I could see any, like, limited movement. Because that could be a massive clue, couldn't it? If there is just even the slightest little, then you'd be like... Plus also, I remember looking at the body, and I know Adam Cole's not jacked at all. I do remember the body being quite thin. And I do remember people saying that it could be a female, could be a woman. And I do remember thinking, yeah, that does look like it could be a female's physique. But then, if it turned out to be Adam Cole, then, no disrespect, would that be the biggest surprise? Because one thing that he gets criticised for is not being the most jacked of guys. And of course, I can sit here and talk. But I'm coming from a place of knowledge as someone that also has a girly figure, When it's revealed to be Cole and he just faked the injury, then I'm going to laugh, says James. You can laugh it up. If that's what they're going to do, you can absolutely laugh it up. Because I don't think that injury has been faked. But if it has, then that is quite the story, isn't it? That is going to be quite the story. Lady said, could the Devil be Wardlow due to his history with MJF? I don't think the Devil was tall enough. Again, I will quite happily concede I'm not the best person to have this conversation. I think I've seen the clip 2 or 3 times of the Devil in the fire exit. It's not a clip I've analysed. It's not a clip I've poured over. It's not something that I think I've got a great read on. I am just from watching Dynamite each week, from seeing the replays, from looking at the Devil and all that kind of stuff. That's where my head's at in regards to this. But I haven't read theories. I haven't poured over frame by frame breakdowns. I'm sure there's channels that have done that kind of content, but that's not something that I've gone through. So there could be people out there that have a better read, definitely, that have a better read. The kickoff show has started, by the way. I'm just looking. We've got Renee, we've got RJ City, we've got Stokely Hathaway. They're just talking about the upcoming matches. We're talking about the 4-way ladder match at the moment. And amazingly, we've already been live for like an hour and 40 minutes. So time is flying. We've got about an hour and 15 minutes left of the kickoff show. We've got 3 matches that we've got to get through on the kickoff show. And then we get to the main card. We should be done. I don't know, actually. I don't know when this thing's going to finish. If we start at 1, it's going to be about a 4-hour show, isn't it? We're probably done at about 5. We've probably got just over 5 hours left to go. About 5 hours 15, something along those lines. So, but that's a normal night for us. That's a normal Saturday night. We tend to do quite long streams on a Saturday night. So, yeah, this is nothing different. But it is going to be a long one tonight. I think it's going to be like a 4-hour main show, 1.5 hour pre-show, and then we started a bit before that as well. So, Gerald said, "What about Adam Copeland? I think it's Christian." What about Adam Copeland? I think it's Christian. You think that the person under the devil mask is Christian? I don't think it's Adam Copeland. I think Adam Copeland is, seemingly a face and someone that doesn't need to be doing, like, being under a mask, if that's what we're still talking about. I would say that Christian doesn't need to be doing that kind of stuff either. I think mysteries are good in wrestling. I think they get people talking. I think that there'll be a lot of speculation as to who it is, and there is. But I don't think you necessarily need to be putting someone like Adam Copeland underneath that mask, or you don't need to be putting, because like Copeland's got his own stories going on at the moment, and Christian's got his own stories, and that's a story that doesn't feel like it's ending anytime. I don't think that ends tonight. At some point, I think we get Christian against Adam Copeland one-on-one at some point. So I think they're doing their own thing. So I don't think they need to get involved. It needs to be someone that's kind of at a bit of a loose end. It needs to be someone that doesn't really have anything going on, which is why the people coming in from WWE, they obviously don't have anything going on because they haven't started. So that's why if it turned out to be Dolph, you wouldn't be massively surprised. Or if it turned out to be Mustafa Ali, you wouldn't be massively surprised because they're just coming in and they have got nothing like planned, or they're not doing anything. So, you know, this could be a way of launching them. It could be MJF because, of course, MJF he is the devil. He's told us he's the devil. So it could be him because he is the devil. It could be Adam Cole because of it being connected with MJF. It could be Britt Baker because of the connections to Adam Cole and MJF. And plus, she doesn't have anything else going on at the moment. So I would say it would likely be someone that's not involved in something else right now. Corbett said the best thing they can do is never reveal who's under the mask. No one that can be under the mask is as compelling or interesting as everyone is guessing, said Corvids. Danny D said, do you think Riddle will join AEW? No, I don't think so. I think there's too much drama that surrounds him. James said, it feels weird that there's a mystery guy and we can't say it's Bray, even as a joke. Yeah, good shout. Yeah, that's true. That's true. A mystery person, and yeah, it does make you think of that, doesn't it? Even this stuff, I mean, WWE are doing quite a lot of bits in the background again. We saw, obviously, Cody on the phone last night during SmackDown. And, you know, we've seen Nikki Cross just standing in the background. Like, they clearly like doing these little things in the background. And that's clearly something they've taken from, like, you know, Bray. I can't really remember us doing too much of it before Bray. I'm sure it was done. But it feels like Bray really turns a lot of that stuff up. So he came along and turns it all up. And, yeah, like, mysteries and cryptic clues and things in the background and Easter eggs and all of that kind of stuff. It is very synonymous. That very much does feel like something that he might not have necessarily invented and brought to wrestling. So I'm sure if we were to go back, we could find examples pre-Bray. But I feel comfortable in saying that he definitely took those tools and applied them probably as well, if not better than anyone previous in wrestling, and, you know, really turned those dials up. So it is true, his you know, impact on wrestling will be felt for a very, very, very long time. And, you know, it's still difficult, isn't it, to believe that he's no longer around. It's because he was so spoken about. And he was just always, even when he wasn't around, he was just not far from being in the conversation. You know, when he was in WWE, there was always conversation. When he was out of WWE, there was always conversation. When's he coming back? Is this a tease that he's coming back? Then he did come back. He was back in the conversation. Then he was meant to be at WrestleMania and he wasn't. So then he was in the conversation. And then he passes away. I mean, it's just, it's crazy. It is crazy. That has got to be one. I mean, really, that, and I don't know. I mean, like, you could maybe say Brody Lee. Maybe you'd go Jay Briscoe as well. I mean, anyone that passes away that are active still it's different if they're like, you know, Iron Sheik, who's, you know, not been in great health for a long time and is like getting on in age, you know, and it's still a great loss. Terry Funk, exactly the same. Still incredible losses. We're not saying that they're not losses, but there is something, it hits you different when it's someone that's active, that's younger. There's a more of a feeling of this isn't right. This, you know, we all pass away. So if Terry Funk, you know, passes away at the age of 70 something, you go, what a life, what a guy, what a career, what an impact. You know, amazing. You could talk about his NWA championship run. You talk about his time in WWE. Talk about his time in ECW. Blah, 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 right? Same with Sheik. Same with superstar Billy Graham. Same when Bruno passed away. You know, these are people that are getting on in age. And you know, when Ric Flair passes away, because it will happen. And, you know, I don't know when, but, you know, maybe within the next 10 years or something. So, like, you know, again, all the same. But when it's someone in their 30s, or like early 40s or even 40s, you kind of go, it's not right. It's not right. It's too early. It hits you different, doesn't it? And I think there's been some difficult ones like that have come along in recent times. Difficult losses that the wrestling world has had to try and process. And I think Bray, I don't want to say Bray was the biggest because that might be seen as a bit disrespectful to the others, but you get my point. The Bray one was that was a real tricky one. That was for a time there. That was a tricky one, and I think there's people to this day that still really struggle with it. Please, Rick, don't wrestle again, said WWE AEW fan. James said Eddie Guerrero, Scott Hall, Brody Lee, Jay Briscoe, Bray, they're the ones that hurt the most, said James. Mr. Rotella, shout out to you, says, I will live forever. Mr. Rotella, I hope you are well. I didn't realise that you was an AEW fan. But I suppose in a way there are some NWA names that have made it over to AEW. Thunder Rosa, I think, did she come back the other day? I saw some footage of her, which I don't know if it was old footage or if she did return on like Collision. But she's either back or due to be back soon. And Ricky Starks obviously doing some great work as well. LA Knight, probably the biggest success story over, obviously, in WWE from those kind of NWA days, and Nick Aldis, of course, as well. So, Eddie Kingston. When you sit and you think about it, there's so many of those NWA power stars that have really gone on to hit some big heights. We knew it. We knew at the time. We knew. We said this is somewhat special. NWA power in the 2000s, in the 2020 kind of pandemic era was something special, and we knew that it was special, and it felt special. And the shows were entertaining, the promos were good, the matches were good. It had that little community feel to it, the studio wrestling vibe. You can catch all the old Power episodes from that time. I think they're still on YouTube. On the NWA YouTube channel. So they'd be free to watch. And, as we said, Thunder Rosa, Eli Drake, a.k.a. LA Knight, Jim Cornette on commentary, who does a decent job on commentary. Although did get in trouble, didn't he? Didn't he end up losing his job because of a joke he made on commentary about Trevor Murdoch? I think it was a joke that he made that got him in trouble. But so I don't know if that episode probably has been taken down that he cracked that joke on. But either way, he Rock and Roll Express popped in, didn't they, at the end as well of their kind of time there. Nick Aldis, as we said, Camille is still around. She's doing some great. I'm surprised she hasn't gone elsewhere. I would expect Camille to go to either AEW or WWE at some point. So I'm surprised that she's still around. But yeah, there's been a few. Ricky Starks, as we said, big success story. Such a good show. Botched Eye Surgery said, Days, I'm looking forward to the next Toy Hunt video. I did record one actually the other day. I did record one, and I haven't edited it yet, so that should be up probably not tomorrow, but maybe next Sunday. I really did want to get one done before Christmas, so yeah, I managed to get one. There's loads of stuff in stores, as you can imagine, but the problem is, because it's Christmas, there has seemingly been a change in the amount of space that Smiths give to figures. I'm noticing that they have gone a lot bigger with the vehicles. I don't know if you know much about the Mattel range, but they've got these breakable vehicles like slambulances and monster trucks and all this kind of stuff. Still WWE, and you can break the vehicles apart. I went into my local Smiths, massive shelf after shelf after shelf of these vehicles. The figure section had been reduced. was smaller as a result, but more of these like vehicles, which I didn't like, to be honest. But still, if you look at the section as a whole, it's still a big presence for like WWE. So yeah, I did do a bit of filming in there. I might even try and pop out again, see if I can get some more footage to add to it. So there will be one on the way soon. What do you think about match of the night? Which match are you most excited for, said Mitchell? I'm most excited for Toni Storm. We had a good conversation about that earlier. I'm excited for Toni Storm. I think that she has got a great character. I think that I really like the timeless gimmick. I think that it has potential to falter. It has potential to have off weeks. It has potential to go a bit too cringy. It definitely, but it equally has potential to be exceptionally entertaining. It has potential to really push some boundaries, but in a way that I think is constructive. I'm very excited by it. It's a bit risky, but risky in a positive, constructive way. So yeah, I'm on board with it. So I'm really looking forward to that match. So that's the one I'm most excited for. And then the other one would probably be Swerve against Hangman, because I really like Swerve. And I'm looking forward to seeing them in a Texas Death Match. I'm hoping it's going to be a great match, and I'm hoping that it's going to deliver, because as I said, see him as a big star. I think that really is one that got away from WWE. I think that Swerve is one that WWE will be gutted at not being able to keep around. But then saying that was their own fault for putting him in Hit Row. I mean, can you believe they had Swerve and they put him in Hit Row? I mean, I didn't like Hit Row in NXT, even when Swerve was in there. But you take Swerve out of it, and it was dead. It was dead on arrival. So, you look at Swerve as being this like really cool, like main event player. Him being in Hit Row. Some of these times, though, you bring people in as just a way of getting them going, right? This is why I wasn't critical of Max Dupree, because, in my opinion, and it might not have been this case, right? But the way I was looking at it was, to go from NXT to the main roster is a big jump. It's a much bigger jump than fans realize, right? There's a lot of people out there that just think you just go and do it, right? But if you think that NXT is filmed in the same building every week, so you can sleep in your bed every night, right? Even if you're doing the circuit in Florida, it ain't that big of a circuit, it ain't that big of a state, right? You can probably still get back home after the house shows that you do. So you're in your bed every night. You're going to the same building, filming the show in the same building. You've got the performance center. You've got you're comfortable. I would imagine it's a very comfortable existence. Probably too comfortable when you compare it to what it's like being on Raw or SmackDown, where you're not in your own bed. You're in different hotels, you're checking in, you're checking out, you're traveling all the time, you're in different buildings. You've got loads of people backstage, like the amount of personnel around, completely different locker room. You're in a locker room with legends. You've got to find your kind of spot, if you will. You've got to find your place. And when you get called up, they can give you little tweaks and little changes as well. We've seen people have name changes. We've seen people have different ring gear, different entrance stuff. You've got to deliver, and no longer in front of 200-300 people, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 14,000 people. I've said before, it's like being the manager of a corner shop and then finding yourself the manager of a Walmart hypermarket. It's the same job, but it's also completely different. So them taking LA Knight and making him Max Dupree as a way of getting him onto TV, getting him settled in, like getting him used to, look, just for the next few months, just get used to being on the road again, get used to traveling round and all this kind of stuff. There's no fire, there's no rush. We can always move with your gimmick once you're settled. I don't have any issue with that whatsoever. I don't have any problem with that whatsoever. As long as that was the plan. If it turns out they did it because they didn't like his gimmick, they didn't rate him, they didn't see anything big for him, completely agree that's wrong, right? Completely agree that's wrong. But if it was a case of like, no, take your time, get settled, we're going to, once you are used to being back on the road and everything, we'll then, pull the trigger on you, we'll take you out of Maximum Male Models, we'll start putting you into matches, blah, 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 blah. But no problem with that. So, with that being said, if the idea was let's bring Swerve and Hit Row to the main roster, we'll have them run as Hit Row for a few months, let them get settled, then we'll look to take Swerve out and Swerve can then go off on his own. I can't really say I've got a problem with that. Because again, that makes sense to me as to why you would want to approach it that way. I would say that's a really good way of approaching it, a healthy way of approaching it, letting your talent get settled, get used to being on the road. The idea that someone's got to come up and it's just go, 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 like let's, I think a lot of things in wrestling are really fast. And actually things can slow down. Like we do burn through a lot of stuff quite quickly. I think you can afford to take your time. So lack of patience in the world, which is, understandable because the whole world is just go, go, go in it. Everything's go, go, go. I mean, people want to know where Jade Cargill is. And you can understand that, but the truth is that she's at a certain standard. She needs to improve her standard. We need to get the creative sorted. Like, there's a lot of boxes that we have to tick before we really do get going with her. So, yeah, Swerve, I think, was one that I think they'll really regret letting slip through. And hopefully it wasn't because he was in Hit Row. Hopefully it was because he just saw a better opportunity elsewhere. Hopefully they said to him what the plan was, and hopefully the plan was, yes, we will eventually take you separate. We will get you out of Hit Row. Someone's on commentary that's got a horrible squeaky voice. Jay Lethal in the ring, Chop coming in. Maggie said, I agree about Swerve. He's overdue a big win. Mitchell said, I honestly want AEW to do well. I don't wish any promotion going out of business and people losing their jobs. Jim said, Jade is at an AEW standard and needs to improve to be at a developmental standard. Is that Stokely? Is that Stokely Hathaway? Kingston gets thrown into the ring post. Dragon Lee is a great competitor. He had 3 great matches, 2 against Cedric and 1 against... wasn't Swerve also in Raw Underground or a part of it? Don't know. I can't remember him being in the ring. But they did have people around the outside of the ring, so he may have been. B-Fab was, for example. There's a moment where Shane is talking and he just turns to a girl and he's like, do you want to do this link? And she's like, what, me? He's like, yeah, you do this thing. Look at the camera, you do it. And she's like, okay, right, coming up next then, we've got, and she does the link to the next part of the show, and they did that to make it seem raw, spontaneous. We're fighting backstage. This girl's going to do the next link, but obviously it was all scripted, of course. And everyone around the ringside, the ringed area, they were all like performance center people, and it just happened to be at the time where B-Fab wasn't known. And she was the girl that did that link. So I know B-Fab was there. So it wouldn't surprise me if one of the other people there would have been Swerve. It'd be fun, actually, to go back and have a look. So you probably would go, oh, my God, there's such and such, there's such and such, there's such and such. I remember during the pandemic when we were doing Raw and SmackDown in the Performance Center, we had people around the ringside area. I distinctly remember seeing Ivy Nile. I remember seeing Ivy Nile, so I was like, who's that girl? I mean, she's very striking. She's small, blonde, jacked. And I was like, I've not seen her. She looks like a little bulldog, man. Who's that girl? Like, 'cause you knew they were Performance Center people. I was like, be interested to see who she is. And, you know, not long after Ivy Nile. So, yeah, I know that. And I think BFAB might have been there as well. She's got very distinctive hair, doesn't she? So, love what we're doing with her. Her and Bobby will be great. Chop coming in by Kingston. Jay Lethal going over to the corner. Nice suplex by Jay Lethal. I'm proud to be the 200th like of this stream. Bryson, shout out to you. Oh, yeah, we have had 200 likes. That's amazing. That's not bad, is it? If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We don't ever ask for likes, but on a Saturday, sometimes we do, because these bigger Saturday streams, like this Saturday stream, is very important. Because like this really is what the week is built on. So yeah, when it comes to these streams, you know, for this stream to be a success, I'm really looking for this to be about 10,000 views, which you know, we won't know until at the end. But that's what UFC would likely do. I would likely do that on a Saturday. You know, during our AEW streams on a Wednesday, we'd probably do about 3.5 to 4. So I mean, it's an ask. It's definitely an ask. But we'll see. You know, I'll do whatever it does. Won't it? We're just going to talk honestly about wrestling, react honestly, and you know, it'll be whatever it'll be. But I appreciate people very much. Appreciate people joining us because, as we said, you know, it is unusual for us to do obviously an AEW stream on a Saturday. Chop coming in. He's picking up and hurling Jay Lethal across the ring. Lance said, "I've not watched AEW in a while. How's it been lately?" I don't think it's been very good. You know, I would be deceitful if I was to say otherwise. I think that this has been a very difficult year for AEW. I think that they lost CM Punk, which was a big loss for them. I think that some of their stories haven't quite landed. I think that I think that they just feel like they ran out of steam. I think they had loads of ideas, loads of things they wanted to do. I think they did those things like within the first few years of the company. They did all these dream matches that they had. We could do that, we could do that, we could do that, we could do that. In those first few years, even though I think there was loads of mistakes made in those first few years, which of course there would be, because how are you ever going to start a company up and not make a mistake? You know, it was undeniable. There was lots of dream matches for them to turn to. And then we bring in CM Punk, which was a much welcome injection of enthusiasm, momentum, probably just the right time as well. And so, you know, we've obviously run with that for a little bit. But then, you know, last year we obviously get the Brawl Out incident, which I think just changes the momentum of this company. I think if you're going to point to a moment where things really changed, I think it's that Brawl Out. Kingston looking to pin Jay Lethal, only gets a 2. Lethal with a big boot, Inzaguri, Kingston goes down. So, yeah, I think that CM Punk, that whole situation really hurt the momentum. Shoulder up by Kingston. And we got through, we got to this year, and then it's flipping happened again. It happened again for the second year in a row. we got to the point where there was this big situation and it kind of overshadowed Wembley. I mean, it was the talking point and still continues to be probably the biggest talking point for AEW this year is what happened between CM Punk and Jack Perry. Uranagi there by Kingston. Kingston nails Sonjay, Dutt goes down, collides into Lethal. It feels like this can't go on too much longer. And clothesline, they both go down. Looking for the cover. Kingston is down. Jay Lethal's down. So, yeah, I think the CM Punk thing stalled their momentum. And then, you know, the problem with that is that any stories that were planned have to be thrown out the window. You didn't have to quickly come up with new stories. You're then going to have like a split dressing room because if you make a big decision like that, people are going to be split as to whether that was the right call or not. You're going to have loyalties towards Punk, loyalties towards the Elite, loyalties towards Jungle Boy, blah, blah. You know, it's not just a case of like that one moment is it. It has repercussions. It has reverberations. There's a fallout. You know, there's aftershocks, and I don't know if we're still feeling those. But I think that you know the ratings have been pretty steady this year at like 8 to 850. Kingston plants. Lethal, spinning back fist. Jay Lethal goes down. 1, 2, 3. Kingston retains. Kingston retains. And there was plenty of outside interference. Someone is going to beat him for that championship. So Ortiz has come down and helped out Eddie Kingston. Blacksaw, Johnny, shout out to you. Have you heard that Nick Hogan was arrested for another DUI when he's already had one? I feel like it's another Sonny situation. I hadn't heard. I don't really have much feeling towards Nick Hogan because he's the son of Hulk Hogan, isn't he? I mean, I don't even know if Nick Hogan has he wrestled anywhere and done some stuff? I mean, to me, it's just a nice non-entity. He's the son of Hulk Hogan, that's it. So if he wants to throw his life away, that's up to him, isn't it? Kingston snatches the microphone. Welcome to the pre-show. Kingston gets the microphone and has a few profanities. So RJ City, Stokely Hathaway, and Renee Paquette. Ball-headed is what he called Stokely Hathaway. He's pretty gutted about it. Right. Yeah, so Johnny, shout out to you. Yeah, I can't say I'm bothered. I just don't care. I just don't care about Nick Hogan. He's not someone that's ever featured in my life, and you know, I feel sorry for that family, but I think that family just seems to attract drama, don't they? Funny, isn't it? You know, Hogan had the world, had everything. You look at someone like Hulk Hogan, I mean, what more could wrestling have given him? What more? I mean, to the point where he was actively taking, wasn't he? There's loads of times where, like, that doesn't work for me, brother, kind of a situation. And he got away with that and not putting people over and whatever. And you can debate whether, he was right to push his weight around, if he was wrong. There's different schools of thought on it. But at the end of the day, think of everything that wrestling gave him financially, star power-wise, his brand, his lifestyle. One of the biggest success stories in the history of wrestling, and look at where he is now, and look at where his family are now. How does life have that way of giving so much and taking so much as well? It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy that someone can be that successful and end up in the situation that he's ended up with. Because, that's his kids. That's his kids. I don't know what their relationship is, but I've got to think that even if their relationship is broken, and I don't know that it is, but even if it is, I've got to think that this is news that's going to really hurt Hulk Hogan. This is good. I don't see how he can not be affected by this kind of news. And I don't know what they're related. Maybe they're close. I don't know. It's just, that's my takeaway, is how he had the world and where his reputation is now and where his family's lives are now. And he broke up with his wife. And I think he did get married again and whatever. It's just crazy, isn't it? Life can give so much and take away the exact same amount, if not more. Mr. Rotella said, I'm a Wrestling Days fan. Oh, Mr. Rotella, that's very kind. I'm a Mr. Rotella fan. I hope you're doing well, buds. I know I don't ever come over to your streams over on, is it Rumble? I think you said. I just don't go on Rumble. It's not a rule. It's just not a site I've ever been on. I've never ventured over onto there. I'd be lost. I wouldn't know where I was. I'd feel like a +1 at a party. But I hope the stream's going well, and I hope that I hope everything's good. But a great take on life and Hogan, says Mr. Rotella. Well, it's amazing, isn't it? Life is so difficult, and I think it is a good reminder sometimes, because it's very easy to look at people that are successful. It's very easy to look at people that have got loads of wealth and have had lots of success and have got lots of fame or whatever it might be. And you never quite know what's really going on. Certainly in this world where everything on Instagram looks amazing and everyone looks amazing and the grass always looks greener than what you're going through. And it's not that way. It ain't that way. It's a shame there's not an Instagram that only shows the truth. It's a shame there's not an Instagram that's just a true reflection of what's actually going on in the world and in people's lives, rather than just a highlights of everyone's best moments. Because, if you look at Hogan, I don't think that's an isolated incident. I think life can be that way. It can give you so much and it can take the same, if not more, away as well. But and sometimes it feels like it's only doing it to you. But this is a good example of it doing, a public example. You can see what it's doing to Hogan, who'd had everything. That WrestleMania 3 moment, Hulkamania. Think of everything he had: the fame, the star power, the money. Oh. Right, we're going to our second match. I miss Claudio being James Bond, said Mitchell. Inside Out again said it was Hogan's wife that took everything. Here's Buddy Matthews. He is taking on Claudio. We probably saw these two in WWE, didn't we? I'd imagine we saw Buddy Murphy against Cesaro at some point. Hogan has always been a jerk. It's kind of karma, said Jim. Hawkins Jr., shout out to you. Top Dollar is going to get signed tonight, said CK. Adam said the Guns against Samoa Joe and MJF is on 0 Hour Full Gear pre-show. It should be after this. Yes, we've got 38 minutes to go until the show starts. Mitchell said this match should be good. George said, I love the ring entrance. Sean Rosette, hello, said, AJ Francis makes more money than everyone clowning him combined. Ever Blessed said, Days, do you think Riddle is the sign-in? I don't. Very good stage, said George. House of Black versus Judgment Day. Who would win, said Internet Menace. Depends who's booking it. Those kind of questions of who would win, we get those quite often. And I get why they happen, because these are like dream matches that people want to see. But the truth is that it depends what story's being told at the time. It depends if there's titles involved. It depends what promotion it's being booked in. Like, for example, if WWE are booking it, I'm sure Judgment Day would go over. If AEW are booking it, then I'm sure that it would be the House of Black that go over. If it was MLW that were booking it, in all fairness, they're in a lawsuit with WWE at the moment, so they might go House of Black, right? But this is my point. Like, depending on who's booking it, when it's being booked, what else is going on in the storyline, you can end up with different results. So you can never really answer that question because there's just too many factors. Upcut there by Claudio. European upcut by Claudio. Mitchell said this match will be good. Corbett said no one was released recently is going to be signed. All those people can't sign until December. Who do you think is the sign-in? I'm leaning to Will Ospreay. Matthews collides into Claudio. Knee strike there by Matthews. We never see Rhea Ripley in the crowd watching Buddy Matthews, do we? She's probably not allowed, right? Which would be understandable. Also, it's Saturday night, so she's probably actually working somewhere else. But it does remind me of Britt being in the crowd for Adam Cole at NXT TakeOver. It does remind me of that. But I suppose it's different, isn't it? Because Britt being shown on camera as an AEW superstar is only a good thing for AEW. Like, I don't think they're going to be down on the fact that she is shown. I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think that would be a problem. I know they apologized for showing her. I know that Triple H apologized to her for showing her. He said that it was a production error, right? And he didn't intend on but the thing was the person saw her reaction, saw she was really invested, and so the person cut to her reaction of Adam Cole, and she was obviously concerned, genuinely concerned, because she is his partner. And Triple H apologized. But it's just interesting, isn't it? We've got a Buddy Matthews singles match here, and at no point am I expecting us to see Rhea Ripley in the crowd. I really think she wouldn't be allowed. Famously, there was a headbanger, wasn't there, that went to an Impact show and he got shown. And I think he lost his job over that. He popped to the Impact Zone and went and watched the Impact show, and he got shown on camera. And of course, it makes it look like they're fans of a rival promotion, which if you're the smaller promotion going to WWE, like Britt going to NXT, I know NXT's maybe not bigger than AEW, but it's still under the WWE umbrella, right? It's still a WWE brand. That's probably not an issue. I can't imagine Tony having an issue with that. Other way round, though, of Rhea going to AEW, Rhea from Raw going to AEW, like ratings-wise, size-wise of the business, whatever, you could imagine the conversation that Vince or Triple H would want to have with her if she got shown in the crowd. That would break the internet, man. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine that? If she was, uppercut coming in. If she was shown in the crowd for this match. Roman has a very devilish side. Adam says the Highlanders. Oh, was it the Highlanders, was it? In my mind, I remember it as being the Headbangers, but yeah, okay. Yeah. Roddy said, Rhea can go where she wants to. Triple H can say nothing or he'll get a beat down. Martin said it was Robbie from the Highlanders. Appreciate it. Shahid said, I hate that Tony Khan bringing in ex-stars without partnership with New Japan, AEW be very low ratings. Kick out there by Buddy. Rhea and Buddy were in Australia 6 months ago, says Adam. Big Time said, did you see the collision number against SmackDown? It was a massacre. I didn't know. What did it come in at? I mean, I didn't think SmackDown was very good last night, to be honest. Okay, Claudio is still in control. Claudio landing on his feet. So what did the SmackDown number come out at? Here's the swing. So we've got the swing underway. And he chucks him over to the side. Kick out. I don't have it for some reason. I don't have anything on WrestleNomics. Is Brian Alvarez got it? Alvarez. Matthews is down, is being kicked by Claudio. Yeah, Big Time. I don't know where that number is, but I've not seen it on WrestleNomics. Haven't posted it, or at least not that I can see. I can't see any mention of it on the Observer thing, so it must just be coming through. SmackDown was 2.2, said Gregor. And I think it was 256 for Collision, says Gerald. 2.2 is actually higher than I thought. I was really expecting it to be about 2. So 2.2 is actually higher than I thought for SmackDown. It didn't feel like it was that kind of a number. I really thought that was going to be lower. Powerbomb there by Buddy. Kick out by Claudio. Claudio is up and he gets planted down. 1, 2. Buddy fighting back in this one. So what? 256 for Collision. It's a different day, isn't it? It's a different day. All this moving around is a real problem for them. You know, moving different days is such a disruption. And plus also, moving to a different day, being on at the exact same time as the biggest, most watched wrestling show, I think, in the world. I mean, that also is a problem in it. It's a bit of blood coming down the side of the head here for Claudio. We've only got 28 minutes left to go until we actually get to the start of the pay-per-view. Claudio has got Buddy Matthews up on his shoulder, plants him down. Claudio looking to go against the ropes. He's got a few marks on his head. Against the ropes goes Claudio, and again, turns Buddy Matthews upside down, inside out. Goes for the cover, shoulder up there by Buddy. Claudio, this feels like we're maybe getting towards the end here. Picking him up, looking for a power bomb. He's trying to step through, looking for a sharpshooter. And that is applied. Buddy is no selling it, to be honest. Matthews is powering out of it. But I think didn't have Roman on the show and still wrecked AEW, said Tommy. What would be the dream match today between two technical wrestlers? I would like to see Gunther and Bryan Danielson, says Kashawn. Yeah, I'd go with that. Claudio has won this one. I thought they might go with Buddy. They didn't. They've gone with Claudio. So a victory for Claudio in our second match. We got one more match to go on this kickoff show. And that is going to be the MJF and Samoa Joe versus the Guns match. This is one, obviously, is going to have a lot of attention. Yeah, I'd go with that. I really like Gunther. And I think Danielson might be the most technical wrestler. So, yeah, I'd go with that. James said, I've tweeted it to you. Okay. Okay. So 2.2 for SmackDown, 251 for AEW Collision. I've got to think that that's legit. I mean, I don't know this person, Roman Reigns SZN. They've got 60-odd thousand followers, though, so I've got to think they're not making stuff up. Yeah, okay, I believe that. 2.2, SmackDown, 251,000 from AEW Collision. Don't know why that's not been reported, though. Is it on Fightful, maybe? Doesn't matter. It's just, you know how wrestling fans love ratings. So you would expect it to be on WrestleNomics, on Fightful, on Wrestling Observer. The ratings have come in. There's just no mention of them. I'm going to be honest, Collision was better than SmackDown, said James. George said, I can't wait to see Shane Van Gisberger in a full season capacity for Trackhouse Racing. Okay, we've got an advert for DraftKings. 2 matches down. We've got one more kickoff show match to go. Buddy refused to shake Claudio's hand, says Hayden. Buddy is a jobber. The stars ain't he? A jobber to the stars. Okay, so we've just got a little DraftKings thing. We're now going over to Renee Paquette, RJ City. We've got 25 minutes to go. And, of course, Samoa Joe and MJF are going to defend the Ring of Honor tag titles against the Guns. I think the Guns need this. I think that MJF doesn't need it. He's a champion, world champion. Samoa Joe is, his next opponent, seemingly. So him costing MJF feels like the play. Might not be. AEW are always full of surprises. But I think let's build up the Guns. The Guns are a good team. I think the Bang Bang Gang need a bit of gold in that group, something to celebrate. I also think if the Guns win, you've got a story then of the Bang Bang Gang taking over. They're here to take all the gold. And Switchblade is going to take that last bit of gold away from you later, MJF. And so I think that's got to be the play, hasn't it? I'm going to give the Guns the belts, please, said Gerald. Botched Eye Surgery said, I don't know why WWE doesn't just run the main 3 shows live on the network instead of TV. If those 2 million people love wrestling, then they would pay the $9.99, says Botched Eye Surgery. Well, if those 2 million people pay $9.99, what would that equate to? That would equate to... Well, hang on. If so, Peacock have paid $1 billion for the network, so WWE have got $1 billion. So if they put it onto the network, they're basically putting it onto Peacock, and Peacock have already paid $1 billion for it. So that would mean that any extra TV money that WWE are making right now would be completely removed. You would basically be throwing away the SmackDown money the USA Network are about to be giving them, whatever money you're about to make for Raw, you'd be throwing that away. So you would, you could make the argument if the Peacock deal wasn't there, then 2 million at $9.99, so that's going to be what, 20 million. 20 million a month. So that's going to be 240 million a year. I don't know that that's going to be enough for your pay-per-views. You are making 240 odd million a year for all your pay-per-views, Raw, SmackDown, NXT, your back catalogue, everything is coming out at 240 million a year. I don't know that would be enough. I don't know how that can correlate to what they're getting now. It's an interesting conversation, because if you take the $1 billion that they're getting from Peacock, but that is spread out over 10 years, right? So that's what, 100 million a year. So that means that is NXT, Raw, and SmackDown, is that worth 140 million a year? Plus, also, would you even get 2 million people subscribing? I think they did have 1.2 million at one point people around the world subscribe. I don't think they got that number to 2 million, but then they weren't showing Raw and SmackDown live on the network either. So you can't do it now because of the Peacock deal, but could you do it in the future? It's not a bad backup plan, is it? People want to cut cable, but they're willing to pay for 30 subscriptions. It doesn't make any sense, says Sean. I don't know if it's just me, but I thought it was solid gold when Christian told Adam to F himself. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where they go, said George Rubio. Okay, we've just got the graphic now for MJF and Samoa Joe. They're taking on the Guns. Tom said, I'm heartbroken that I've run out of drinks and all the shops are now shut. How will I survive with AEW? You're going to have to do it sober, but you're going to have to do it sober. Right, here we go. We've got the Guns. Guns up. So the Guns are ready. This is for the Ring of Honor tag team titles. I don't think I've heard their music before. On a 5-match tag team winning streak. No Juice Robinson. So Juice Robinson apparently out of action. He had his TV smashed over his head by MJF last night. Did this start early, said Jim, but this is the kickoff show. Okay, here is Samoa Joe. From Huntington Beach, California. This is Joe's only appearance, isn't it? Or only scheduled appearance. I still think there's a good chance we'll see him at some point on the main show, but... So Joe getting in the ring, yellow and black shorts. It's Batman. He looks like a Batman. Samoa Joe looks like a professional wrestler, doesn't he? He's just got that presence, that size. He looks like he's been in quite a few fights, you know? Here's MJF. His robe says Friedman 365. Signing the crowd said MJF is a scumbag. Looks like he's wearing Laker colors. His top and ring gear look like they're purple and yellow. And it says he's a scumbag. Uh, 1734 Rampage, says Big Time. Hayden said the crowd love MJF. James said Samoa Joe has always been amazing. Gerald said, how can you not love Joe? I really rate him. I really like him. I really liked him in WWE. I mean, I didn't watch him in Impact, as people know. But I knew of him in Impact. And when he came into WWE, I was excited to see what he was going to bring. I was really impressed with what I saw in NXT. I love the way he carries himself. I love his presence. I love how physical he can be. The deep tone of his voice. Like when he talks, you listen. When he wrestles, you watch. I like him. I was so disappointed, and I still don't understand quite what happened. I'm sure there's interviews about it. But him getting moved onto commentary during like 2020, during the pandemic, I mean, it must have been an injury or something. He was injured at that time, but it looked like his career was done. It looked like he was transitioning to being a commentator. So if you really struggle with AEW, and AEW just is not a promotion for you, or because of the tribalism, you just actively hate them, the one thing I would say is that just look at someone like Joe, who just was not getting the opportunity in WWE, was not getting, was sat on the commentary table during the pandemic. Yeah, all right, made his way back down to NXT and potentially could have had a revival down in NXT, but he was being messed around. I don't think it's unfair to say that he wasn't being messed around. And now look at the position he's in AEW. I don't quite know what MJF and Samoa Joe were doing there. Joe was over in the corner. I think, if there's going to be a bit of miscommunication between these two, that's not going to be a big problem, because there should be miscommunication between these two. These two working as a cohesive unit, working as a great tag team together, that probably wouldn't make much sense. Joe dive into the outsides. So big suicide dive there by Joe, collides into both of the guns. I need to see the Dudleys versus Edge and Christian and Hardys before they retire. I need to see AJ versus Samoa Joe versus Danielson one last time before I retire, says Gerald. Brendan said, chat out to you. It's been a while since I joined in for the stream. How's life? Hope things are well. Glad to be back. Brenton, hello, Butts. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, things good. Busy, as always, you know. The wrestling world continues to turn. So, brilliant kick there by Samoa Joe. I tell you, he's having fun with the crowd as well, and that's really good to see. He is having a good time with the crowds. I wonder if they've got the camera right. This Kia Forum is a weird forum. It's a weird venue. It's not like other venues we tend to see. Other venues that we see, they've obviously got the stands that just go up, like with the people in. This one has got a ground level, and then it's got a very obvious, you're not seeing lots of people in the background. I don't know if they would have been better, moving the hard camera the other side. I don't know if the other side is the same. It might be the same. It might not make any difference whatsoever, but just looking at where the camera is, it's just an observation that it's could they have found a better background than that? MJF is in the ring with the Guns. It's probably the same on the other side, which is why they haven't, they've just gone with this, to be truthful. It's probably one of those where you can't really do anything. I don't think you could get the hard camera the side of the entrance, because that would probably be the better angle if you could get it on that side. MJF down. But why did he give up the singles title so he can wrestle for tag titles, says Mike. Well, he wants a shot at the main title, doesn't he? So I think he said he'll partner up with MJF. He doesn't care about the tag belts. He's just going to try and help MJF retain these because MJF will give him a shot for the big one. Wasn't the forum where MJF cut the Fire Me promo? The forum has got a unique look, says Brenton. I don't know. I don't know if that's where he did the promo. It does have a unique look. I don't know if that translates to a good look. It's interesting because I don't like venues all feeling the same. It's been one of my big criticisms of Raw and SmackDown. They always feel like I'm just watching the same venue. We might as well be in the exact same place week after week after week. So this one definitely has a different look to it. So that is a positive. But this is a pay-per-view. And I don't know. I think if this was a Dynamite, I might feel different. But it might just be nothing you can do. That might just be the truth. There might just be nothing you can do about it. As we said, even if you switch the other side, it's probably the same. Here is Samoa Joe. Shots. Down goes the Guns. Clothesline. We got 9 minutes 20. Looking for an inverted atomic drop. Joe against the ropes. Big boot. And, lovely snap. Power slam goes for the cover. Only gets a 2. Hurls one of the Guns into the corner. Going for the muscle buster, but MJF has tagged himself in. So MJF is in the ring. Looking out at the crowds. It's MJF that wants to go and do a muscle buster. MJF doing the muscle buster. Drop kick there by Colton Gunn. Samoa Joe goes down. Tag. Guns going over. MJF in the ring right now. Guns with MJF. MJF against the ropes. No. Kick to the midsection. Looking for a double DDT. And he gets it. Kip up there by MJF. MJF back up on his feet. So MJF is going over, making the... Oh, no, he was doing the kangaroo kick, but Samoa Joe has tagged himself in. MJF and Samoa Joe exchanging a few words now, getting in each other's faces. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. MJF in one corner. They're both going to do stereo. They're going to do stereo muscle busters. MJF and Joe look like they were going to do stereo muscle busters. They don't. MJF and Samoa Joe get thrown into each other. MJF gets knocked down. He goes to the outsides. Samoa Joe gets planted down, is over by the ropes. MJF's ready to make the save, though. And he does make the save. Forearm strike there by MJF. Just over 7 minutes to go. Branton said a unique arena story would be the Sportatorium in Dallas. It got burnt down in the 50s. When looking at the 80s TV tapings, you can see a gap on the new wall that was put up after the fire renovation. That's one of the most iconic wrestling venues, isn't it? The Dallas Sportatorium. I also think of somewhere like the Cow Palace. Adam Cole's music plays. Adam Cole's music plays. Adam Cole comes out on crutches. Adam Cole is making his way down to the ring. Samoa Joe. I think the Guns tap. Joe. So Adam Cole comes down, provides a distraction. Him and MJF embrace. That allowed Joe to secure the Coquina Clutch and get the victory. And so the MJF Ring of Honor Tag Team title reign is continuing. Okay, well, Joe has played his part then. He's having a few words with MJF. There's a handshake. If he leaves as AEW World Champion, then Samoa Joe gets his title shot. Okay, well, there we go. That's the play. That's the way they've gone. Samoa Joe, MJF win. MJF and Samoa Joe 3-0. It was a 3 out of 5 match, said WWE AEW fan. Is he limping? He's on crutches, yeah. Adam Cole is watching as the Guns So the Guns are attacking MJF. Adam Cole is having to just watch on as the Guns get a chair. We're doing the classic ring another bell. Panic. And the Guns smashing the leg of MJF. And again. So the Guns are working on the leg and of MJF. They've smashed it with a chair repeatedly. There's nothing that Adam Cole can do about it. The chair is wrapped around the knee of MJF. They've made it obvious that Jay's not going to win, said Corvids. Brandon said, apologies about the theory, but let's say the devil is revealed tonight. Who would it be not good? From the names you mentioned or heard about, Jack Perry would suck. I don't know who would not be good. I don't know who would not be good because it's really hard for me to answer that question because I'm not massively into that story. I don't. It's not a story that I am crazy into, so it's hard for me to say who would turn out to not be good in a story that I'm not that into anyway, if that makes sense. I think people are into it though. People do want to know who this devil is, but I just think there's too much noise around MJF. There's too much stuff that's happening around him. Like, I would just have him banging matches, like him in a banging match against Samoa Joe one-on-one. None of this Adam Cole stuff, none of this devil stuff. I mean, if you want to bring like a devil story in, that's fine, but like it seems to be on top of the Adam Cole story, the Kingdom story, the Samoa Joe going after him, Switchblade going after him. Like, there's just so much noise going on around MJF. I just think it just needs to be stripped right back for me. So it's hard for me to say, I think this person would be bad. I don't know who would be bad. Nakazawa. Brandon Cutler would be bad. MJF is on a stretcher and he's being taken to the backstage area. He's being loaded into an ambulance. Don't let them take my championship. Don't let them take my championship. Promise me. So MJF has been taken away. Oh, there we go. Drama to end the kickoff show. The funny part is Adam shows up still injured, and that could be a hint that it's not him because she's in crutches whilst the devil stands tall and mighty. What does it mean for the main event, said Ethan. Well, what does it mean? That is how they've ended the kickoff show. It's a good way to end the kickoff show, actually. Gotta say, that's a good way to end the kickoff show with the fact that it's like, oh my God, what's going to happen? You know, that's a cliffhanger for the pay-per-view, which we don't see WWE doing. They just go through the video packages, like, this is how we've got to this match. Coming up next is the events. But, like, this is a little story that has been on the kickoff show that's now going to lead into the pay-per-view. I don't mind that at all. I think that's quite clever. He'll hug them, clinging to them like a limpet, says Maggie. Ric Flair could reveal himself to be the devil and challenge MJF for a 60-minute Iron Man match for the AEW World Championship. Woo! Right, well, what is the story? What is the play? What is the situation? I mean, my feelings on this are that MJF really cannot be retaining that championship tonight, right? I think he did. I expected him to do exactly that. But after the beatdown that we just saw, I mean, I think that these two should push each other to the limit if they're both 100%. If MJF has just sustained the battering that he's just sustained, an injured MJF should not be able to get past Switchblade, Jay White. I don't think that at all, unless there's going to be some like outside interference or whatever. So we're just having a look at the intro. I'm interested to see how they're going to play it. I'm interested to see how they're going to do it. I would imagine that MJF will discharge himself. He's going to be injured. He's going to be injured in the match. He's going to have to dig deep. You're going to have to do something to make me... You're going to have the devil distract, or something's going to have to happen whereby Switchblade is sort of robbed, because an injured MJF should not be beating a healthy 100% Switchblade Jay White. So they must have a plan. There must be something that they've got up their sleeve. And it feels obvious that MJF is going to keep that title because we've got the Samoa Joe match lined up. So it feels like that's definitely where we're going. So I've got to think MJF's leaving as champion. But he is injured. I mean, that's clearly a beatdown that we've just seen. So the devil's got to be involved in the main event. Or there's got to be some way of protecting Switchblade in that main event. Agency said, agreed, we don't want to do a Cody. Yep. I was not a fan of that. I know that a lot of people were giddy about that, but I was not a fan of that. Injured MJF and injured Adam Cole will both fight Jay in a handicap match, said Luke. AJG said, I was born and bred to pet kittens. Let's go. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are in Los Angeles at the Kia Forum. And we are just seeing the crowds. Well, just moments ago, then you missed a beatdown of MJF, Tony Schiavone, Excalibur, and Nigel McGuinness are our commentary team. They're just showing moments ago the Guns walloping MJF with a steel chair. He got carted off, got put into an ambulance. And as he was being loaded in, he was saying to Adam Cole, don't let them take my title. Promise me. And Adam Cole promised that he wouldn't allow them to take his title. Okay, so I don't know what the order of this event is going to be. What is going to be our first match tonight? Is it going to be the tag match, the fatal four-way or four-way ladder match? They're just talking about the cards. Orange Cassidy against Jon Moxley for the AEW International Championship. Cassidy, Moxley 2. We've also got Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho against the Bucks, the Golden Jets against the Young Bucks. Do you know why AEW reduced the price from $19.99 to $14.99? They must be getting pay-per-view. They mustn't be getting pay-per-views they're looking for. I don't know, to be honest. I mean, what I would say is they might not be getting the pay-per-view buys they're looking for because they've been putting on more pay-per-views. I don't know how many a year it is they do now, but they have definitely increased that number. I mean, don't forget, we had All In, All Out just literally a week apart. Obviously, World's End has been added to the cards. Wrestle Dream was added to the card, the schedule this year. So they've been putting in more, so they've been asking for more money from their fan base. So if they are just playing around with the price a little bit, I wouldn't blame them for doing that. I would say that it would be a problem if they were still just doing the 4 and then they were adjusting it. Then that would be a bit of that's not a good sign. But I think because they've added so many extra pay-per-views this year. Oh no, we've got kids singing. What's going on this? Is this going to be the Knights of the Black Throne? Ryan Gambler, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Okay, we've just got kids going la 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 la. They're all in black. It feels like House of Black type vibes. It could be anyone. Patriarchy, Christian Cage it is. Christian Cage is okay. So I suppose because he's talking about being people's father and all this kind of stuff, we've had kids singing him out to the ring. So Christian and Luchasaurus and Nick Wayne, it's going to be a big star power opening match. Luchasaurus, Nick Wayne versus Sting. I'm not going to fit all this on. Adam and Darby. Ric Flair. Woo! The Nature Boy. Bum 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 bum. Ladies and gentlemen, the Nature Boy, styling and profiling, wooing his way down to the ring. I thought he'd be coming out with some of that woo energy. I thought he'd be like handing that out to people in the crowds. Crowd are wooing away as Ric Flair makes his way down to the ring. Ryan Gambler said, Days, it's been a while. Life has happened, and I'm glad to be back. Who do you think Tony has signed? I think it could be Goldberg. Thanks. Goldberg. That's a good shout. The rumor mill, we not confirmed, the rumor mill is saying Will Ospreay. Ronda is around, and it could be Goldberg. If you want a real left field possibility, something completely out of left field, but possible, Goldberg, yeah, could be in the conversation. The other one that people thought when it was first announced was Mercedes. That was one that people thought at the start. But it's been reported that apparently not. It's not going to be Mercedes. Okay, so Stinger's come out with his face paint. Adam Copeland has got his face painted, half of it. Darby has got the other half painted. Tell you what though, seeing Adam Copeland in his entrance gear, standing next to Sting, who's making his way down in his entrance gear, I would love to see them two. You know, no disrespect to Darby Allin, but I would just love to see like Adam Copeland and Sting as a tag team. There's Steve-O in the crowd as well. Entertainer, stuntman, and jackass legends. Yeah, I know, like investing in the future, Darby Allin, all that kind of stuff. I'm all for it, but I can't help but look at Sting and Edge side by side. Both of them really pumped up. Both of them looking awesome in their entrance gear. I can't help but look at them and think, oh my God, that's the tag team I never knew I needed. Never knew I needed Adam Copeland and Sting until I just saw them making their way down to the ring side by side. They both look and feel like the mega star legends that they are. Big entrance, pyro, and every box was ticked for that entrance for this team. In fairness, both entrances were big. I mean, Adam Copeland's exploded into life and was brilliant. Christian being sung to the ring by those kids, that was great as well. So AEW definitely making a big statement with this first match. Okay, it looks like it's going to be Nick Wayne and Darby Allin that's going to start this out. Non-compete is for use of the talent. WWE still own the rights to the name, said Jay the Treasure Fiend. Hayden said Adam Copeland has got Sting's face paint on. Blade Runners 2.0, said Chris. Steve O got Molly whooped by Umaga, says Brivy. Corbin said there's no such thing as investing in the future. When it's Darby Allin, he has no future. Christy, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Michael said, Days, wrestling, I think it's Tessa that could be the big surprise tonight. Don't know because, I don't know. Tessa is very controversial. You know, there's been people that have been very outspoken about her bullying backstage, and there's been like the racism allegations, and I don't know, it's a tricky one. But then, you know, look, allegations have been made against Ric Flair, but there has been a backlash about Ric Flair coming into AEW. So if there's been a backlash for Ric Flair, and Ric Flair is arguably one of the most decorated, along with Cena, of course, and one of the biggest ever professional wrestlers, you know, if there's a backlash against him because of his allegations, I've got to think Tessa doesn't stand a chance. I don't think this crowd would tolerate that signing. And they're not going to walk out, but if Tessa gets revealed to be the signing, it'll be very interesting to see how the crowd react to that. I genuinely don't know how they would react. My gut feeling is it would not be that positive. I don't think it'd be that positive. I think everyone knows there is a black cloud that's hanging over her. And I think to bring her in would be quite the statement. It would be quite the statement. So I don't know. I don't know that I can go with you on that one. But if it does turn out to be Tessa, you definitely called it. Mitchell said, this Edge figure would be sick. It would be sick. That would be sick. Christian in the ring, and Adam Copeland is tagged in. Face paint looks great on Copeland. I think it's the other part of Darby's makeup, as we said. Christian jumps out the ring. He, I think, tags in Luchasaurus. I really like this face paint on Adam, actually. I really like it. It's not neatly drawn, neat black lines or anything. It's white, but it's like smudged black in there as well. It looks rough, it looks ready, it looks gritty. Shots coming in there by Luchasaurus. Copeland over the other side as Luchasaurus collides into him. He goes down. Christian again on the outside of the ring. Ric Flair. I don't really know what Ric Flair's role is in this. He's just sort of like he's a cheerleader. Ric Flair is now in the role of being a cheerleader. He's cheerleading for Copeland and Darby and Sting. It is a slightly weird way of using him. Is there a chance that he costs the face team, though? Could it? Because he is the dirtiest player in the game. So him being with the baby faces, you do always run the risk of him tripping someone over at a key moment. He could definitely have a part to play in this. But it could be a bit early for that as well. But that wouldn't surprise me if that's a play that we do at some point, you know. Luchasaurus with Darby Allin. Allin against the ropes. He gets caught by Christian. Christian has got Darby against the ropes. Darby goes into the arms of Luchasaurus, who, oh my God! Oh my God, that was brutal. Even Adam Copeland has come over to check on him. Luchasaurus with a choke slam picks up Darby Allin, hurls him down, and he hits hard on the edge of the ring, man. It looked horrific, but in a really good way. Like, if he has survived, you know, as long as he's survived, it looked horrific. That'll be doing the rounds on social media. That chokeslam by Luchasaurus to Darby Allin on the edge of the ring, and Darby Allin like spinning off. You can't really put it into words, like how the impact looked. Brilliant moment. But Darby is continuing. Styling and profiling. Mission Impossible Review said, Edge just said Darby is awesome and should keep doing what he's doing. Aggie said, COVID, how do you know? That's not going to broadcast. Darby ain't going to climb anything now. I think the people who show up on AEW tonight will be Mercedes, Goldberg, and a CM Punk return. Well, you're getting a lot if that's going down tonight, if you're going to get all of that. Right. Where are we with time? We're 20 minutes into the show already. Can't Stop, Won't Stop said Flair looks like he's about to fall asleep. But he's moved round to the other side, the hard camera side now, and he's wooing away. Kick coming in there by Nick Wayne. Big boot there to Darby Allin. Shoulder up there by Darby Allin. I don't think Sting's been in the match yet. Kieran said Days is the Devil Mask guy. Brenton said, let's just say the signing is Ospreay. Will it be another Pac type of thing where he would wrestle twice and then leave for months at a time? That would be a waste. Who can say? I mean, I don't think so. I don't know where he is. If he does get announced, I believe his contract isn't actually up with New Japan until January. And then he's going to have to move to the US. I mean, whether that process has already started and then looking for a place and, you know, all of that could be going on in the background. But there's clearly going to need to be some sort of adjustment for him to like move his life from Japan over to the USA. So I think he could be announced tonight. I don't know that we actually get going with him straight away. I feel like this announcement might be getting made because they want to, you know, get more people to tune into this show. So it might not be a case that we can start with him straight away because I think he's still with New Japan until the end of January. That was something I read on a Cultaholic article. Unless they've done a deal to get him early, of course. But even then, he's still going to have to move his life over. So he very much could be announced and then go away for a little bit. Yes, that could happen. But eventually, once he's in and settled, then it should be a case that he's there, like, you know, like Switchblades. Nick Wayne is going up top, grabbing Darby Allin. Corbett said the match was originally supposed to be before the main event, but they probably thought that Rick wouldn't make it that long. Ethan said, are you the new signing? I can confirm, no. Planting Nick Wayne there, Darby Allin. Looked like a bit of a Code Red type move. Okay, so Nick Wayne is down in the ring. What if the devil is MJF's second persona, like the demon Finn Balor, said Andrew? There are thoughts that it could be MJF that's under the mask, but I don't know that that's a mask that you could comfortably wrestle in, to be honest. If you think about Balor's demon character, that's face paints. I mean, maybe, if MJF was to have like a second persona, maybe he would take the mask off and his face would be painted underneath like that. You could do something along those lines. But I think him wrestling in that mask. I think feels like it would be quite limiting. Is take that off and then have face paint underneath. Chop coming in by Christian. Darby in the corner. So Sting went to the outsides. Someone in the crowd has got a sign that says, Simon, can I get an up? Thumbs up, right? But the problem is when they actually turn the sign over, the thumb is pointing down, and I don't know if they know that, right? So they keep putting this sign up of a thumb down, and it looks like they're not enjoying the show. I don't know. It might be that they've just got the sign wrong. They've not properly thought about it. And I need to see them do it again. I just keep seeing this thumbs down in the crowd, and I'm like, this is all right. I mean, it's been all right. It's definitely like not a bad match. Here's Adam Copeland. I mean, I wouldn't think it worthy of a thumbs down. I keep seeing this thumbs down, but I think they've just done the sign wrong. There, look, Simon, can I get a thumbs up? And then when he turns it over, turn it over. Turn it over. Come on, you're proud of your sign. Turn it over. Luchasaurus on the outside. Adam Copeland goes against the ropes. Spear to Luchasaurus. Luchasaurus goes to the outside. Kick to the midsection. Picks up Nick Wayne. Hurls Nick Wayne onto Luchasaurus. But Luchasaurus catches him. Darby Allin goes through the ropes and... there's no one better of going through the ropes. Just absolutely gives everything when he goes through the ropes, Darby Allin. No half measures. Sting collides into Nick Wayne and Luchasaurus. Big smile on the face of Ric Flair. In the ring goes Luchasaurus. And Sting climbing back up. Copeland is in the corner, ready to deliver a spear. Couldn't get it, though. Luchasaurus has got both Adam Copeland and Sting. Sting and Copeland working together. Big blows coming in as Luchasaurus stumbles back. Sting. Copeland going to the middle rope. Scorpion Death Drop and elbow from Adam Copeland. Darby Allin on the outside with Nick Wayne, hurling him into the ring. I think the ref's completely lost control of this one. I don't know if it's a problem. But we've got all three guys in the ring. It's suplex by Sting and Copeland, a crossbody by Darby Allin. Nick Wayne is down. Luchasaurus gets up, throws a kick to Adam Copeland, goes over, collides into... Oh, he's got the thumb up this time. He's fixed it. He's managed to get the thumbs up. He's enjoying it again. This guy needs to make his mind up. Sometimes he's not keen on the match, and sometimes he's enjoying it. Luchasaurus in the ring. Adam Copeland down. Darby Allin is down. Christian on the outside. K-Pop Lover said it's a boring premium live event so far. I'm going to watch the ups and downs and see what Simon says George. AEW don't have premium live events, said Joseph. Do you think Darby Allin against Dolph Ziggler sounds like a good match? Yeah, I mean, sounds fine. Yeah. Ric Flair is down. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see what Dolph Ziggler looks like in AEW. It's hard to get excited for his matches because they've been a bit underwhelming for quite a long time, but that might just be the limitations of WWE. Christian put his hands on Ric Flair, then he's just nailed Luchasaurus by mistake. Christian goes running into the crowds. So Christian has gone running to the back. He's got his title belt. Luchasaurus in the middle of the ring, speared by Adam Copeland. It's got to be the beginning of the end. Mitchell said, I hope the guy with the thumbs up sign for every bite he takes of a meal. I hope that guy has a thumbs up sign for every bite he takes of a meal. Well, he loves it. The conclusion I've come to is if he wants to just hold up the thumbs up, he's very good at that. Like, where's the sign? There we go, right? But I think when it comes to like rotating between the two, I don't think it's set up quite right. So when he's just putting a thumbs up, all goods. When it comes to flipping between the two, I've seen that. That's where we struggle. I'm desperate to see him do it again because it's if my mind doesn't play tricks on me and it is an error, it's one of my favorite fan sign errors I've ever seen. Because it means at times he's been actively given a show he's really enjoyed the thumbs down, which is just such a fun mistake. Right, so it's a win for Adam Copeland, Sting, Darby. They're all in the ring with the Nature Boy. Sign in the crowd said, Los Angeles, thanks you, Sting. This was billed as Sting's last match in LA. So I'd imagine they'll do quite a bit of that, like, this is Sting's last match in blah, blah, blah. This is Sting's last match in blah, blah, blah. I mean, in all fairness, I think he's already had his last match in the UK. And we didn't even know at the time. That Wembley match, I think, was his last match in the UK. The Nature Boy is all smiles. The Nature Boy. Okay, so that is half an hour of the show that's been given over to this opening match. That I've got to think that the other matches, there's going to be a couple of quicker matches in here because we've still got 7 matches. Sting in the ring. Getting a round of applause. Darby just went onto the microphone. He just wants a bit of appreciation for the Stinger. I remember Surfer Sting. Oh, who was it? Someone said they wanted to see Surfer Sting one more time. I think it was Tony Schiavone. I think he said for his last match he would like Surfer Sting. I don't need it for his last match, but I do need it one more time. It might look stupid. I know that he's always said that if I was to bring back Surfer Sting, it wouldn't look right. You know, because you're comparing who I am now to who I was in, like, you know, the early 90s, late 80s. And I'm not that guy. I'm not physically that guy. But I would like to see it. There's a thank you, Sting chance. Sting is in the ring on his own. Ric Flair on the outside, applaud him. Ric Flair walking up the entrance ramp. Okay, so first match down. I don't know what our second match is going to be. Very much looking forward to Timeless Tony Storm. Very much looking forward to Swerve. He needs to cut his hair, unfortunately, said Eclectic. He used to jump from the middle of the ring to the turnbuckle on the Stinger Splash. Five Dog said Sting is my all-time favourite. Aiden said that was Sting's last match in California. Brody said, can I tell you something? Go for it, Brody. Go for it. Surf Sting was my favourite when I first started watching. Well, I mean, WWE is what got me into wrestling, of course. And I remember watching WCW, and I just remember seeing like lots of just people that didn't really do much for me. I couldn't tell you who, but they just seemed very generic. There were names that I didn't recognize, and there were people that didn't really grab my interest. And then I saw Surfer Sting. Wow, who is that? You know, look is so important, and it's something that is so often overlooked. But, you know, the look and the presence of someone is so important, and Surfer Sting was just instant. As soon as you saw him, you were captivated. Okay, we've got Tony Schiavone on the entranceway. So we've got a little segment. This is interesting because this obviously wasn't something we were expecting. So we're actually getting Jay White and members of Bullet Club Gold. Jay White coming out with the Triple B. This isn't my music. Tell them. I hate to say this. MJF is injured. MJF is injured and he won't be able to defend. MJF Jay White cancelled. Your new AEW champion is Jay. Adam Cole's music hits. And Cole is making his way out. There's not a shot in hell that you're going to leave with this championship. So Adam Cole has made his way out. Segment. We've just got a segment. If MJF can't defend, I'll do it for him. Huh? If MJF can't defend the belt, I'll do it for him, one leg or not. You must have hit your head. Don't you remember? I've heard you got a hard time remembering anything these days. What's with all this people defending other people's belts? What's all this about? If MJF can't defend his title, I'll do it for him. But can you? Will you? What? I mean, look, let's see how this story plays out. I ain't sold on it, but we'll see how it plays out. There's probably a chance that MJF discharges himself and still makes it to the match, you know? This could just be nothing more than a stalling tactic. Just like, no, you're definitely not the champion. I ain't going to let you be the champion. I'll defend it. And, like, he's just buying time kind of a situation, you know? We'll see where we get to with the main event. Blaze said MJF will be back there, just making you think that he can't. Everyone is falling for it. James says TK also letting an injured Daniel Bryan compete, so there's that, says Alexis. What would everyone do if Miro won the AEW World Championship? If AEW sticks around and if Miro isn't too old? I think people would be all right with it if the build was good and he felt like the right person. I don't think there'd be too many down on it, but he doesn't feel like he's even close, to be honest. I think he needs he needs momentum. He needs properly built, and I know they're doing stuff with him over on Collision, but it seems like isn't he in a bit of a tiff with his wife? They're doing something with him and CJ Perry and Andrade and everything, so they're clearly just doing that at the moment. So we may get into the title, but it doesn't feel like he's kind of close to it at the moment. Right, that is done. We're moving on with our next match, and our next match is going to be Orange Cassidy. He is going to be facing Jon Moxley. Okay, so Cassidy coming out with Hook and freshly squeezed. He's got his championship, of course, in his backpack. I think this show so far has been an interesting show. I think there's been some decent action. I think the entrances for the first match was very good. I think that segment, I can understand people being concerned. There's certainly things about it that I don't like, I'm not a fan of, but I am waiting to see what they do with it. I think there's a chance that we get to the main event. There's a chance that Adam Cole comes down. There's a chance that Jay White comes down. But I wouldn't expect that match to start. I would expect MJF's music to hit and for him to come down and, defend his own belt. Like this, as we said, I think this is just Adam Cole trying to stall for time to just make sure that MJF doesn't get stripped of that title. Here is Moxley making his way into the arena with Wheeler Yuta. This is our second match on this main card. Second match on the main card, fifth match in total. 11 matches tonight. I do like the cliffhanger at the end of the kickoff show. I think that's good. What I appreciate about that is with WWE, for example, they cater a lot to casual fans. And I think, for me, AEW could take a few more steps in that direction. They could take just a few more steps to kind of cater to some casual fans. Namely, the people that don't watch Collision. If there's big developments on Collision, let us know about it on Dynamite. But what I will say is that they have started doing that in recent times where we do see replays from Collision. So that's a positive step. But what I do like about AEW is that they don't go crazy with that. And they don't punish you for watching their shows. So, if I watch a WWE kickoff, I don't need to. I get very little out of it. There will be some interviews that might be worth watching, but by and large, it's people sitting and talking about the video packages, which I've already seen because I watch Raw and I watch SmackDown. There's very little that you can get from a WWE kickoff show. If you're a casual fan, they're essential. They'll tell you the backstories to everything and you can really get a deeper understanding. But if you are someone that watches all the shows, you're not going to get much from it. It's all stuff you've seen before. There might be like a Paul Heyman interview. There might be like a little backstage chat with someone. But by and large, you don't need to watch them. With AEW, though, they've just done a little story on there. They've just actually furthered their story. MJF has just been attacked, taken to hospital. Like, if you're an AEW viewer, you do, you know, yeah, all right, you got the replays during the pay-per-view, but I don't feel like I've wasted my time. And I had 3 matches that I was given as well. You know, WWE don't tend to do kickoff show matches anymore. If they do, they're quite rare. And so 3 matches, and they still found a way of doing the video packages for the casual fans. And they furthered a story with the MJF situation. You know, I've got to say that kickoff show was structured very well. And it took us into this main show. And yeah, I think the action has been all right. I think this show feels like it's an all right show. There's a nice foundation there for some big matches, which I'm sure will come later. You know, those big dramatic 5-star deals, you know. Hopefully, if you can sprinkle some of them in, then, you know, the foundation is not too bad here. This is a pretty strong show foundation to, like, build on. Let's see what the rest of the cards can deliver. I mean, MJF and Jay White definitely is going to need to deliver something. Hangman Swerve is going to have to deliver something. Omega Jericho in the Bucks is going to have to deliver something. I don't have high hopes for Statlander, Julia Hart, Sky Blue. I don't know what to expect out of Toni Storm and Hikaru Shida because Tony's such an interesting character. It's hard to know what you're going to get out of her matches, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing it. I think the tag match is just going to be a big fun, you know, multi-person ladder match, loads of spots kind of situation. Let's see what Moxley and Orange Cassidy can deliver. I'm enjoying the show. I've got no complaints. I'm invested as a fan, said Mitchell. Connor said, what have I missed? Where can I watch this? So this is only the second match. So, you know, Edge and Christian, Edge and Darby Allin and Sting were victorious in the first match. This is the second match. So this is on pay-per-view. In the UK, it's on Fight TV. So that's where I'm watching it at the moment, Fight TV, as Moxley is in control against Orange Cassidy. Moxley with a Texas cloverleaf applied to Orange Cassidy. Cassidy in pain. Come on, Orange Cassidy for the win, said Alex. Daniel said, none of the women's matches will be good. I'm calling a lot of awkward movements and stand-in and lust looks. Well, I hope we don't get that in the Toni Storm match. I mean, Tony's a very good wrestler. Shida's a good wrestler. If we're not gonna have like silliness during the match and they're gonna go at each other, it should be fine. It should be fine. This is where her gimmick could just start to kind of lose its focus a little bit. I think her gimmick's great. I love it, as people know. I am a big fan. I really enjoy it. But as we said, you know, some of these gimmicks that are so rich, and hers is a very rich gimmick. It's a very, like, you know, it's not just a little subtle thing. It's not like she just calls herself Big Time. Or something like that. Like, it's a very rich, like, even her presentation changes. When we open the door to her dressing room, the camera goes black and white. So it's a very rich gimmick that this, you know, needs to be focused and controlled and not get, like, you know, needs to be quite tight. So I'd like to see her entrance be flamboyant. I don't mind a couple of little mannerisms during the match, but I hope the match is, like, solid and a really good, I mean, you know, you want it to be a good 4-star plus type match. with a few little mannerisms in there, a few little flourishes, that's fine. Great entrance. If she wins, great celebration. That's what I'm hoping for out of her match. Headbutts coming in by Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy is trying to get a superplex on Moxley. Moxley's got blood coming down his forehead. Superplex by Orange Cassidy. Moxley is busted open. Hook on the outside, applauding away as Orange Cassidy climbs up top. Cassidy is perched. Oh! Diving DDT by Orange Cassidy. Round the houses, into another DDT. Moxley goes down. One. Kick out. Kick out by Moxley with blood pouring down his face. He's on his knees, shaking his head, full on Hulk Hogan. Talking trash to Orange Cassidy. Cassidy coming over, throwing in some kicks to Moxley. Soft kicks. And again, but they're starting to increase in intensity. Harder strikes coming in there by Orange Cassidy. Cassidy backing up as Moxley gets back up to his feet. Fingers up there by Cassidy. Cassidy against the ropes. Through the ropes into Moxley. Moxley on the commentary table. So Cassidy in the ring goes against the ropes. Again, suicide dive into Moxley. Moxley into the commentary table again. Moxley's been waiting to blow that blood load for a while, said Mitchell. Moxley is bleeding, said Hayden. Botched Eye Surgery said Ringside have announced their Black Friday specials. There's some pretty good deals. The problem, we have to factor in customs charges and everything over here, which is a real bind. Another dive there by Orange Cassidy. I'm not a fan of Orange Cassidy. His gimmick is starting to become boring, said Tom. Five Dog said, who cares if he's bleeding? Back in the day, everyone bled. Red equals green is the old saying, said Five Dog. Tugboat said, you know, it's getting old when a whole live chat is laughing about someone bleeding. Moxley in the middle of the ring is acting, playing possum. He was acting discombobulated, but he was actually combobulated, and he was able to trick Orange Cassidy, who's been caught in a trap. And now elbows coming in there by Moxley, forearm strikes coming in, big heavy blows raining down on Orange Cassidy at the moment. Moxley very much in control. Very much in control at the moment. And right now he's got a headlock being applied. He's keeping Orange Cassidy grounded. Can I just tell you that it is so... I can't even begin to tell you how much more enjoyable this show is. How much more refreshing this show is not having adverts, right? It's not even the adverts. It's not even the adverts because everyone complains about commercial breaks. The bigger problem, and I didn't even know this was a problem until AEW came along, is in the UK, when you lot go to adverts in America, we don't. We don't go to adverts. We stay with the action. Sounds amazing. Sounds like a gift from God. It absolutely ruins matches because the matches die a death. They die, and you don't even know that commercials have happened. So it just looks like the matches have just died. It just looks like the pace has fallen apart. They're just like going through the motions. And time after time after time, it just makes matches really suffer. Really, really suffer. And I gotta tell you, watching like this pay-per-view action, I know pay-per-view matches are just naturally better anyway, but just having a match that doesn't just die and it just keeps like its pace going and everything, so much more enjoyable. So much more enjoyable. I would, if I could find, it sounds crazy, if I could pay more money to just have a graphic appear every time that they go to come, I would do that rather than sit and watch Dynamite the way that it airs on Fight TV. So if you're in America and every time you go to commercial, you think, God damn it, just remember, I don't have that luxury. I have to watch the match fall apart and die. And it really does, I think, affect my enjoyment of the show. And I didn't quite realize how much until now I'm watching these matches and I can get involved in them, you know? I'm following the action, I'm engaged, I'm involved. I think it was actually a bigger problem than I thought. Moxley charging over. He goes headfirst into an exposed turnbuckle. Drop kick by Orange Cassidy. Moxley goes down. Orange Cassidy in the corner looking to throw in a Superman punch. Moxley in a seated position. Getting up to back to his feet, but not quite there. Now he's back up. Is he playing possum again? He's not playing possum this time. He gets caught by Orange Punch. And again, Moxley went down to one knee. Is back up. Another Orange Punch. As Moxley goes down, he explodes back up though. Roll up by Orange Cassidy. Kick out by Moxley. Orange Punch again. He's weathered about 4 of them. He's back up. He's swinging away. It's like a drunk. It's like a drunk outside the pub, Moxley, at the moment. It's like, bring it on. I'll take him all on. Orange Cassidy in the corner delivering another one, a big one. Orange Punch. 1, 2, 3, and it's a win for Orange Cassidy over Jon Moxley. Orange Cassidy gets the win. I think that match was all right. Perfectly pleasant watch. Hook comes in and congratulates Orange Cassidy. Orange Cassidy, OC needed that, says Five Dog. Let's go. Orange Cassidy said, Alex Corbett said a clean win for Cassidy. Very nice to see. Sal or no Sal, still a good match, said Smurfy Tunes. R-Dub said, this is getting ridiculous. Will Moxley shake his hand? Question mark, says Corbett. So Cassidy getting back up to his feet. Moxley is being helped up by Claudio and Wheeler Yuta. Will there be a handshake? It certainly feels like it's building towards that moment. Moxley is slumped down. The referee's telling them to get out. Moxley is rolling out. So, no, I don't think there is going to be a handshake moment. Where did Orange Cassidy go? Tony. Main event. Okay, so Tony Khan has made it official that it's going to be Switchblade Jay White and Adam Cole. Adam Cole, Jay White. Cameraman missed the bump, said Gerald's. I hate Orange Cassidy. I'm losing my interest in wrestling, said CC Funk. Hook will end up joining the Blackpool Combat Club, said Corvids. Jay Bryant said Mox should have won. He deserves a reign with that belt. Orange should have made this a first blood match, said Smurfy Tunes. Cole is playing everyone, said Erase Your Minds. Briscoe is going to be in the Continental Classic. He's talking about having his Continental breakfast and jumping in his Lincoln Continental. Fired up promo from Briscoe. We haven't been seeing. I'd like to have seen more of that on Dynamite. Briscoe is in the tournament. Oh my God, here we go! Here we go! Here we go! I paid my money to watch the show, and the main reason for it is making her way out right now. It's time for Timeless Toni Storm. Making her way down. We got the black and white filter being applied. Coming down, obviously, with Luther. What's it? I don't know what he's carrying. Had her AEW World title reign ended by Shida in August. Great music. Great Titantron. Prancing her way around the ring. Do you know what? I mean, I was a big fan of the Vaudevillains as well. They were like, it wasn't, I mean, it was not this gimmick, but it was similar in the sense of they were playing like real old time, like, wrestlers. I remember that from like NXT. I was a big fan of that. It was such a shame that that never got better supported on the main roster. I was a big fan of those guys. I really enjoyed them as the tag team. Having Luther is a great addition to this gig, said Agency Development. Alexis said it's simple, man. Tony equals money. Ledge Killer said it's time for Toni Storm. Corvid said, did the TBS Championship match get bumped off the cards? I don't think so. That is true, actually. Like, having this match earlier than the TBS match is a bit strange. You'd think you would go for the mid card and then like go to this one later in the card. I'm not aware of it being bumped off. Timeless Tony has got a piece of paper. I don't know if it's the script. It might be the script. She's ripped the script up. Okay, these two exchanging forearm strikes. Love her boots. I do love the fact she doesn't wear knee pads as well, but I do worry about that for her. Knees to the midsection by Shida. Toni Storm goes over to the corner. The ripped up script. All the pieces are in the ring. Kick coming in there by Shida. She's trying to pick up a few bits there, Aubrey, but right now Toni is tied up in the ropes. What's Shida doing? Is the strap coming down? Pulling the strap down a little bit as there is bruising and marks on Toni Storm's chest. Apparently that was from Emi Sakura, was it? Is that why she's got marks on her from something that happened yesterday? Okay, Tony is over on the other side now as Shida's looking to throw in these chops. Her chest is red raw, man. Okay, so Tony Storm going over to the corner. Shida has got Tony Storm in the corner, throwing in more chops. Another chop coming in. Not a fan of all these chops. There's too many chops. Another strike there. I mean, what's that managed to achieve? Here comes Tony Storm. She's coming back with a few chops of her own. Driving Shida back. Shida back in the corner. Chops coming in by Tony Storm, who's throwing in some quick, rapid-fire chops. Chop, 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 chop. Everyone gets a chop. You get a chop. You get a chop. Bulldog! Timeless Tony. Has she got some new moves? I wonder if she's got, like... Oh, well, go on, girl. Winding up a big shot. Winding it up. Oh, forearm strike. Yes. Love that. I don't think I've seen her do that before. Winding. Remember that from back in the day? Winding up. She should use, like, bear hugs. You don't see loads of bear hugs. Winding up. Airplane spins. That's old school. Kicking the throat there. Mitchell said she killed Scripps. Oh, my God. She killed Scripps. Tony Storm going over. We're just seeing backstage. Maria May, the pace of this one slower at the moment. We went through the chop phase. Clubbing blow there by Tony Storm. Another chop there by Tony Storm. It's a simple thing, but I love that wind up. Whoa. Maybe she could use the claw as well. That's quite old school, isn't it? The claw. Gets the ropes, goes Tony Storm. She should do that. I mean, she might have done it anyway, but she should go through her repertoire and remove anything that kind of came into wrestling after like 1970 and really just watch women's matches from like the 30s and the 40s. Just watch nothing but women's wrestling from the 30s and the 40s, and you could go 50s as well, and just jot down like the moves that they're using. Just get yourself a whole list of moves and really try to be disciplined in only using those moves. So certainly no suicide dives and nothing off the top. Everything like mat-based. That would be really interesting, actually. That would be a really fun thing for her to... You could see her backstage watching classic women's wrestling matches. Telling stories about the different women and what it was like at that time, when clearly she wasn't around at that time. This is what I love about the gimmick. There's so much that you can do with it. There's so many different facets that you can explore. Tony going to the outside, having a word with Luther. I don't know what. There's a shoe. There's a shoe. This is the stuff. Clever. That's 1, 2. Tony Storm, kick out. I was going to say, that's the stuff that I'm worried about, where we're going to let the silliness come into the match. She gets a shoe. Don't mind the shoe stuff in a promo, but during the match. So she comes in with a shoe. Aubrey takes it away. As Aubrey takes it over to the corner, she had that second one behind her. So they'd planned ahead for Aubrey to take it away. It was quite clever. She nails Shida with the shoe whilst Aubrey's not looking. She could only get a 2 count. Shida has got Tony and drives her down. So Shida down, Tony Storm down, Luther watching on the outsides. But her pants were loaded. Mildred Burke-esque. Adam Cole, Jay White, what's happening? Someone fill me in. It's our main event. MJF was attacked on the kickoff show, and Adam says that he's going to defend the belt for MJF. Shida with a forearm strike to Tony. Tony in the middle of the ring, taking these shots, goes down to one knee. Shida continuing to unload on Tony Storm. Tony on her knees, getting absolutely blasted by Hikaru Shida. Pushes Shida back. Slap. Another slap coming in. Open-handed palm strikes there as switch kick by Shida. Looking for Falcon Arrow. 1, 2. Kick out by Tony Storm. Tony Storm. Crowd a bit quiet for this one. The pace of this one has been a little bit slow. Or certainly slower than what we've seen so far. Maybe as we get to the last stages of this, we'll start to pick up the pace a bit. Shida up top, comes down. Tony Storm moves out the way. She's back in the corner. Shida still down. Tony. Yeah, I don't know. Like, referee just had to have a word there. Oh, good work by Tony. Grabbing the leg. Ankle lock. Ankle lock being applied there by Tony. Yeah, this isn't so much she tends to use. She's going off script. Improvising, going off script. Tony is in the middle of the ring, working the ankle. Getting over to the ropes goes Shida. Tony Storm is pulling up the boot, is she? She takes the boot off. She's got Hikaru Shida's boot. She tries to hit her with her own boot. Well, man, that boot just went flying into the ground. I hope Shida didn't want that back. Wow. Tony Storm was like, that thing just went up into Rosette. Good luck getting that back. Shida is hobbling on one leg, or one shoe. Luther getting involved on the outsides. Kick coming in there by Shida. She wallops Luther with this kendo stick. Now, what have we got? This little tray that Tony Storm has got. Tony Storm is down. There's a little tray in the lower back part of Tony Storm. No, reverse, rolling up Shida. Shida trying to pin Tony Storm. Tony Storm kicks out. Shida. Tony Storm. You can see the thing just sticking out of her ring gear. Oh, God, that's a beautiful German. Ah, right, okay, hip attack. No, she couldn't quite do it. She has to go back again. Shida wasn't quite in position. So she delivers the hit. She kind of came over. She had to go back again. Oh, man, Tony Storm has done it. Tony Storm has won. You can still see that frying pan on her buttock. I love the botch. I love Hikaru Shida not quite being in the position. I love her going to do it and then like having to go back again. And then come back again. Tony Storm in the middle of the ring with the belt on top of her is the AEW Women's World Champion. I honestly don't mind that as a finish. I don't think I needed Luther getting involved in the outsides. The shoe one earlier was actually, I was a bit worried about it, but it was okay. It was okay. Here is Maria May. So we've got the black and white filter. That's been applied to the picture as Maria May makes her way down. Tony Storm has got that championship belt. Maria May's come out with flowers. She gives flowers to Toni Storm. Nigel McGuinness says, can someone give me a tissue? Toni Storm equals $, $. Nigel McGuinness is pretending to cry. She takes a moment to look out at the crowd, at the fans. She falls back into the arms of Luther. Luther's got her in her arms. She's got her arms out with the championship belt. He's spinning her around. There we go. The thing has been removed. She runs up the entrance ramp. She's continuing to celebrate. If wrestling is about characters and it's about those characters competing to win championships and be the best, I think that's a real fun modern day example. I'm really excited by that character. I think, you know, we live in a time where those kinds of gimmicks have kind of fallen out of wrestling to some degree. You know, we live in a time now where we've got like a Sami Zayn, a Cody Rhodes, a Roman Reigns, you know, with these MJF and Adam Cole, like they're people being themselves. Granted, with maybe different elements exaggerated, but you know, back in the day where we used to have Undertakers, you know, we used to have like the Dumpster Drozes, and we used to have Skinners, and we used to have like all these various gimmicks that we tried, Mankind and Gold Dust and whatever else. I'm really excited that wrestling has got something like Toni Storm. Might not be to everyone's taste. I don't think everyone's going to be universally applauding, and I think the match was okay. I don't know that it really got any better than okay, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm still really excited to see how she's going to use that championship going forward. So sign me up, baby. I am a timeless Toni Storm stan. Okay, we're going over to the tag match now. New belts incoming. What is Kingston on about? There is no Continental Championship. Well, perhaps he's just got a bit confused. Or perhaps it's going to be a reveal. Here is the Kings of the Black Throne. Is that what it's called? If that? Oh, I think it fixed itself, actually. The Continental Championship for the tournament and the New Japan Strong and Ring of Honor World title, whoever wins the tournament. I like those stakes, said Blaze Radio. Kingston misspoke. The winner of the Continental Classic gets the Ring of Honor TV title. Switchblade said, always wanted a New Japan wrestler to put one of their titles on the line in the G1. I'm glad that AEW is doing it, and Eddie makes so much sense to put it all on the line. Here is LF. Who's the little guy? Dralistico and Rouge, La Faction Inglobinable. Okay. But House of Black is corn, said Jay. No, MGFJ White, what a crock. Tony needs to go away unless it happens, said Alex. Blaze said a Ring of Honor TV title is a different event. William, shout out to you, dude. Yeah, it's fantastic to see so many people joining us. There does seem to be some real excitement around this show tonight. Here is our next team, and what a team it is. FTR making their way down. I think I'm right in saying that the winners of this have got a date in the future with either the Golden Jets or the Young Bucks. It does make me wonder if FTR could get the win here, because I think Kenny and Jericho against FTR, I mean, what a match. Who doesn't want to see that match? And the Young Bucks FTR is just one of the great tag rivalries in AEW history, isn't it? I mean, do we need to go to it again so soon after having it at Wembley? Don't know, maybe not. I feel pretty good, though, that Omega and Jericho, the Golden Jets, are winning that match later. So that would make me think that FTR definitely have a chance here. But the problem is, I think the tag champs have got a great chance of retaining. And I do also wonder about the Kings of the Black Throne. So this, I said earlier, I think for me is the hardest one, the one I felt least confident about predicting. Is Ricky Starks and Big Bill. Top guys. I'm down for seeing Bucks and FTR once more, said Mitchell. Alex said, Adam Cole has got a broken leg and could not tag team. He better not be in this main event, or I will never watch AEW again. Jim said, no diving, just fisting. That's always been my life's motto as well, to be honest. Maggie said, is it me or have they diminished FTR? Well, they, I think, definitely are on the back burner at the moment. I think they're trying to build up some other teams. I suppose this is the problem, really, is that FTR feel like they, to me anyway, they feel like a team that you put the tag belts on and you leave it on them. Like you put the belts on them and you leave it on them. And I think that you have like a fantastic like run, you know, like a Roman Reigns type run. And I think that's not what they're looking to do here. They're looking to have a competitive tag division with loads of great teams, loads of great challenges, and that means that FTR at times will have to take the back seat, and I think that's what's happened. It's hard, though, because I just think they are something special. They are a team which deserve that kind of Roman Reigns title run in the tag division. But if AEW want to make it a competitive division and want to make it where there's lots of big teams, and there are, in all fairness, I mean, you've got the Bucks, who are always going to be in the conversation. You put in teams together like Omega and Jericho, and we've seen lots of teams get put together as well, like Swerve and Keith Lee. Obviously, you got the Acclaimed round. I mean, it is a very healthy tag division. And that's not even to mention the teams that are in this. I mean, we've got LFI, we've got Kings of the Black Throne, we've got Starks and Big Bill was a surprise, to be honest. That kind of came out of left field. But it makes sense because Big Bill obviously used to be in the tag team with Enzo. So we know he certainly knows tag team wrestling. Maybe you could argue even better than being a singles wrestler. And Ricky Starks is got great potential, but it just doesn't seem like there's anywhere to quite fit him at the moment. So it's a team that does make sense. And they invested in them. They put the tag belts on them, and I think they're favourites to retain here. Here is a ladder being introduced then. We've got Cash. Shouldn't Cash be in the Bang Bang Gang? And Roosh. FTR against Kings of Black Throne in a long program would be great, said Chris. If you don't have matching ring gear, then you're not a real tag team, said Lord Rupert Everton. Do you know what? It's a good point. Well made. I am a big fan of teams having matching gear. I'm a big fan. I'm a big believer in it. So it's a really good point. Well made. Right, we've got forearm strike coming in there by Cash. Brody King came down. He gets kicked away there by Roosh. Stuck underneath by Cash. Kicked to the midsection. Dralistico standing his ground in the middle. Jumps over the top. Spear by Cash to Roosh, who goes to the outside, lands on a couple of people on the outside. Dralistico is looking like he's going to launch himself to the outside as the people are getting back up to their feet. Dralistico goes against the ropes over the top. He comes down on the four guys that were on the outsides. I genuinely think that's my least favourite spot in modern wrestling. They do it a lot where you've got people on the outside and someone jumps on top of them, and you've just got people that are standing waiting to be jumped on. Like, I've always struggled with it, and I continue to struggle with it. It doesn't. It excites a live crowd, and I'm sure that there's people at home that enjoy it. But someone jumping on a load of people to the outside spot is something I've just always struggled with. And we're doing a lot of it here. It's again and again and again. If I was one of them wrestlers on the outside, I would walk away. That's what I would do. I'd be like, I can see what's going on. I've watched enough wrestling to know what this is all about. Look at them all waiting. Suplex. We just had about 4 or 5 examples there in a row of wrestlers going to the outside, landing on a load of people. Everyone's down on the outsides. And hopefully they've got that out their systems now. Okay, so Brody King on his feet going round the outside. There is a ladder that's been set up from the ring to the barricades. A couple of ladders are being closed and introduced. No, are they being brought in the ring? They are being brought in the ring. Brody King slides a ladder in. Big Bill slides the ladder in. So it looks like Brody King and Big Bill are about to get into the ring. Brody King climbing up the one side, Big Bill the other. And Big Bill stepping inside the ring. Brody King, Big Bill towering over Brody King. Look at that. Hogan Andre vibes. Forearm strike by Brody King. Mitchell said the match needs Samoa Joe walk-away segment. Oh, he was so good for that. He was so good for that. He got even more goated, in my opinion, for that. Clubbing blows coming in there by Brody King. Another clubbing blow coming in by Big Bill. Knee to the midsection by Brody King. Clubbing blows raining down. So these two in the ring, and we've got Dax and Roosh. Both grab ladders, and they drive them into Brody King and Big Bill. Big Bill goes down. Now they're driving them into Brody King. Brody King goes down, and now they're using them as like weapons, smashing them into each other. We've had an hour and a half of the main show so far, and we've still got plenty of matches coming up. This is what match is this? Is this our 4th match tonight? I think it is. On the main card, at least. Down goes, Dax has got the ladder on his head. And wrestlers are approaching him as he continues to knock him around with this ladder. Jalistico is in the ring. Let's have a little look, shall we? So we have had 3 matches on the main cards. This is our 4th match, which means after this we will have 4 matches left after this. 4 matches left. I think we're probably here for another difficult 2 hours, maybe 2.5. Here's Jalisco. Here's Dragon. I gotta say, the match length is very comfortable at the moment. The first match was 10 minutes 55. Second was 10 minutes 30. The next one was 9:25. Opening match was 15:10. Then we had 12:05. I reckon we could have lost a couple of minutes from both of those. But yeah, we're getting like matches around that kind of 10-minute mark at the moment. Rouge is lying down, pointing over to the crowd. It's just Rouge and Cash that are in the ring. Is pointing out to the fans, grabbing Cash, throwing in a chop, driving him against the ropes. It's just these two in the ring. We've got about 3 ladders on the ground. They've got room to work, but you've got to be so careful with all the ladders that are dotted around. And we've got that's a ladder. It's one of the smaller ladders that's being set up by the looks of things. Crowd applauding away. I think they are enjoying the action so far, as Malachi, haven't seen much of Malachi in this match at all. Haven't seen much of Malachi at all. Malachi is in the ring, and he's moving the ladder over against the ropes. Kick coming into the midsection there by Cash. Uppercut coming in by Cash. Chop there by Cash as well. Malachi into the ladder. Cash looking out to the outside. You can see a couple of LFI members just having a word in the corner. They're just watching the action, watching how it's unfolding. I don't mind that. I don't think that's a bad look or anything. It could just be that they're on the outsides, just watching. If someone's going to climb a ladder, they'll get inside. But other than that, we're just going to watch these people beat each other up. Malachi with a ladder is propping it into the corner. Ladder is propped in the corner. Malachi has got Cash shot to the face. Cash is lying on the ladder. Now Malachi is climbing up. Dax coming in, throwing in some big clubbing blows, throwing in some big shots. Brody King comes over. He throws in a chop, couple of chops coming in. Dax goes to the outsides. And Brody King goes to the outside as we're seeing Cash starting to fight back. Malachi is in the corner. It's a match that's got a lot of spots and things being set up and the weapons being used. And Malachi up top. Low blow there by Cash. Tag titles swinging away. Williams said 2024 has got a lot in store for the mods. Oh, pile driver onto the ladder by Cash. So Malachi is driven headfirst onto the ladder. He's down. Holy shit, gents.
Dude, I left this out. Fuck.
I still think maybe the craziest, but I mean, that might be the second craziest, but I still think that choke slam to Darby Allin, that was mental.
Poopers.
Oof. Danielson Kingston at World's End, with the winner becoming AEW's first Triple Crown champion. Will be awesome to see, said Corvids. Through the outside, look at that by... Is that Brody King diving through the ropes? Collided into a ladder. Wiping out Big Bill, I believe. There are ladders everywhere. There's even a ladder that's kind of leaning into the crowd. Don't know who was sat in that position. If that was Green Shirt Guy, he'd be dead. Spear by Ricky Starks. I haven't seen anything of Ricky Starks.
My olives are...
Ricky Starks in the ring. Spear by Ricky Starks. Absolute Ricky Starks going up, looking for a DDT to Dax. Kipper.
What's up?
Dax goes down. Ricky Starks all kinds of fired up. Back elbow there to Cash. Ricky Starks has really provided
we got
some real momentum here. His down onto Dax, picks up Cash. Ring of Honor. I don't know what the situation is in regards to contract. You know, coming up later tonight or some point. Oh, into the ladder goes everything everywhere.
But Malachi,
I've refreshed.
yeah, listen, I again, to me, love that spot. Back suplex in a ladder.
I've refreshed.
Yeah, yes, Brody's fucking bust. Out of nowhere here.
In the corner, charging over
at Dax. So
the ladder is set up. Right.
Jalisco lands on the apron. The kick. Oh, Jalisco put his footwork to good use. Now the springboard. Oh, one more. Still can't get the big man down.
Into Big Bill by Roosh. Smashing him away as Big Bill slumps down. Goldberg should have been in AEW. He was huge in WCW. It would be full circle, says William. Justin said, I was just going to ask if they did the signing yet. Not yet. Everyone's waiting for it. It's definitely something regarding the channel membership. You might know.
Physical battle here. Precarious.
Into the ladder. He's moving over. He's trying to walk on the ladder. Oh.
got head first in. That can't have felt nice for anyone. I can't imagine anyone's going to feel it has, but certainly those two, both of them seem to cash back. Ricky Starks trying to smash in the belt into Ricky Starks. You want to predict your score? There's some undeniable big moments in that match. It certainly was all action. Travis says 1. Mitchell said 4. Corbin said out of 5. Yeah, go out of 5. Yeah. Miguel said 3. I'm really interested. Do you know what, actually? Rather than just reading them, let's end this poll. And we'll do a poll on it and see what people thought. Scores. So scores for that match. Do you think it was 1 to 3? Do you think it was 3 to 3, 7, 5? Do you think it was 4 to... Are these the right parameters? Might not be. Let's do 1 to 2. God, I don't know why I'm struggling. It's because we never do these kinds of polls, so I don't really have the parameters in my mind. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll make it. We will make it. 3, 2, 3, 7, 5. These might not be quite the right parameters, but this is what I've gone with. So, star-wise, what would you give that? Would you say it was 0 to 1.75? I mean, that's low. Would you say it was 2 to 2.75? Would you say it was 3 to 3.75? Or do you think that was 4 stars or above? Again, maybe I could have sorted that a bit better into different parameters. Maybe it should be like 0 to... Maybe 0 to 2.75. 3 to 3.75. 4 to 4.5. 4.75 to 5. Maybe something like that. Maybe that's better. On Wednesday, 9 spots left to take. Continental Classic kicks off. TBS Championship next. Oh, Julia Hart, Sky Blue, Chris Statlander, the TBS Championship. No video package. No video package. So looks like we're just going straight into the entrances. AEW went from having a bit over 12,000 tickets available tonight to 12.7 distributed after they opened up of them. It's a good job by AEW. 4.3 tickets distributed 12,754. In all fairness, WrestleTix do a great job of giving you like what they did in this venue previous. They did 9.6 in January here for a Dynamite. So this seems like 12.7 is nothing to be sniffed at. You know, that's good for them. Sky Blue taking off her baseball cap. So Sky Blue takes off her baseball cap and she puts on like some sort of crown thing. Sky Blue getting in the ring. The sky might be blue, but the clouds above are very dark, says Nigel McGuinness. Okay, here is Chris Statlander. She's got a 174-day reign as TBS champion. I think Statlander should retain here. And I've seen a prediction on, I think it was Wrestling Observer, that Statlander, they think she will retain. It's only a prediction. Certainly not guaranteed at all. But I do wonder about Sky Blue and this new mentality that she's got. Is it going to be a case that she is actually working with Julia Hart? I mean, if she is working with Julia Hart, it does beg the question, why are they about to have a match? Will there be a moment where Julia Hart finally gets through to Sky Blue during this match? And they will start working together. Statlander is standing in the middle. Sky Blue, Julia staring at each other. Sky Blue charging at Statlander. We are underway. Sky Blue is slammed down by Statlander. Julia Hart is slammed onto Sky Blue. Statlander flashing the guns. What I'm reading. Their tongue out to someone with actual intrigue. Is she affected by the mist? Question mark. Is she pretending to be affected by the mist? Question mark. Has she actually been a spooky grump? Who knows? But AEW is erupt someone's heart and change their element could allow for some interesting storylines in the future week. And the growth, as this is third billing in this program, she's still looking for that program that we can point to as the defining. Didn't drop the title. Prediction from Wrestling Observer. So, right, Julia Hart goes to the outside. Blue with the head scissors. Watched. She hasn't been around. I don't know if she's had a little injury. And there was a lot of. There's a handshake here between Julia Hart and Sky Blue. Julia Hart. Each other. So yeah, I think I'd probably go like a 3. Maybe 3, 5, 3. Putting on the hair, I can see that 32% of people went that 3.375 range. 50% of people said 4 to 5. So it seems like those are the two areas that people have gone to most in our poll for that last match. Sky Blue unload. 1, 2, shoulder. Yeah, I do. Survivor Series came out today to go up against AEW Full Gear. WWE Survivor Series. Well, I don't know what you mean. Survivor Series is next weekend. Kick coming in there by Statlander. Samoan drop to Sky Blue. Julia Hart sent on to Chris Statlander. Mind. Julia got Sky Blue. Roll up there by Sky. Sky charging out. Statlander, Hart. All three women are down. Of Adam Cole, Red Dragon, said Graham. To be honest, mate, I've given it no thought. You know, the question has been who's behind the devil, the people. You know? So yes, it could be that. Sky Blue, Chris Statlander down in the corner. Sky Blue with Julia Hart, throws in Julia Hart. Sky Blue is on the corner. She picks up Sky Blue on the shoulders. Face first, down she goes.
Late kick out there by Julia Hart. Watch Sky Blue.
Dragging Sky Blue over to the corner. Julia Hart on the outside. Statlander climbing up. Does MJF find his way back in the arena and interfere? I expect him to be a part of that. I would be surprised if we don't get MJF a part of that main event. Julia up top. Julia with a moonsault to Sky Blue, going for the cover. 1, 2, and Statlander makes the save. So Statlander grabs the leg of Julia Hart and pulls her out the ring. Julia Hart charges over and power slam there by Statlander. Kyle can't wrestle till next year. He's got neck fusion. That'll keep you out for a year plus, says Jeremy. That's interesting. Won't get the sign until the last moment. They're hoping that people will still be awake by then, says Maggie. Sky Blue goes against the ropes. This has been better than Survivor Series, and we've not finished. I'm not saying that to hate, because I'll be watching Survivor Series, but it won't be this good. I think it's hard to not come across as hating if you're going to say that this show is better than a show that hasn't happened yet. You know, that's going to be a hard sell, but I'm not hating, but this is so much better than Survivor Series, which hasn't happened until next week. Sky Blue just getting planted there by Statlander. That will be a big FU from WWE to AEW if Survivor came out today instead of next week. But it's not this week. Why do we keep talking about Survivor Series? It's not this week. It's not tonight. Julia Hart with Sky Blue. Right, she's got a submission hold applied to Sky Blue. Statlander's come over, though. She's grabbing Julia Hart. Suplex to Julia Hart. Deadlift suplex. Now she's picking up Sky Blue. She delivers one to Sky Blue as well. Goes over to Julia Hart. Another suplex. Another suplex. Mitchell said, I'm not hating, but this has been way better than WrestleMania 40. Good shout. Good shout. Kick coming in. Snapdragon, not getting a Snapdragon. Going for the pin. Kick out by Statlander. Sky Blue coming over. Clubbing blow to the back. Against the rope goes Sky Blue. Spinning round. Looking for Statlander. Looking for pile driver. Against the ropes goes Julia Hart. Clothesline. Julia Hart pins Sky Blue. And Julia Hart gets the win. So Julia Hart steals the pin from Statlander, and Julia Hart gets the title. MJF has got to knock out Roddy Strong and steal his wheelchair and then be wheeled down the ring, says Brenton. Could the devil be the new signee as a swerve? Could the devil be the new signee as a swerve? I don't think so. Don't think so. I think they're two separate stories, to be honest. Gutted for my girl. Sky Blue said, Nico. What's the WWE pay-per-view equivalent to this? Backlash? Fastlane? Don't know. This isn't AEW's biggest show. Their biggest shows are the Wembley show, the Double or Nothing. Their biggest shows. That's their WrestleManias and SummerSlams, whatever. This is Full Gear has still got a bit of name value because we've done Full Gear before. This show for me has been a flat 4.0. Oh, 4 out of 10. So the AEW fan, 2.5. James said, I'm not hating, but Mania 69 will be way better than Double or Nothing 2037. Some big statements in the chat right now. Some big statements. Smooth Operator said, speaking of MJF and the Devil Mask, has it been 90 days since Ziggler was released? No. I'm not hating, but men suck and women are superior, said Trini. I agree, by the way. I agree. Men do suck. I would say more like a Backlash. Okay, there we go. End of that match. How many matches we got left to go? 3 matches left to go. Golden Jets against the Young Bucks. Adam Page against Swerve Strickland. And Adam Cole against Switchblade Jay White. Okay. CM Punk should be the new sign-in, and the Devil, says Brenton. Okay, Tony's in the ring.
Maybe it'll be who gets the chair. The AEW World Championship.
It's been a spectacular night. There's a sign in this crowd that says fire. Is this the sign-in? Blockbuster kind of. The reveal is. Looks like it is going to be Will Ospreay. Will Ospreay has been revealed as the newest sign-in of AEW. Okay, so the rumors were true. Will Ospreay is the latest sign-in for AEW. It's a good sign-in. So Tony in the ring, Tony Schiavone. Will Ospreay, we knew. Definitely feels like a video. It's been signed. Will Ospreay has signed the contract. Okay, so Ospreay in the ring.
All right, I think we can tell by the response. This is a hell of a move, right?
I've got bad news. I'm not coming in just yet.
You'll go ahead and sign your name to it right there. It is all done.
Pipe down, bruv.
It is now official, Will. How does it feel, brother?
Can you let me finish up?
I'm not gonna come in just yet. Listen, I get it. Calm down, bruv. Alright. Listen, when I was 22 years old,
I will be all yours. I am all elite, bruv, said Will Ospreay. It's a great signing. It's a great signing. Line up the best that you've got. And especially for Wembley.
Mr. Tony Khan, so do us a favor. Line up the best that you got, especially for Wembley.
I'll show you what elite really looks like, bruv.
Because everyone here knows I'm about
He is arguably the best in the world. Breaking news coming out of AEW and heavily rumored. And this is definitely a big win for AEW in New Japan. He finds himself as arguably the best in the world right now. For you, in a way, is going to come in and start again as he tries to work his way to the top of AEW, something that I think he will achieve. But this is a big signing for AEW. It's a great signing for AEW. Not going to say it's a game-changing signing, but certainly it is a great addition to their roster. He did make 1 point, and his point was, don't expect me to come in just yet. I've been with New Japan since I was 22. Please allow me to finish up there. He said, I will be on the road to Revolution. So I believe his contract is up in January. He's going to be seeing that contract up in New Japan. And then he says, I will be all yours. And he says to Tony Khan, line up your best, because I'm going to show you what elite really means. And excitement is real. A fantastic signing. Will Ospreay is all elite. I'm excited, man. I know it was heavily rumored. I know that's the name that had been doing the rounds. It any less impressive. You know, this is a signing that WWE wanted, and you know, it's a great signing. It's a great signing. Adding great wrestlers to your roster, there is nothing that you can be down about with that. Okay, Will Ospreay. Right, Swerve is making his way down.
It's by knockout or submission.
Okay, here's Prince Nana. Prince Nana dancing with some girls in the entranceway. Rastani said, Days, what's up with the dancing guy? It's like Santino Marella being a badass like Brock Lesnar's manager. I can't answer what I don't know. I don't know why we do this. I think there's a place on the card for him. I don't know that place is with Swerve. Personally. I think people enjoy him.
The general public,
and I think there's a place on the card
for
him.
Just like put
is that person with
on
Swerve?
the world
Not
stage
for me, but for others,
people who never watched AEW before are now
be.
hooked to a degree. But again, it's a niche market.
I'm more.
I will say the fact that he is committed to him if they have the opportunity.
I just wouldn't put them.
It's a little anticlimactic for me because we've seen
I'm just so excited about him, and I'm
involved
really
with
looking forward
AEW
to
for
this
so
match.
long. It kind of felt like a foregone conclusion. When I drive. Let's get those
absolutely don't need
predictions
dancing
in.
for a
Don't be
death
quiet.
match,
Don't be
says,
shy. What are you
Mitchell.
thinking? What are you thinking? Da, da, da.
Okay.
He wanted Will before WWE.
He doesn't mess
Yeah,
around.
no, I mean, I
Hangman
give
just
Tony
jumps
marks on the
into
sense
the
of
ring, goes out
in the envelope. You were able to get the
starts
deal done. You
unloaded.
didn't have to get into this negotiation. Tony
Hangman,
makes an offer.
who
He
goes
comes
to
back,
the
says, "Give
outside,
me
he's
more."
looking to
He gives her
deliver a
more.
really quick
The
buckshot.
WWE Wine and Diner, introduce her to
Buckshot connects.
all the people they're connected to. Show her the performance
whilst
center and
Swerve and
sell her
Prince
on being
Nana
a
were
star like The
dancing
Rock
around and
John
doing whatever,
Cena,
out came
and next thing you
Hangman
lose Jade.
like
So Tony
an
did not want to take
explosion,
that
like
chance.
a bottle
He
rocket.
did not take that chance.
And
it is
he
a great
absolutely
signing for
unloads
Tony. I
on
think if
Swerve,
you
gets
had
the
this
early
moment
advantage. It's
without
a
the
fun way
hype
of
behind it,
going about this match.
the
Here for a
putting out
death match,
tweets
and that's
comments,
what we're doing.
you know, is the perspective sometimes. So in my
Hangman
humble opinion,
is in
yeah, he could have
control.
probably waited. He could have probably done this in a different way,
Swerve
but yeah,
against the
big
barricade.
news
Swerve
for
reverses it, but he
AEW.
still
As
goes into the
Swerve is in
barricade.
the
The
ring, Donna's
reversal
got the
was
mic,
reversed.
hyping up the crowd.
Swerve goes into the barricade. Swerve is down.
Again, a little interesting. Oh,
And
no entrance for
has come
Hangman.
over.
Ding,
Hangman
ding,
standing
we're
over
going.
Swerve at the moment as the referee is
Jump start,
counting
ladies
away.
and gentlemen. So I'm going to have to close the predictions. If you haven't made a prediction, get it
Hangman
in.
has managed to get a chair.
I'll give it a couple minutes or a couple seconds. But Adam going for the buckshot. Lands it.
Hangman going underneath the
Swerve
ring.
gets drilled. It's so
Goes under the ring. What's he got?
Billy Phil
Tape.
for next week. It's cool. Yeah, fair enough. I
So
mean,
are we
again,
going to
they're
see
compete for the
another
open
example,
contract.
are we, of
And
this
I thought it might
tape
be
being
Sasha.
used?
Is Sasha still on the table? What's
So
the
we've
story
seen
with
that in
Ronda
these death
Rousey?
matches where they
What's
use
Phil
this
gonna do?
tape to kind of tie their opponents to the ropes.
So we got a
He's
buckshot
always tying
lariat,
his
but
hands
the match,
together.
yeah, we're just rolling
He's
on.
using the tape to
As
bound
Adam
his
Page
hands
outside
together.
throwing Swerve into everything.
So he's actually put the
Does
tape
he
around
drop
the
the
hands of
IWGP
Swerve.
US
Swerve
belt
is
as
down. He's coming back
Wrestle
over,
Kingdom
taping
now?
up
I would say
the
yes.
hands again.
Based on, I know there's a good
Nana
relationship
on
with New
the
Japan and
outside can't do anything
Tony,
but watch on.
Again, if you're pulling him in full time, you're going to take the belt off and put it on one of your guys, and then Osprey,
Staple
like you
gun has
said, let me
been
finish up
introduced,
and I'll
and
be
now
here.
he
I got
puts
some
a
business
staple
to
into
do.
the chest.
TK
of,
not surprised,
Swerve.
new signing,
Swerve
new
goes
signed
out
wrestler.
of the ring.
There you go.
He had a staple
Jay
put
White.
into his
Jay
chest.
White is a ratings killer, and that's
Another
your fear,
staple
right?
gets
Because
put into his
again, Jay
chest.
White's kind of similar to Osprey in the
I mean,
sense
this
of
is what you
it
are going to
was,
get with an
you know, fans like us
AEW death
that
match.
were like, "Oh my God, what a huge signing! Jay White's a star." To the general
brutal,
public,
man.
they were like, "Who is
Now
this
he's got
guy?"
a bit of paper.
And then when he
And
got kind
another
of
staple
lost in the
is
shuffle that is
fired
in this
into Swerve.
title angle, then you start asking questions, right? Oh, is he really
Taz
that
said
good?
Swerve deserves this.
So I hope they have a plan for Osprey.
I mean, obviously, he
imagine
broke into his house.
Will Osprey will be an AEW World Champion.
I don't know if he spoke to his baby,
without a doubt.
but we definitely had
And maybe
some
that's what
drama
they,
with
you know, again,
potentially
a lot
a
of
child.
talk about, you know, MJF
So
not being on
Hangman
posters
is
and
beside
media
himself.
content
And,
as far as Nick
top
Gear goes.
chair.
So maybe
getting,
they're hoping
revenge.
Osprey's to counterbalance to MJF, which
You don't
might not be
mess
good enough.
with people's family, says
yeah,
Taz.
that's accurate, Jay.
Chop
Will
to the
Osprey
midsection.
is all elite. Adam Page just takes Swerve's hands
please don't
together.
hang him, Hangman. Do not hang him, for God's
His
sake.
pay-per-view is going fast. This pay-per-view is going fast, I'm
Got,
assuming.
a
Not
chair,
bad. We're at the
and
3
he
hour
is
40 mark of
putting
our
the chair
coverage.
down in the corner.
We went on a half an hour early. So, yeah, I mean, we're clipping along. We still got a few matches to get to.
So he's going over. He's got another piece of paper. I don't know if he's going
What do we got
to
left?
staple
1,
another
2,
piece of paper to him.
3, 4 matches?
Swerve on his knees.
Yeah, 3 after this one.
Will Ospreay, Kenny Omega.
I'm
best match of
surprised that the Young Bucks
2023,
haven't
said
gone
Raju.
yet. I expect them early as so
it's
Hangman stapling Swerve.
He stapled a picture of his son's finger painting. Well, that's ruined. I mean, he's just
Loving
gonna. I
the
mean, could
sticker.
his son
Thank
make
you,
another one?
Smooth.
Sure.
By the way, no
but
disrespect, but A and B combo, and the rest of the story
the
is
blood is
longest
absolutely
podcast
pouring.
going ever.
Hangman has got his mouth open.
Story is the longest podcast going ever. Just stating facts again. I have
This ain't-
no idea
this
what you're
ain't
talking
funny.
about. Not even a little bit. So I'm taken. Adam is
He's,
decorating Strickland like a Christmas
he-
ornament.
Swerve
100%.
was busted open.
We got
Hangman
you.
was letting the blood go in his
Swerve
mouth. He
busted
was,
open. Swerve's busted open. He's getting
bloodthirsty, that's
stapled
what
shut
Hangman
all at
is.
the same time.
He's absolutely
Hangman is
incensed.
playing heel. And again, Swerve, Donna
Hangman
was
going
hyping up the
to
crowd like a baby
the
face.
outside, grabs
a bit of a double turn
chair.
here.
It was. I mean,
Osprey first
it was always going to be
champ,
this.
Rob.
This is what a
And
Texas
Triple
Death
Crown,
match
Rob.
in AEW
Yeah.
is.
All right, you know, and I don't know if you made it official.
It was
that he
always
did
going to be this.
I were talking, so. Oh, now he's got it.
He's got steel
stapling
chair
his cheek.
and goes to wallop Swerve
Woo!
with that scare.
I
Nice
love
coming
the
over to
Benito
release Swerve.
go tickets. That's out of people and has matches that people want to talk about. That is an X factor for Osprey.
Hangman
Swerve is bleeding into Hangman's mouth, and the crowd goes wild.
He's got another stapler. Puts another staple into
Grant,
Swerve.
the crowd chant, "You sit." You know
Swerve
what?
turns around and says that Hangman.
This is just Tony trying to compete with WWE because they will
Another
most
staple
likely
coming in by
have
Hangman.
either Punk
Stapling
or
away.
Orton show up at SS. 100%.
Gun.
And I expect both companies to pull out their best weapons, the best they got in their bag, and what they can pull off.
WWE
And again,
limit
maybe it is
Spray's
partly
moveset,
you know
just
that
like Ricochet
you could lose
says.
MJF. You
Raju.
could see Phil show
Death
up
matches
elsewhere.
in the name,
And
said
in addition to that,
agency.
but you don't want to risk losing, having the opportunity to have
Is
Osprey on your roster.
that stable gun.
Low blow by
He's
Swerve.
tickling himself.
Nana
He's got,
getting
a
Swerve
sick
free.
smile
Brought
on
the
his
scissors.
face.
It's handy. He's got the scissors. Is you are somehow here.
Swerve has got a chair
Honestly,
with
Phil,
barbed wire
is
wrapped
you
around.
are
He's
somehow
setting up
here,
in the
or
corner. He's
see
going
those
over and
bros
grabbing
just got back
Hangman.
home to the WWE. Paul and
Hangman
Nick
face first
will
into
treat you
the
well.
chair.
Promise. Let's stick it to
Covered
Jungle
in
Boy.
barbed wire.
Here, Trips. I wrote you. You still ain't calling. Stapled his chest. And Swerve no sell.
It's all
Pissed
CGI,
off.
said Dort Knight. Tonight's
He's
match
had
is brought
enough.
to you by Quentin Tarantino.
Another staple.
He's got the
Another
barbed wire. He's
staple.
wrapped it around the head of Hangman.
Adam Page shooting blanks. You heard me.
But this is making me sick, said
We
Big
got
Time.
Juice. Hangman is playing heel. Got that one.
Do you know what?
Swerve
I
is
don't think it's
special.
bloody enough.
Yeah, this is
Cowards.
insane.
That's what they are.
This
Absolute
is not
cowards.
a wrestling match. That's a fair argument.
They need to stop messing
Now he's
around
stapling
and they need
himself
to get
and just
properly
laughing.
stuck in.
If the cameraman would stop zooming
breeze
in on
block.
the fact that staples are no longer coming out of the staple gun.
Yeah! Smash his head in!
Hangman isn't trying. No, he's getting his payback for Swerve going in his
Just
house.
bleed!
No, I agree, but the crowd has kind of dictated that.
Let's go.
Page is getting a lot
It's
of the
about time we
boos.
had a match
A
where
lot of
someone's
the
career was like
angst in the room
ended.
is directed at Page. And again, Swerve being pretty close to
Forearm
home,
strike
I
there
guess.
by Hangman. Stupid.
Makes him kind of gives him a little bit of home field advantage. Next
Some
in
barbed wire.
AEW. I'll wait for Nick to come back on that one, Damien. Good question.
Throwing in some weak
I
shots,
hope
aren't
he's
they?
somewhere near the title picture and involved with main event guys.
Hangman going
He's not
against the
coming in to
ropes.
do,
Gets caught by Swerve.
20-minute matches with
Swerve
AR
dragging Hangman to the outside.
No offense, they are.
How's he going to use the breeze
That's
block?
gross what Page did,
Curb
drinking the
stomp
blood
onto
of
the breeze
Strickland.
block.
Yeah, a
That'd be
little, not my cup of tea.
Swerve on the outside. Hangman. Oh, is he going to do
honestly believe TK has no faith in MJF resigning.
I thought he might flip over and do
You know
like
what?
a
I
code
just assumed
red.
that MJF was
Oh, Death
kayfabing
Valley
this whole
Driver. Death
I
Valley
might go to
Driver.
WWE
Hammond.
thing.
Oh, onto the breeze block.
That's wavering a little, guys. It's definitely wavering a little.
A driver.
As Swerve has
onto
a
the breeze
cinder block.
Now drop it on his head.
Hangman is the worst. I understand why you feel that way at times, AJ. And then, like I said, I believe Swerve has brought the best out of Hangman Page. This is the best Hangman Page we've seen. A triple threat match, a ladder match,
in
and a
pieces on the
death match.
outsides.
There's
Cinder
crazy
block
moments
has
in these matches,
disintegrated. The blood
but
is
very
gushing out the
pace
head of
for
Swerve.
matches. Because otherwise TK would have just absolutely. And again, we talked about it before where people
He's got
talk
him up on the
a lot
top
about
of
the AEW effect on WWE.
barricade.
Does it make WWE book different? Do they counter book? Do they counter produce? Now Swerve biting
wrestling
Hangman.
fans
Sorry.
I can get behind that.
Death Valley Driver on a cinder
Pile
block.
driver on the top
And this
of
one didn't turn to
the
dust like the one on Keith Lee's chest.
down his face.
You know, and they start
He's got a
whispering and rumors start
crimson
coming out,
mask.
oh, maybe they want this person. Then it becomes an arms race. And that's good for business. It's good for the rest. Some wrestlers are going to get paid because there's more than one company. So kudos to Tony for that.
Yeah, he's got so much blood. He's
matters.
Throws the bottle.
We can't go
at
back into the dark.
If he's going to come back, the next pay-per-view is
Austin
Long
doesn't
Island. He
feel
will be champ.
like a star in AEW, fans will point the finger at
why is
TK.
Weed making this worse?
As
Said
they
Mikey
should.
Time.
As they should, Keyshawn, because I think everybody who's anybody, everybody in the building tonight, everyone online right now, who's
Hangman on
cheering the
the
signing of Will
outside,
Ospreay, know
Swerve
what
coming over,
Ospreay
grabbing
is.
him by the
So if
hair,
he doesn't get
dragging
over
him
like a
into
complete
the ring.
fucking superstar, you have no choice to point your finger at TK. It's the way
Shot
it is.
coming in
When you're
by
running the ship,
Swerve.
you gotta take the heat.
Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi filter.
We got bad blood.
Speaking of Wi-Fi filter.
Well, I was going to say, speaking of pointing the fingers,
shot
but
coming in
yeah.
on a step
Oh
coming
my
in there
God,
by,
fucking
Swerve.
this shot on Swerve right now. This man is.
What did you think of the
Princeton Mass?
These two exchanging blows in
But
the
no, I will
middle of the
first to
ring.
admit I thought there was
Smooth
no
operator
snowball
said
chance
more
in hell
blood than
that it was
flair.
going to turn like
Leon said
Alvarez,
Jim Cornette
etc.
is having a
I'll
heart
admit
attack
that I
right
was
now
wrong
watching
on
this
that.
match.
Yep.
I thought there was no way in hell that they, he would
WWE
do
AEW
that.
fan said this is
More on
watching
Ospreay than
getting in the ring.
That's
Aubrey said, remember Shawn Michaels bleeding out everywhere, lol.
And we've seen
Swerve's
athletes
going to win
they
by
re-up with their team and you're like,
shenanigans.
dude, you could have went for so much more.
Days, I honestly
But
believe.
see at AEW, is it the fact that Ospreay will still be able to?
Let's see.
Why does that cameraman look like he's
Moxley
trouble?
is
He's got like a
king
bandana
of
on.
death matches.
God damn,
Regime.
even Hangman right now, you got the blood trickling down his
EC Dub
chest.
says
and
Punk
everything.
Panda.
Like, this is a hell of
Following
a
slam
match
there
between these two.
by
Right.
Hangman to Swerve.
Honestly, we could see the return of Sasha Banks to WWE. It is possible. I told you,
So
Triple H
Swerve
is the
going
king
over to
of
the
kings,
corner.
of mending burned bridges, and he even did it with people that Vince McMahon had shit on that said they'd never come back to
Nigel
WWE.
said this is very hard to watch.
So hold on tight.
We are going to need a piece
6
of
meter. I
chalk
don't know if you're
to
talking about
outline
me or
one of
him.
these bodies
There's
by the
an
end of
missing
this
from that
match.
comment.
Well, no, I
Listen, if
You-
they
you
do
got
the match
the
right, we're
100%.
going to
My
need two
beard is
pieces. Be nothing left.
Mine looks like a shadow of a beard at times.
the
The
Shockmaster is the
barbed wire
devil.
is being wrapped
I'm in.
around the
Let's
body
go.
of Swerve.
Good old tugboat.
Mm-hmm. Now, I said
Fall
was
away
right
slam,
before you
so
came
the
back
barbed
from your
wire
fall.
Look at
wrapped
this
around the
fucking
body
ring
of Swerve.
canvas.
Fall
It
away
looks like
slam.
you saw the ring. Like, this looks like a fucking UFC fight.
Right?
You even saw the camera that had a little bit of blood dropping on it.
Yeah.
And
Crazy
man
shot
going
of
over
the-
You got
and
barbed wire right
grabbing
now.
a
As
chair.
Swerve's got a handful of barbed wire. But that's the thing is, like, Ospreay,
This is by
he
far
would
the
have been
most
amazing in
intense
WWE. And here, if he doesn't go
death
for
match
the
we've
world title
seen.
in AEW, where do we go?
Sorry, you're going to have to
Also,
repeat that.
If I was saying how Osprey and WWE
Hangman is going up
that
top
would
with
have
a
been great.
barbed wire
He
chair.
doesn't need to go
TJ said
fully at the
Swerve
world
is
title.
paying for his sins.
You in
That's like
AEW,
said, the
if
Nature
you're
Boy
not going at
is
the world
in the
title,
back ready
what the
to
fuck are you
face
doing?
the
Oh
winner.
my god!
Okay, he comes down.
Hey man,
Swerve
you
with
barbed
a-
wire on Swerve's face. Now he's wrapping him up in the
WWE
barbed
fans said,
wire.
this is not my favorite type of match.
Nobody.
I agree. MJF's last AEW match will be in his home state next month, and that's where he loses the title.
I'm not gonna lie.
Here we go. We've got
Fall-away slam
Swerve
with
being
Swerve
chucked
wrapped up in
into
the barbed
ring.
wire.
I will admit,
Okay,
do
we
we not
are,
feel like Swerve has taken the vast majority of the
surely
damage.
getting to the end of
Swerve, why not drive? Yes, Swerve,
this
why
show
not
so
drive?
far has been
Big
on for
pressure.
about 2.5 hours.
Swerve Strickland
That's
versus
not
Will
bad,
Ospreay.
actually,
Oh, they're
considering
gonna
we've
tear
only
it
got
down,
2
man, guy.
matches left.
Yeah, I'm all for that.
Buckshot.
Sign me up.
You didn't even need the contract now for that to happen.
Tony didn't say
Boot there
anything,
by
right?
Swerve.
If there was no tweet, right? Shivani comes out
It's
to
all
them
right
and
to
says,
not had a cup of tea in.
chair!
Move forward,
I
barbed
mean,
wire wrap
an
chair.
easy, at least 5 years.
Oh my
Maybe
god,
not,
but still,
maybe
just
8.
look, even Hangman, look at Swerve
Hangman,
right now, and I even like Swerve with a glaze there. This man's got
who do
that
you
bright
want Will
color
Ospreay's
fucking
fighting
blood coming out.
AEW?
But 100%, even Swerve out here saying,
Julia Hart.
well, if I'm going to hell, I've dragged Hangman with me.
The last match is a 3-hour Iron White
That's
Shark
not
said.
debatable. But it is a bit of,
Hangman
there's a lot
is
of match
on his,
bullshit compared to
feet.
this.
No, I'm just
Some
looking
in
at
the
the
crowd
list of what
says
matches
Fire
we've had
Canada.
before I make my decision.
Fair enough.
But yeah, no,
Prince
most
Nana
likely.
Logan
is
Paul, buckshot, Larry
responding.
misses.
Prince Nana
Oh, roll
helping Swerve get
through.
up to his feet.
Oh, he
And Swerve
grabs
does
the,
get up. The
he grabs
match
the
is
barbed wire chair
continuing.
again. Oh, eats it to the face with a big
Fight
stomp.
forever. Fight
Sage and
forever.
Swerve may need to be quarantined after
Chair
this
to the
match.
back of Swerve.
Yeah, bring that ambulance
Swerve
back. Where's
goes
MJF
down.
with the fucking...
Yeah, we're going to need a
Hangman
fucking transfusion
with this,
after this shit.
chair.
Triple H can mend
Oh, was he going to
most
hit a tombstone on the barbed wire chair?
Chris
Swerve got
Statlander should get
Hangman
her
up for
rematch
all
at
those.
the next
Hangman's
pay-per-view
going
schedule.
to
I'm looking
He's gonna
forward to
hit a
this one. It's not
tombstone on the barbed
disappointed.
wire.
He said,
on the barbed wire chair.
I'm convinced that my
in-depth
guess
matches,
of Adam
Blood
Page...
in the Bleeding Out and
I
JBL on
don't know
Judgment
right
Day
now.
2005.
I'm
We
amazed
have
both
had
men
Blood in
are still
WWE,
upright, to be
yes.
honest with this.
Jim said
Right.
in isolation
Literally
it's a good
look at
signing, but
Swerve's
it won't
fucking
change
forehead.
anything.
Right.
Jo said the
my
same
friend-
that
His entire
criticized are the
canvas has
same that
turned
love the Attitude Era.
mauve green or
Maggie
mauve red, I should say.
said, Christopher, real sugar,
My friend that
taste the
lives in
distant
Michigan looks
memory. I
identical to
use
TJ.
pretend sugar.
My dad was a truck
That
driver,
said,
so
make a cup
hey,
of tea. You
you
deserve
never know.
it.
You never know.
You
What are you trying to
deserve
say?
it. You deserve
The way
it.
she, way of the road,
There should
Ricky.
be one.
Oh, fucking way of the road.
Keychains that
Fucking
have
way
got
she
lots of
goes,
sound
boy.
effects. So
That's why
I
Kevin
used to be
Owens
a
looks
fan
just
about
like
10 years
you.
ago.
100%. That's why Tommaso Ciampa looks like he could be your distant
That'd
cousin.
be a great wrestling
Everybody.
one if you had You Deserve It. This is awesome.
This is evolutionary. Let's hold the phone.
No, this is not
So, with a
evolutionary.
stomp
This is
to
destructionary.
Hangman,
This
who
is
goes
evolutionary
onto
match,
the barbed wire wrap chair,
Who said that?
No,
Talking
the
to his
stuff
goddamn ear.
stuck inside
This is an
people and crazy
evolutionary
Blood
match.
said WWE.
Evolution is a mystery.
Yeah, no shit.
Can you give results of
Triple H
Full Gear? Says Tyler.
Most fences except for Dallas. What's up with Bo?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Done one.
Question.
Claudio won. MJF
Oh, we're
and
gonna
Samoa
get
Joe
a
won.
buster.
Darby Allin and Adam
Oh,
Copeland won.
Oh, sorry.
Orange
Jedi.
Cassidy won.
My bad.
Timeless Tony
Very
Storm
good.
won.
Bunty.
Ricky
Swerve.
Starks
Oh,
and
smacks him in the
Big
back
Bill
with the barbed wire steel chair, and the barbed wire stuck to him.
won.
By accident.
Including this one. So 2 after this, we've
I'm
got
with you, homies.
Golden Jets
Oh.
against Young Bucks, and we've got
Power!
against
Top
JBL.
row into him.
Okay, Swerve getting into the ring with some thumbtacks.
Yeah, seriously.
Tony Storm won the AEW Women's Championship.
Yeah.
Oh
the
my
double stop onto the chair.
Says W.
We said that this match could tear the fucking house down, and boy, howdy has it.
Splashes onto the grass.
Adam Cole and
takes a weird mentality to think I'm going to put glass in
like,
your
you
back.
got some shit.
Splash it. Yeah, I'm going to splash it. Yeah.
Hey, there's literally so much blood on the ring. Hangman's fucking skating out here. This has become a fucking skating rink, damn Canada.
Hangman is quarantined after
every move.
Oh, we've got a satchel. He still played out that match like it was that. Like they didn't so book it and still ran it like it was that match without. Wow!
Charging over, close
So
goes
Swerve just drops a bag of shards of glass onto the back of Hangman and hits a 450 splash.
It's real glass. Cry me a river, said PJ's plant-based kitchen.
Wow.
With barbed wire is introduced.
Still, I'd be hard pressed to make it top 5, top 10.
AEW match of the year?
Me.
There's
Says,
a vibe
Jim.
to it.
Right
there's
there's
behind
no
every
Crimea River
Yeah.
because the real glass
You're not
is
mad
the
because your
friends
best
who
friend
we
broke up
bled
with them.
with
They
along
hate
the
each
way,
other.
said Jack.
And
This is a blood feud. This is Ken Hatsui. You showed up at my home and we're talking about my kid in my house and everything.
I can't believe he got up, guys. I can't believe.
Oh, we're getting a table
Getting a
of barbed
back
wire.
elbow coming in there by Hangman.
Ouch.
Yeah,
After
G
this
with it.
match,
Yeah,
they're
well,
going to
the
need to
second
go.
I even saw it on the ring.
Tim.
Well, that's getting pulled out.
About said
This
this match is
jaw-dropping.
wild.
It's a car wreck. You're either gonna love it or hate it. Like we know there's people out there gonna be
Okay, so Hangman up top with
horrified by
Swerve.
this, but it's been a good match. I mean, again, some I got
the zone, the
And
British zone.
I still
Hangman.
got Paige winning.
Swerve gets planted through that board, kick to the head there by Hangman.
Real glass, cry me every
He's
time
going to
you see
look
glass.
to
Now, that's
powerbomb
what pops up.
Swerve into that barbed
100%.
wire.
I'm waiting for Jack Perry to come
Picks
back
him up,
because
looking
remember
for-
he's been fired and Jack Perry still hasn't come back.
Swerve is
You gotta figure out how to work them
Swerve
back
is
in.
down.
That's a
Devil.
No, shut your mouth.
AEW can do this because they haven't got stockholders to answer
There's more
to,
people
said
in the
James.
chat than in attendance.
Short Knight said the Colosseum in Rome had to reject this fight due to
We were at triple digits for a minute there.
Everybody's watching this chaos right now. Get back here. Go get your friends, folks.
Crowder
Right.
champion fight
Triple
forever.
digits.
He's now
100%.
wrapping
Like I
barbed
said, let's see if
wire
we can get
around
that 3K
his
subscribe
head.
before we end the evening here. Is we've got both men up top.
Well, dude, are
Good
we
God.
going to fly?
Denied Hollywood guys said it's been a while since I've been
Super
in here.
far away
And
slam.
who-
Great though. You even seeing it shake when
Hollywood,
up
shout out to you,
because he
you
gets the fucking power bomb in
Yeah,
the barbed wire. He can't
SmackDown,
tell.
I
He
won't
can't
say,
tell.
So you can.
Well, no, it's the
Watch
10
a
count.
clip or
It
something.
was up and hit him with a dead eye.
Leon
It should be done right here. Time
Brian
anyone
Cage,
said that.
Throughout the game.
No shit.
Powerbomb,
I was hoping for thumbtacks glass would do.
and
sadistic
Buckle
man,
Bomb,
Christian.
You sick.
and
You sick.
Hangman.
A buckshot lariat on the
And,
swerve with the
planted
barbed wire.
down.
Barbed wire around
Rackage
the
goes out the ring,
I still
goes
say
under the ring.
Showers up next.
So
Oh, it's that or
normal
I'm
looking
shocked
casual
that
attire.
the
Just
Young
looks
Bucks
like
and
looks
the
a-
Golden Jets are going to follow
animal.
this match.
Oh, has not a Whoa.
Cage
Yeah,
in the ring.
what up,
Cage.
Powerbomb.
Gerald said that just ruined the
Simply a
perfectly good
powerbomb.
match.
He's gonna sue fucking
He looks
for
good
this
in
shit.
jeans.
If I was Swerve, I'd be like, where?
Hey, he
Slice
got
of
a
him,
bait.
like,
It's a hot morning where someone will shoot a man before throwing it on the plane.
Right.
We've got
No other
shenanigans.
match topping
Gerald
this. Let's
said
be
we
honest.
want a
Well,
chance.
shit. No, should we have not
Real
just got
Kyle
out
said,
where
why
Paige
would
hit
people
that
expect a one-on-one in this type
Yeah,
of
this
match?
is Catastrophe and Calamity as
WWE AW
now.
fans said a lariat to Brian
Cage
Cage.
is digging at Cage. Bob Wire, but this is how Swerve is going to pick up the win.
Endless brutality. Breeze bomb.
No, now he's puddled.
Can I ask you a quick question? Should the ref not be counting Swerve, who's been laying down for the last
Days is checking out
3 minutes?
wrestlers again.
No, with the chair. I'm going to beat you up and I'm going to steal your weed.
Why not? Nana put through a table. He's on the outside. Swerve on the outside. Hangman
Oh,
outside.
Nana's going to go through a table.
That's his defense. I swear. What?
I swerve. But I swerve.
But.
Swerve standing over.
Oh, Dune Buster.
Hangman is trying to get up. Swerve's using the chain.
Sorry, that's always a Dune Buster to me.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, no shit.
Hangman.
But Swerve has been
He's going to choke him with the chain.
A cinder block. He just smashes him in the back. The upper back with a confectionery sugar cinder block.
He's checking it
It's
over.
Rio! No.
Let's hang him. Come on, let's hang him. Come on.
Interference on. Yeah, we didn't need the
Put it
Brian.
on the chain.
Leave out the Brian Cage part. Let Nana be the distraction.
Hang it.
Ruined it.
Yeah,
Look,
let him fucking keep.
Having a great match.
Pull
You
it
don't
tight
need
up.
the Brian Cage part of this. And I think
Pull
it's
it
because
tight
Tony
up.
feels like
Aw,
it
cowards.
saves Adam Page. But Nana is enough.
Start the count.
Nana is enough.
Oh my
You heard it here
God.
first, folks.
Nah.
I don't love this ending. I want a flaming table.
Oh, he's got a chain to Swerve, and he's gonna fucking. I don't Hangman against the turnbuckle.
So the fans in the chat are starting to turn on the match a little. We want
Yeah,
fire.
I think this is about to take a really dark turn here.
Right? I feel like this is running an epic match. Now we've
This is
done.
gonna be a really bad spot that you shouldn't do. That's a hell of a fucking visual, though, of Swerve just screaming at him. Stop, end it,
It's a
quick.
win for Swerve.
He shouldn't be able to tap out. He should just pass out, and then you get a 10 count. Now we get a 10 count.
It could
There you
be,
go. That's how you do
the
it. Okay.
Behind. Hollywood guy, shout
Yeah,
out
but
to
that's
you.
tough, though. Like,
Let's get the poll in the chat.
think about it. We're already done with this, and we're at the 5.
You see that shit?
Yeah, sugar donut. He hit him with a James Mitchell donut.
Go on then.
He's getting up. No, he doesn't get up.
Big pressure. Apply. Lots
God
of mouth.
love you. We're gonna clip you doing that. I'm gonna tag him.
This match will go down as the most brutal match in history of it. Swerve wins.
Yes!
And the match was
You
a 4
said Dustin have titles, like, what the fuck are we
played in
doing
all
this?
countries. We have Hangman.
That's what he's been talking about.
JR comment of the week, where he would just drop in a little like
This now. Oh.
Okay, we know that's going to be
it's a
the main
slaughter
event.
round.
The MJ.
This
Oh,
up
man.
with, so 100%. You're gonna do your hair. right now is going to be
DJ
your
said I did
buffer
it and said it's
throwaway
easily
match.
a 5-star
I don't
match.
know what is.
Maggie said, Grant
The
said that
Bucks
kind of stuff
versus
is my
Kenny and
favorite.
Jericho.
Oh
5
yeah,
out of
this
5.
is trash. We go. Everyone's gonna go take a piss break during your
WWE
EVP.
said Frozen. Oh, did we have a bit of lag? Did we?
The cornerstone, the cornerstones of AEW.
The founder of your companies, and no one
Okay,
can
so our
give a
main
fuck
event:
less.
Adam Cole, Jay White.
It's going to be a huge drop off from the emotional chaos we just went through. Steve Amell,
Right.
Kenny Omega and Chris Jericho.
We're
The
an
Golden Jets taking
what
up.
happened earlier tonight, folks. So will be decided. Why do we not have it?
Skip that match?
We've got
Do
Kenny.
we
We've
just
got
move
Jericho.
on
We've got
past it? We just say fuck
Bucks
it.
winner of
Why
this.
would that?
If Jericho Bucks have to give up title shot, so feels like this
All
is
right,
going to be
Nick,
a
we got some
Omega
shit
and
to figure out
Jericho.
still. Like, we got 2 more matches to go, and
Said,
oh boy, what a
Hayden
night this has been.
They said it's time for the
It
unprofessional
has been a
match
very
with the
interesting
unprofessional
night.
EVP.
I
All
will
his
dance the
heart,
sun.
I thought, said
Right.
Russell.
Yeah, but the show
Here's
goes a
2
high 5 to Tony.
matches
You
left
stopped
to go.
one
That
of
must
the-
mean that we're
arguably
definitely
the best
done in like an
wrestler in the
hour.
world in 2023.
Or maybe an hour
From
and 50.
it's a big coup, right? Good for you.
Yeah, but now it's wondering
We
what
are
he
just coming
paid.
up to the show being
probably
3
paid a
hours long.
BS.
So I can't
Why
see
is
us going
this
any longer
your
than 4
hero
hours.
here, Colby?
I'm surprised they didn't go first. You know, if you're not
Jericho
last, you're first.
making his way down to the ring.
This is 100%
Would you have
like
brown
you
sauce
said.
or
Like this
ketchup
is
on
a
bacon butties?
cleanse the
I
palate.
like both.
This is a
Sometimes I
the,
can
you know,
go with
the
either, to
bosses
be
for the
honest.
cause. This is a
Right.
Have to break up.
Maggie said, "Thank God, well
and
done,
if the Golden
timeless
Jets win, I
Tony."
just call them the Golden Jets. I really do. They get the #1 contendership for the tag titles, and that's why I think Jericho and Kenny are going to win, and they're going to be the tag champions because Jericho thought it was a great idea. That's what I'm leaning towards here, guys. As here comes Chris Jericho.
But see, that's why I was aiming towards maybe the FTR win the tag belts, because you could get another match out of the Young Bucks versus FTR, all of that. You know, make Dudley do right on the situation.
Yeah, but I don't want
Okay.
to see the Elite get back together.
I don't even know if they're even halfway together.
It's
Like,
getting-
I don't know what to make of that.
But that's going to be at ringside already, by the way.
Don found.
Yeah, you know what? As a bald man, I will say that probably the worst place to get a scar is down the middle of your fucking head.
Pyro shooting
now,
up by Kenny. It's
that
one way
much
for MJF to
a
not
bald
be
man as
pinned
well,
and lose
because
the
he just
champion.
like a giant
He's going to be his
hot dog, as
protector.
literally
as
we saw
Stone
it the
Cold.
other
In
week,
1999
where
said
someone's
Job.
yelling out at Don Gallows, "You look like a hot dog."
Leon said, "Who is out tonight?" We might
Where's
do.
Seth Rogen when you need him? You were
I
trying
said
to
I
say
felt
there is
that that would be
Tasmanian the devil, but not quite.
because we do still
And
have
here
one more
comes Kenny
pay-per-view
Omega.
show this year. Granted, it's right
But we
at
thank
the end of
everyone
the year.
for
It's like
joining us
December
tonight. We got a
30th,
couple
but
more
we do-
matches to go.
we do still have
We've
one
been
more
here
go.
over 4. We'll see the fallout of this show here tonight on Wednesday. But
Okay,
we are
here's the
heading
Bucks.
towards Survivor Series next
Super
Saturday.
Kick, Palm-
Bunch of intrigue. And Nick, I'm willing to go on the record. I think this is my favorite AEW pay-per-view of 2020.
Still haven't forgiven Jericho
far.
for
I'll
brutalizing
give
their
you that.
dad in February of
I was gonna
2021.
say,
I've
what
never
do
seen
you
it on
think if
sale.
you were to show up?
MJF will lose his title first
And the
24.
WWE
Right.
is not beyond
Don't know when
playing
his contract
petty
expires.
games and tit for tat. And either
It
is Tony,
expires
so
in the articles that
and
say when
another
his contract
flat.
expires.
I will go on record and say
Expires.
I don't think it'd be highly likely, but if WWE
A contract
AEW
expires on the
signing
1st
will
of
us,
January.
respectfully.
January
I'm
the
not
1st,
arguing that,
2024. They're better back
yeah.
with the
time for the cold
truck.
main event.
MJF said
They're
it's-
showing they're
I'm not gonna
blowing
accept
everybody's
anything under
AW
7
contract
figures.
signing bonus, you know,
I won't
all around the
even
arena right
make
now.
eye
Here with
contact.
Dinner match.
Says
Okay, Larry,
that was
got the
MJF
munchies.
back in.
They need to make it a rule. They have to change.
That's the thing is, seriously, the canvas
Is
is got entirely
true?
brand
I don't
new
know if that's
after
true.
Yeah,
it was damn near
I
painted
don't know how much
red
I can
after the last
What?
match.
I'm okay with that. Clean it up, especially in the day and age of germs.
I don't know. Telling the
Bold
truth.
statement.
Where did everybody get that?
I was just looking to see if there was any other source.
All right,
He's just
get a
take that at the
t-shirt.
moment.
You see Jeff Jarrett, who
But if it
wrestles
turns
I know
out
where you're
that
going with
that's
this.
not
Christian
true,
wrestles, it comes out here with the t-shirt on and everything. like
working
that.
the fans,
Should not
you know, you can see
fucking
it. Can't you?
saggy Karen the
The way
Grunt or
with this
something
one,
at this point.
Jericho in
Like,
there
my
with
God,
Matt
man,
Jackson.
like, you have the physique of
can't
the
stop
and
if
you're
it's
out here
not
acting
a
like you are the
storyline.
demo god.
They have some sauce
He's
that is
jacked.
like barbecue.
Dude,
Can't
I
remember
told
what
you,
it's called.
the guy's
Said,
the Legion of
Jack
Junior.
for a
How
fucking
will they know
retirement
if the
home
contract
is
is
what
under
he
7
is.
figures
Jack's in his
without
head.
looking at it? Says John. I suppose they could be
Young
told
Bucks for the W.
this contract is definitely
Golden
over,
Jets for the
like, you know,
win.
what you're
Jets for
looking
the
for,
win.
and then maybe he'll
Actually,
have a
look,
win.
did I take the Bucks? I don't think we even gave a prediction on this match. Fuck it,
Jericho
I'll take
working on the
Bucks.
arm
Goddamn.
of
You're taking the Bucks, eh?
Matt Jackson.
I'll show the
Any news on
unbiasedness
if
of this
MJF will
show.
show
I'll
up in the
take
main
Bucks
event?
just
No,
to
there's
be
no
difficult.
news.
G Jets for the win. I feel
I
like
mean,
the
I think
welcome to
that,
Arena Football tonight.
I
We got
expect
the
him to be a
Golden
part of it
Jets
because
taking
he
on
was
the Young
advertised
Bucks.
to be a
Hey,
part
well,
of it, and I think,
motherfucker, the
I know that
CFL's
the live
kicking
crowd
off
have
here,
already
or
seen him.
the Grey Cup is going on pretty soon.
But,
You're nuts.
Had
No, Green
MJF
Day's playing
involved
the
in the main event, so for him to now
Say
be not a
Jimmy
part
coming
of this
down
show,
across the alleyway.
and
Right,
certainly
we-
considering all the build, you
Owls
know,
take
there'd,
on the
there'd have to be a
Bombers, so
big
yeah,
reason for. I'm
I'll
expecting it to be a
go.
case. Expect it to be a case that
Bombs over
MJF
Baghdad? Who are we
appears
talking about? Oh, team name. So when you say like the Bombers, I'm like,
Winnipeg
between
are in
now
the
and
ring.
when the show comes to a close. I'll be stunned.
In honor of the
I will be
Winnipeg
stunned. That will be
Golden
the shock
Jets,
of the show.
they're facing the Montreal.
Santiago
Did MJF wrestle? Yeah, he was
I'll
in
take
the.
that. I know Ricky Williams for a hot minute. So I'll
Kenny
take it.
is
What's his face?
against the ropes again. Goes
There was
over
somebody
the top,
from the
comes
NFL that
down
was
onto Matt Jackson.
What's his face?
Manziel.
They had Johnny. They had Johnny
MJF
Manziel.
in
He was
the
coming in and light up
Devil's
the
match
league,
to
but
help Cole
he learned
question
Canadian
mark said
football.
crispy chicken
No,
for you.
he lit up some other
Jamie
things.
says,
They just
you-
weren't
Yeah,
involved in
that might have
football.
been the issue.
Against the ropes goes
Now we are getting a show.
through the
Straight-
ropes,
no,
drop
we're
kick,
getting
down goes Nick
kicked in the
Jackson.
midsection.
Winnipeg easy for the Grey
So
Cup. So now we
Jericho
turn
on the
into Grey
outside,
Cup
double axe
coverage.
handle there by Matt Jackson.
Yeah, pretty much. There we go.
Jericho
Mike Clayton
going
taking
into
Peg,
the
okay.
ring steps.
Nick saying it better than Kid.
And,
I'm not
we've
trying
got
to be the more Canadian than the Canadian.
the
here.
Young
Listen,
Bucks
I
in
joke all the
control.
time. You definitely tap into
Jericho's
those Canadian
arm
roots
in the
anymore.
steps. And those steps being booted.
I'm Canadian by proxy.
Jericho selling the
I'm less
effects
Canadian
of
than
that.
Nick.
Stomp coming down there by Nick
What?
Jackson.
Don't know how that happened.
Mustafa Ali is that.
But he wouldn't be
We are
free. He wouldn't
now
be free
in
unless. Well, again,
the Bucks
if we're carrying
realm
that
of
through, he
tag team
couldn't.
wrestling, and
I
they
was
do
gonna say,
not
even
take
though
this
I'm
kind of
respecting
intrusion.
it. If I'm WWE,
Kindly says Don
if I ain't gonna
Callis.
sign you back,
Don
go
Callis
ahead.
on
Go ahead.
commentary. The
You ain't
Bucks
gonna
in
fuck me up.
control.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You can
Mustafa
have
Ali,
that. Don't even want
Aubrey,
to
the referee
Don't
for this one.
play like you're grown. Go act like you're grown. Go ahead.
I don't care what anybody says. Mustafa Ali
Double
had
axe
plenty
handle by
opportunities
Matt Jackson.
and never really found his groove. So I know people.
Is
that a booking issue though? Is that a booking issue?
No, it's a him issue. He's stale. He's dull.
John said,
I mean, he's great in the ring, but
surgery,
he is a
his
boring
exploded
personality.
ankle injury with
No,
ligament
look at
damage
all.
could be at work.
As Jericho's arm
Fernando
caught up
said
in
Tony
the ring
made the
staff
video not
has
available
Nick
in
Jackson
Africa.
stomping on it. But look at all the fucking.
Sonny said it's almost
The-
Christmas and my thoughts within
on the
a
outside
collection.
here, there's so fucking bakery out here with all this confectionery sugar.
You don't want to see me shot.
Right. So I was sure
It's Cole playing
yeah, we definitely
like
talked about
Roderick.
that already.
Dude wrestles, then
Yes.
wears a neck brace.
Becky
Who
sucks at
is he
Jeopardy
fooling?
at Trivial Pursuit.
Okay,
Bagwell, I
quiet for
did
this
see he
one.
got pulled over for
Obviously,
driving
they're
under
having to
influence.
follow
I
up
did
the
not do that.
I didn't know
Blood
that I was
The
judge,
massacre.
judge, jury, or
The
attorney
publication
so I
of
didn't know I
Hangman
needed to
Page.
speak on it. So
he's not Journey, Chicago, or Boston.
Oh, right.
Okay, we've got
100%.
Jericho's arm being smashed against
I
the
got the Hartford
barricades.
Whalers.
He gets chucked into
Hartford,
the ring.
the Whale?
Young Bucks still in control.
You're the only person left. Sir.
JD.
You are a fan base
Some
of one.
fans thought a CM Punk chant,
Will
and
the
that
double
got
come to
quickly
play?
drowned out
I mean, they
with
put it as part of the
booze,
opening.
says Wrestling News.
Big double clothesline and just
Jericho bleeding
Because
like
I
his
really
arm
don't know what
out
the
of the
reaction would
fucking
be.
elbow
I
here.
really don't
for
know.
the stair spot. And this match is the crowd.
How is Nick Jackson arguably the youngest person in this match and has the biggest receding hairline in this match? Fucking hairline. This shit falling back like a recliner. And he's the youngest person.
Will leave as AEW champion. Will it be
White powdered
MJF?
sugar
Courtesy
everywhere.
of Adam Cole.
Outside is-
If Adam Cole wins in this match, he's not the champion. He's doing it on behalf
Ali
of
got hurt
MJF.
and Kofi took his push.
Do I put Adam Cole as an option though?
Yeah, maybe.
No, that did happen in WWE.
Who will
but
leave as
still one of
AEW
those-
champion? MJF,
Sorry, go
Jay
ahead.
White.
No.
If
I was
Adam
just gonna say
Cole
Ali had
does
multiple
wrestle and
opportunities.
does
He was
win,
doing like the I'm
under the impression that he's doing that
he never
for
really found
MJF.
himself over. Then when he was, came back again, and then he was the brewery guy. Then they sent him down to NXT. So
Well, he was supposed to be the hacker.
I'll ask it.
shit show. Now I
MJF
do
or
blame
Jay
them for
White?
that.
Who's going to be the flipping champion after this?
Fair enough, but it's still it's sort of athletic. The competition. Christ, we saw it. Prime example of you even have this man on
Moxley
your
lives
fantasy
into
roster.
Orange
Brock
Cassidy
Purdy.
Clean is a
Man's,
travesty, said John
Mr.
Moxley is a
Relevant in the
three-time
draft
champion.
and turns around an upstarting quarterback for the
They were doing the
49ers.
thing where we got
So
Mission
it's one of
Impossible
those
reviews.
Yeah, it sucks that he got a Mania
We've
opportunity
got
if that doesn't happen.
Kenny
And that's
on
the
the
thing. Is
outside
sometimes
of the ring. Kenny
you make the
is
most of an opportunity.
starting to
Regardless
get into his groove here. Cross body down.
I agree,
goes
sir.
one
But
of the Bucks.
Kenny Omega's on fire in the ring right now.
Predicted
Taking over
so I'm
this
going to stick
match.
with it. Said this last
Jackson.
match was a bit too much for me. Said
Crowd definitely
Mitchell.
sitting on their hands for this one.
Michael said Tony Storm sucks.
I thought the word.
Travis said
Oh,
the
Zach
view said
Down
if they could tell
No, I know you
stories in
and I talked about
AEW,
it.
thanks, I'll take that. Cole says not.
Or you
MJF
think
fight for the
you
championship at the
should
next
go
pay per
with
view, and
this, so
Cole
we're just
win
gonna
the match and win it for
could pass
3,500. I bet on every
What do you mean by that? I get what
This
you
match
do.
Get to the top. Crossbar.
matches, can you?
To ground
You can
control.
tell how invested
Did you
in the
find
match
a place
we are.
where
We've
you
been
could? I
glued
was
to
under
the
the
TV
impression
whole
you
night.
couldn't parlay.
This match, as it's just talking, is about anything.
We're just out here. It's turning to karaoke during this match here.
Jericho down.
Again, this rivalry between Adam
Jay
Page
White
and
needs
Strickland
the
is far
push.
from over.
MJF
Yeah,
doesn't
I mean, now
lose
we
any
got
pop
one of
by dropping it, said
oh no,
Crispy
Swerve won
Chicken.
twice.
That
Yeah,
is going to
pass
turn
Adam
over
Page.
Jericho.
We beat him
Jericho
twice.
with an inside
Scott
cradle kick
mentioning
out.
Josh Dobbs. Yeah, that's
Down
been
goes
living a
Matt
fucking
Jackson.
Disney season, and literally, honestly,
Time kick out
and is
by
now out
Jericho.
here comes for the Vikings.
Right? How old
Okay,
is Kenny Omega? I
we've
think
got
he's like
and into
He's in that
Boston
34
Crab.
to 36 bracket, I will say.
there you go. Benjamin Franklin is the devil. Okay, now we're
Into
just
the
reaching at
Wolves.
this one.
But we're just saying, people, damn foosball.
They
out
can't let
there.
you do it, do they?
This one's for you.
How much
God
did
bless
you
the
stake
rains
puts?
down in Africa.
Going for
The
we're going
walls
for
of
Wall.
Jackson.
Into the barricade.
Don't you? He was fucking
To
Match is
wrestling,
so
said
slow,
John.
my guy.
Have you seen what
Fake
Meltzer is
beauty
recording?
It's just
WWE?
no one gives a
No.
fuck.
No, but Jericho hits.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like we had like shot. You know, we had clothesline here, clothesline everything. We transition into a Boston
Ospreay
Crab
is
that's
officially
supposed to be the walls
guy.
of Jericho.
The crowd
It's
popped
not
big,
even that it's slow. It's
Dave Meltzer.
who cares?
Yeah.
Nothing matters here. This is literally catch your breath, have a snack, grab your field goods, have your vitamins. You know,
says,
take a walk about what have you until we get to the.
and even more.
They don't believe that.
What is AW?
Hanging him with a chain.
They
This
don't
would have
believe
been
they're
remembered
as
as an
shit as they
all-type if it ended without
Kenny is 40.
interference.
There you go. So
Maybe
I
it
Oh,
will be even with,
I
says
would
Dave
not-
Meltzer.
But yeah,
Ospreay officially.
I wonder if Jericho might have actually really kind of fucked up his forearm here because now he's just eating shots.
Gig deserved. Bullseye Boston. Shane McMahon is the puppy like
some
Shane
issues
or
as an
fucking
email
Tony.
around.
I don't want
That
like
he struggled when he was in WWE.
So from the top.
Oh, I've got a
I don't know.
double
Was Kenny meant to,
suplex there. Matt Jackson
interfere
suplex
there?
him. Both men.
Yeah.
Jericho was.
suplex.
Kenny
Well,
was
Nick
close
Jackson on the
enough
Kenny
where
on
I
the
think he
apron,
was
but
meant
aren't
to
they
grab
supposed to be
Jericho's
friends?
leg and put it on the rope.
No, they're not friends anymore. Only, but if they win this match,
Signing was Ospreay.
all right. Terrible punches.
Impossible for me to suspend my disbelief, said John. Arrow has got bipolar. He struggles with a.
How did Omega even break?
Yeah, we just like.
Go,
He does like boxing and MMA. and whatever.
Kenny
Makes
Omega
that
will
work,
win
but
back
him
the
being
AEW World
like a
Championship
regular for AEW, I don't know that
This
would
way we
be
set up
something that
Osprey
would
and
be
Omega for the belt at Wembley.
I could believe
Switchblade
it'll
has
happen by
got
the
was
end
very
of the company.
AEW fan base signing, but he came out to cricket, although not his fault because of the way
And
they
the
debuted him.
company,
Okay,
hey, the company. My neighbor is
Kenny
the devil.
down, Jericho.
There
What's
you
for
go.
dinner? I don't know actually.
This is watching some asshole like whole game. Like this is why it's
So the
right?
Bucks are very much in
tired of
control.
these two douchebags.
Here comes another low blow. Yeah.
Boom, knee strike. Jericho goes down.
And they're booing kind
And
of.
Matt Jackson just
Kick out.
doesn't know how to do the powder right because he's got all of the bloody nose.
Yeah. The Domo Arigato, Mr. Roboto.
And he breaks it up.
Okay, this match.
Susie said
Captain
it's a
Crunch.
great
You've got like dinner time, and then at this
Now we're
time,
getting some
once I
boost
finish,
here on
I'll
the
have
V
a
trigger.
the cereal or something.
Coincidence? I think not.
So yeah, no like hot dogs or burgers or pizzas or anything like that coming
Dude,
up. And there's a
double
logo
trigger,
by
and even Nick Jackson's holding away Kenny.
I mean, over making the tag to Kenny. So,
Denial. Vitamins break. I'm again like a big spot there.
got a choice
Jericho
to make.
kicks out, and you would expect the crowd to go crazy, and they didn't. They still haven't. Like this is long.
Don't even know what's happening.
Unnecessary. If they win
Kenny,
by roll,
You know, the real big
triggered to the back of
surprise
the head
signing is
of,
for AEW is Denial.
Jackson.
yeah.
Tony Khan is the king of denial.
Right? Jericho holding that arm. You're not wrong.
So
low blow
Kenny
from
just had a
Jericho.
decision to make. I don't know why.
Everybody
This is
low
one of the
blow
field
everybody.
goals.
And he decided to.
Why is Callis at
Matt Jackson
ringside, by
has
the way?
got
He's not
Kenny
involved
up.
in this really at all anymore.
Is Kenny gonna
Kick
turn?
out.
He's got
Angel.
Jericho set up. It looks like he's
But he
going
was
he
not
goes
quite sure
to
to get him.
20%.
But the
Super
Bucks are
suplex.
on the outside of the ring.
Kenny showing more energy than anyone's shown in this
Crowd.
match. Come on, get him
Why
away
is the
from me.
Raw talked about
Kenny.
they were going to try and sign the elite and everything? They were
double
trying
knees.
to sign Kenny.
One
Shots
winged
coming
angel
in.
on Kenny.
Dude,
And
Got
this
him up.
suffering will not end.
Boom.
Just
What up?
oh my God.
Jericho
The
said, "Hey,
biggest reason why I can't wait for the
do
double
you think
unmasked is so
WWE
people-
could,
I like speculation.
I mean, could they? They
That's
could.
one thing that always works.
Coming in by the Bucks.
right there.
Big
More
time say
Canadian.
Oh!
weird to
They had-
1 to 3.
Look like
For
he's
me,
almost about to
living
hit the
in
one
the
wing
UK,
angel.
time
no.
that
Oh,
it
oh.
really it
Oh,
would be
yeah.
weird to just do
Bridging
that.
like an electric
Structure.
chair or something.
right. Go
One
TK.
that I could do, obviously.
There's not. It's oh, bro.
Kenny Omega.
Oh,
Chris Jericho getting the
super.
win. Not
That
too
was
much
super kick.
surprise
That
for
was
me
an elbow
because
kick. On super kick.
the Bucks are livid.
8-2.
Oh, Ripcord Joe.
What is wrong with him? Look at this.
Up
Nick Jackson
goes
going
Nick.
mental.
Matt.
Nick. Matt.
He is, man. He's
That's
really
the
upset.
1, 2.
Over. New number 1 contenders for the tag
Nick
champions.
Jackson
But
getting
you, Ricky
into the
Starks.
ring.
Chris
You
Jericho.
know what you could have had
Hey,
on
Kenny.
Dynamite this match?
Woo. That match was like at the end we exchanged some false
dear.
finishes, but they weren't even exciting.
Oh,
72, 3-7. Yeah.
On to nowhere.
going bananas on the outside.
Well, this is them turning on Kevin, friend. What are we doing here?
This temper tantrum's a lot to take in.
That's be all wrestling going forwards.
They're throwing shit.
Come on now.
But when you're the narrative around you as human beings personally outside of this company is that you're petulant children. Like petulant children on your television show.
Try and dig into it. But again, these aftermatch moments have gone long tonight.
Making shit against the fucking room.
Fine.
Like I said, keep telling them that you bedroom.
Yay, the golden jets are the number one contenders. And Jericho holding on to all the relevancy he can bear to hold on to.
All like the little buffer
at
the bear
this is
cage.
illogical. Aubrey said they're petulant children. Michael said the Young Bucks lost.
Golden Jets there, all I can think of now is, this is Major Tom's to ground control.
And he's not actually fearing for his life.
What is anything involving?
Right.
In my mind,
hopefully the devil isn't like the higher power, but we have. It was me all along, Vince. There you go.
It was me. So we're getting Adam Cole, champion. Versus Jay White for the AEW World Championship, and let's see if this actually reigns true.
What is going to happen here? I mean, you finish that match, just roll up. We don't need all that carnage.
Tat says that AEW Championship is it means everything to MJF.
That match sucked. And I will take all arguments from anybody.
Shout out, dude, with the bro T-shirt though in the background. But...
yeah, he was ready for the signing.
Oh, he was prepared. I was around.
What if it's Kyle O'Reilly takes Adam Cole's place?
Okay, time for our main event.
Talked about O'Reilly coming back.
The Young Bucks lost now. They're crying us a river.
Well, I was going to say, even then, though. So it was supposed to be MJF versus Jay White. No, it's Adam Cole versus Jay White. And now it ends up
why
Kyle O'Reilly versus Jay White.
Do the match?
What the fuck are we doing?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, no, I don't know if Kyle O'Reilly is the right
Kid
move.
Cool said, what is your favorite thing to watch? Definitely good things.
You need a bigger personality.
Definitely.
Whoever comes out of that match is
a
going
lot
to
of
be
bad things, and I don't like that as much.
Auto parts.
Here is
main event.
I was bringing out an extra chair over here.
No, the Adam Cole,
Someone's probably going to sit there. So the new AEW World Champion, Jay White. I mean, he's held the belt for a month, so why not just make it official? But, yeah, nobody thought this was going to happen.
I'm sure shouldn't be an ass.
Dapper with this suit outfit. Scott, thank you very much for the super chat. The chair shot to the ring post, like Lionheart, Jericho, WCW. What is close, but not quite.
And not today.
It sets a bad precedent that you just get someone else to fight for you if you get hurt and you don't want to lose the champion.
Do we think that Adam Cole actually, or is this just a one?
I believe the MJF. We're going to get the ambulance spot, Nick. It's too.
Something's going.
Come on, we're not going to get the ambulance spot.
Does he come out with the everything? Like what was it? I think it was actually your boy Ryback that came out of the back of a fucking ambulance
kick out his leg out of
with
his
the
leg.
vest, the leather vest, and the smoke, and the cloud and shit like that. It came out of him.
I don't know.
That's good. Well, we have done Owen Hart's figures, haven't we?
Ryback. I stopped listening.
Fair enough. I don't blame you.
Good, because CM Punk is Real world
So
champion.
yeah,
and this
we
is
are
for the
taking
Fate
all
World
your
Championships
guesses
as,
at whatever's going to happen in this main event, guys. Give us your 2 cents. How this is all going to play out, friends.
The house on Switchblade.
And Adam Cole, whether you're taking Jay White, whether you're taking MJ to show up, whether you're taking an
just
outside
said whatever they do for the main
prediction and
event
taking
is
the devil to show up and be involved
whatever
in
it
this
is
match
they're
somehow.
doing for the main event.
And we're getting a big pop for Adam Cole, baby.
Whatever.
Towards the end here. But I will remind everybody, we do have the super chats, the super stickers. So I want to see us see if we can get back to. We get that line at the end of the pay-per-view. I still want to see we hit 4K subscribers before we end the show here. So I've got Jay White and all of the fucking licorice fucking outfit that he's got going on here. As the guns are out here.
Is there a list of longest W matches?
Being here, we really do double. So check out all our links.
Okay, so
below.
the fifth
Follow
longest
us on
match.
all our social
This was
media.
an
And
article that
thank you
was
for
done
making
in
this Saturday night a fun
was
one.
Moxley
Full
and Kenny
Gear's
Omega,
been
and that was
a very
38
interesting
minutes.
show, a very
And that's
fun
the
show in my
fifth longest
opinion.
match.
And looking forward
So
to what
I'm
might
thinking
happen
that
here
we
now.
might have just
Isn't it
seen
amazing to me that Adam
match
Cole
between
spent what, maybe all of a week away,
broke into the top
and
10.
his beard's got shit. This is fucking weird.
Because
He looks like
MJF
that
CM Punk
handle.
is
We don't have
38
any sort of
minutes.
Manscaped
So I've got to
sponsorship
think
with
that
hashtag
was
not sponsored, but
nearly
at least take a
20
picture. That's
minutes,
2
55.
beardos.
Grab your comb. Let's go, bro.
I was gonna say, man's
Okay,
younger than me, and
Adam,
man's got more
Cole in
grays
the
in there
ring.
than I do.
I'm taking MJF comes back. So now the question
Who's going to
becomes,
leave
folks,
as champion?
leaves, and I haven't made them yet.
21% have said Jay White.
Adam Cole's man.
Right? So we Adam Cole gets hurt, but MJF gets
Nick
to be the
Hogan has
taker.
got anything
Like,
to hang his hat on.
Oh, I see my opening.
Who leaves? Full gear.
Commentators are
Friedman as Justin Roberts out here looking like some blueberry fucking lemonade here with this fucking suit combination. As again, fitting though that you pointed out of technically right now, if you wanted to look at it, as we've even got Rensburg out here officiating this match. AEW World Champion. No, he's defending it. All that.
MJF is driving the
Oh, he keeps
ambulance.
hopping on one foot competition.
Here's the ambulance. Here's the ambulance.
Ambulance.
Somebody
We have a fucking.
I don't think it's going to be Adam Cole against Switchblade.
Sorry,
MJF drive up.
Let's take it one step at a time.
He's sounding like
Let's
quad,
take it
like
one step at a time.
motherfucker. You sound like
We've got
you
lots
Triple
of
H.
officials and referees.
Adam Cole will not lose the title. No, we as predicted.
Main event's been
The
changed.
ambulance has returned. Here we go.
Can't keep changing this
Right?
main
If
event.
you're
We've
Jay
got to
White,
rub
do you
with Adam
not try
Cole.
and pin Adam Cole before?
Fucking.
What they should do
Wait, time
is
out.
they should
Time out.
put their arms
We got
around
involved
each
in
other
Houston
and both.
because he's limping.
You know, I don't
The
know
other
if,
man came in
like if
and
one's got an injured
crutches.
right leg and the other's got an injured
Crutches.
left leg, we could do
You know what?
something
Yeah.
to bring down Switchblades.
CM Punk leaves with the title. I
And,
want him to show up in
it's
WWE
MJF
today.
that's so don't
Like, what are we
even
waiting for? And
worry.
it doesn't make
is
sense
in
that
the
security
ring.
is trying to stop a limping
They
and
could
they
go
were
one
okay with
whole
Adam Cole. And his
They were
Crispy
fine with
chicken.
that.
Rushing this, and you wrote it
would
down.
still be champ.
Okay, MJF's gonna pull up in the ambulance and limp.
Kick out
It would make sense because of the fact that MJF's out here with like a fucking quad or a hamstring injury when
Real
hurt to the
Kyle
leg,
said this
right?
is
Like,
set up to
that
have
shit
Adam
doesn't
turn
just
on MJF.
transfer.
Chris says, I'm
Team
out. This shit ain't
Kangaroo
original.
Kid said
It
smooth
ain't.
operator.
Arrest MJF for
Okay,
auto
so
theft, grand larceny.
the Guns are
I'm glad I
beating
read
up
that,
MJF.
like,
Adam
the way you
Cole's
wrote
trying to
it.
get
There you go.
over to help.
Coleslaw got
It's taking him a hot minute.
I was gonna say, by the way, there is no
Shoulder
actual
up there
crime
by
in the United
MJF.
States for Grand Theft Auto.
He wouldn't
Really?
have made his injury
Yes,
any worse.
Grand
Cody's
Theft Auto
worse,
is a
not
myth.
mine.
It's not an actual
All they
crime.
need is Zach Gowen,
You get
and it
charged
might finally
based on
be
the
a fair
value.
fight, says
You don't get
Brett.
charged on whether the shit
Tugboat
can
said
drive or
Adam
not.
Cole is
There
the
you go.
devil. That's why
Somebody
he's
watched the Law
outside. He's
and
going
Order
to kick
article.
off the crutches and
Someone
the
went to
fake
school
boot,
for
says
criminal
Tugboat.
investigations and criminal
R-Dub
justice.
says Tony
You're gonna be
really
Batman?
needs to lay off the
I was going to be a
booger
police officer
sugar.
like the rest of my fucking family. That's police officers and law
It
enforcement.
got super serious on that.
Four
I was like,
strikes
you're
coming
gonna
in
be Batman?
by
Yeah, no, it's what I was.
Oh.
I actually went to school with, so I was going to be
Well,
serious
if
with
it is a fake injury, it's going to be a
Awesome,
hell
my
of a
guy.
reveal.
The
The
got
reason why I
saved.
didn't
Yeah, I mean,
think Adam
interesting
Cole
time.
was the devil
This is one of my favorite comments
was
of the night.
because
Shaq should have
just
came out
that
of the
one moment where they were in that
No,
fire exit
they
area,
do
which
that.
I genuinely
They do
haven't.
that.
I've seen it only a couple of times.
Charles,
I
you
don't
make fun of
remember
me.
anything about that. Seeing the devil and thinking that his movement
KJ
was restricted.
said on
If this
0
injury
hour,
turns out
MJF
to be
smashed the
fake,
TV on Juice Robinson's head after collision went off
then
the air.
that will be
Oh,
quite
there you
the
go.
reveal,
Thank you,
won't it?
Victor. Remind me of what I said. That's
For them
awesome.
to have planted
Which I
that
like.
moment for when he jumped off the edge of the
Set
stage
up
for
the
that
traffic
to
light
not have
on
been
red.
an actual injury. If
MJF
that's,
won't dare
if
run
that's
a
what
red
they've
light.
done.
Adam Cole will turn heel, turn for titles. Is that the new pitch in AEW? Is turn for titles? That's their car wash fucking mantra. There, you see a bunch of like Sky Blue and them out there, you know, doing a car wash for AEW. Turn for
there you
titles.
go.
Isn't loading.
The ass boys are going to get down, Nick.
Get out of here!
There you go. Big pop for
Guns have
that.
been
I'll
removed
give him
from
credit.
ringside. The
So
devil
now
is
we're
going
down
to
to
be Britt
just Adam
Baker,
Cole
said
at
Tim.
ringside. Dun,
Tipless
dun,
Tony
dun.
Storm.
Why does Adam Cole look like
Tony
fucking
Storm.
homeless Lieutenant Dan
Oh,
out
did
here? Though?
Switchblade
This
do
fucking
that?
beard just keeps throwing me off. Like, you look so
Switchblade
unkempt,
just
my
threw
guy.
in like
He's
a
in
chop or
recovering,
something.
bro.
That's,
He's sauna.
Lieutenant Dan, you ain't got no legs. Adam Cole, you ain't got one leg.
Cole
You
on
got
the
one leg.
outside.
Quote unquote grand split.
Kick coming in by Switchblades.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Throwing
got that one.
MJF's
Didn't
shirt
Strong
and
get
Adam
injured
Cole on
during
the
Rampage?
outside.
I haven't heard a report. Now, Rocco, if you know something I don't, Roddy took a big spot.
Planet.
The heck there by
Everything that I
Switchblades.
saw where people were amazed that he was
David
walking.
Jo-
Nothing as to date of an injury or anything like that. But it was super scary to watch that.
He
Like,
may have done like
that
around
was
like
really
an old forbidden door.
unsettling
I
to
don't
watch.
think he's. I don't
Right.
think he was
Yeah,
with
they
him when he
100%
came in
did
like
an
full
ambulance spot
time.
unbroken. 100% did an ambulance spot. They 100% did an ambulance
Against
spot.
the ropes.
right. And
Back
am I
out
the
though
one
by
that might be thinking
MJF.
that
That's why
Jay
they gave
White's
her the
out here
belt.
with the
Said
red and white
Timeless
gear?
Tony
Like, he's trying
is
to
the
act like
best
the
thing in
Miami Heat
AEW.
versus
Chin up, tits out.
MJF out here with the LA Lakers gear.
Yeah, I'm so
That's
pleased
deep,
for
man.
her.
Oh, MJF.
That's deep,
MJF on his
Kind of
feet.
interesting that
You've
Tony
got
hasn't shown up once.
Switchblade over in the corner.
No, it's not. Just
That
don't,
said, I'm
don't
not watching.
say
Is
it
it
more than
triple
3
threat?
times
No,
and
no,
he'll
it's
show
just
up.
MJF
No,
against
we don't
Jay
need an
White.
announcement. Save him for the press conference afterwards.
The
Right.
Devil and the Goose
No
help
Justice
MJF
produce-
win, or
produces the
Cole
best
turns. The fact is,
Yeah,
that
you-
the development says
honestly,
why they
No,
were
when
just
we were in
handing him a
criminology
chair.
university.
So Andy
It's,
said they should
Kevin
do a
Smith.
chip title.
Oh,
Sean's greatest
Oh,
repeat
dudes. They
trust me, I'm a
definitely
huge
should do
Kevin.
a tweet. Whatever they're called now.
No, dude.
X.
I don't know.
You should
I'm just
exit
reading what's
over
written.
to them.
Man, up
Exit.
juice and get
Yeah.
out
You
there.
should send him an exit.
Oh, it's the LED that he got hit with.
That's
yeah,
an
you can
excellent
survive an
idea.
LED.
I was gonna bite him.
Excellent. Chin
We've had had this already tonight. We got a lot of biting.
I don't know how I feel like you've got to build
That's
up.
an excellent idea.
Like
It's a
the
great
end
shout.
of your 10-count punch spot is
Kangaroo kick by
like you're a
MJF.
fucking dinosaur.
Is trying to.
Who doesn't?
He's still hurting. His legs
Those
still
who like
hurts.
having families. Just saying.
Did MJF pretend to be injured?
MJF has
Nah.
the state champion to set up his
Or at
match
least it's
for
not
Samoa
indicating
Joe
that
in
he
his
is.
feud with Adam Cole. It's gonna be the double. I've been saying it from day one,
You're gonna do a kip up on a bad quad.
MJF goes against the ropes. There's a drop kick to leg there by
He's out here with the
Switchblade.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar elbow pad,
right? I'm gonna come
Eat it.
crashing down.
Storm comes out, tosses a shoe, hits both MJF and White in the head. Double count out.
Why does Cole
Is
just
there a way that Timeless
why
Tony
does
could
Cole
win this
just
match?
cause a DQ for MJF so he keeps the belt? That'd be the easy way out, wouldn't it?
Adam
Nice.
Cole
It'd
on
be
the
a
outside.
sensible booking.
Devil is going to be Britt
Sensible
Baker,
booking.
and Adam Cole will join her, says
Just
Terry.
cut Jay White with a clutch and you're out
Watson
of there.
said wrestle with Andy
Eddie,
is
go
actually
home, have a good
Tony
night,
Khan.
rest up.
Interesting take.
But
That'd be different.
it's not a good show
Double has
with
jumped.
the Wiener punch,
You know,
said
friends of MJF.
David.
The double has jumped.
Brenton said, does
Jay
AEW
White.
not have faith in Jay White? Seems like a lot of smoke and mirrors
If
around
that
this.
That rules
Jay White
out Adam
seems a
Cole,
bit
which
flat
then
and
makes it
bland on
way
the
more
mic.
interesting.
In ring goods. Fair
Rep
question
that
mark.
money, get a lights out.
I've seen enough of Jay White in
Why
New
not?
Japan
You got every other
to know that he's a
tonight.
great
Well, go out to Georgia.
Cardinals
I think
if they lose to the
that's
Jets again.
there's not really a reason to put
Not
all these
gonna
folks
happen.
in. So I
Existence.
don't
I'm
know, I
gonna
don't
say
know
that
that
right
this is
now.
a Jay White thing.
Oh, MJF who just nipped up.
I think it's an
not run
AEW
across
thing.
the-
They
Comes to
charged
stuff
over.
like that.
MJF moved out the
Granted,
way. Switchblade
Anybody
went up.
that's kind of
MJF
had that injury of
bang. It
you
was a
don't realize,
lovely
oh, I
kick.
can do this, but I can't do that. But that's like selective
Switchblade
selling.
is down.
Yeah. How can Adam
Is
unveil himself as
MJF's
the double
knee
tonight
going to
if he's
get
not
better
even
during
dressed?
the match? Well, it hasn't.
It-
so
Oh,
far.
that was fucking clean.
MJF
Wow.
is in the
Clever.
corner.
I haven't seen that before.
Never.
He comes
That
down
was cheeky
and
as shit.
Switchblade moves
Literally,
out the way.
for those who aren't
MJF
watching,
holding
play
onto
along and
his
everything like that.
knee
So
right
Jay,
now
MJF
by
walking
the
away,
Switchblades.
hot shots him with a fucking
And,
super
shoulder
kick.
up.
Almost like a cheeky nanos, but it's like he flapjacked
Shoulder
him
up.
up into it.
In motion.
Adam Cole
Setting up the
down,
double
applauding
surprise.
away.
Oh, selling the quad.
My
They're saying
assumption,
the
Boston,
press reaction
anyway.
to MJF.
Yeah, big D2. Yeah, my guess would be that he just super
Nigel
kicks him and
McGuinness
takes the
says, I
bandage off
love
his
the
leg.
fact he's out here. Yeah,
Stop
and he's
faking
going to
any
watch
injury.
his best friend
That's
lose
why the
his
doctors didn't
title.
stop him from wrestling.
That
It's
sign in the
fake.
crowd, which I've been paying
Oh
attention
no,
to,
I think we
is
still
giving
get
a
the whole
thumbs
quad.
down.
Like, I
I
almost
don't know
think
if
we
that
could almost.
is maybe
I
because
know how you
Switchblade
would start.
is winning in the match at the moment.
A new champion here.
You already have a new champion. MJF's trying to win his belt back, my guy.
Motherfucker.
MJF
Goddamn,
gets
you know what I
back
mean.
to the outside.
No, I hear what you're saying. I think so too.
MJF, maybe Adam Cole,
Adam Cole
who's in
ends
the
up,
devil match, just pretending
whether
to be
it's
a good
intentional
guy.
or
WWE
Somewhere
should
in
win
Old
its
still laying
state's
on the
belt.
floor. Jim's still in the ambulance. Yeah, she's here.
he hit that life alert. Help, life alert. I can't get up. Sorry, man. But we
Jay thinks Adam Cole needs to eat a sandwich.
Chop coming in
Wouldn't
there by Switchblade. MJF goes
Adam Cole
over
for the
against the
win.
ropes.
Is he still legal in this match?
Switchblade's in control.
Yeah, maybe technically.
Adam Cole
Count out win.
Yeah, we'll play out if it's
rake of the
him.
eyes there by
Just like
MJF.
the Black Scorpion angle with Sting.
Face first into the edge of the ring there by
I think we get like the
Switchblades.
Gargano Ciampa moment of
DDT
like
by
pay-per-view done, we're
MJF
all
to
happy,
Switchblades.
and bang, surprise, motherfucker.
Adam Cole applauding.
Yeah, I almost. I don't mind that.
MJF
I almost
trying to get
want to
his
know if
leg,
because of this whole injury
blood
angle, if this
circulation
hasn't
going.
given the match of what we could have gotten between. We get a DDT on the
I'm calling
outside.
it now. The
of
devil has
MJF
forgot what
versus
he
Jay White
said.
on paper
Jay.
just alone sets up to be fantastic.
Okay, the
match.
commentary
Just both
table
these
is
guys
being
can fucking go.
stripped.
But
Commentary
that's what I
table is
mean, like,
being
not
strips.
dampering. You've got gimmicks.
Right? The argument is, and that's what I said about.
Okay, Switchblade.
We love the Cage Swerve match, but I wanted give me a really good wrestling match. Like you were the home of
Jay
the
White gets
real
put
wrestling.
onto the coaching
the
table and it immediately breaks
sport-based
apart.
wrestling company. I want more.
That doesn't
It wasn't
need
going to take
pomp and
much, was it? It wasn't going to take
doesn't
much.
need peripherals, doesn't need furniture.
MJF is still going up top. Switchblade is down by
Lay it
the
out
ringside
right now on
area.
top of it.
MJF
going up
is
to the top.
of the, fair play to these guys, though. They didn't let it.
Oh my God.
MJF was like, okay.
Oh my
Yeah.
Jay, shout out to you, birds. Appreciate the
They
support.
took the
Clap it away.
and that's what Adam. Nothing.
That looked insane.
That was a bug hit the windshield.
Yeah, it's the saying that if he retains the title this way, it'll be a cheap floor because he's salty about Tony. Don't be revealed as the devil.
Meant to be there.
Brendan said if you wanted to hurt your opponent, take all the things that can hurt said opponent off the table.
This has been a great match.
I take all the things off the
I'm
table.
curious to see how it plays out, but
As a
would
bit
have
of
been better
a
if you
protection
didn't
for
have
yourself rather than for your opponent, you know.
this, that, and the third for
Like, if you're
caveats
going
around
to
this
deliver an
match.
elbow drop or
Man,
something hard
21,
yourself
28, what?
for you
You
than
can always go
to
back
protect
and
your
hit that.
opponent.
Hit the rewind,
Dragon
my
straight
guy.
to the leg
I
there.
answered my
MJF
Mets
goes
guy
down
already. We let
into
him
the
know. We
middle
let
of
him
the
I
know.
didn't know.
MJF flying around.
I'll just
Crispy
say
chicken
Yankees.
said Jay
Yeah,
White
that'll be my
needs this
answer.
more to advance Bullet Club. Howdy. Smurfy said it was Vince all along. George said Shane O'Mac, the devil.
I say that
Samar.
because
Tino
Ethan was the kid
Are
that
we
was
gonna-
supposed
the
to make
devil
it, but was
comes
not
out.
supposed
We know
to
it's
make
not for
it.
Adam Cole.
It fails to fucking make up on
Chop coming in there
what's good.
by Jay White.
The devil is Shane O'Mac. Aaron, please,
Jay White
please,
in
Shane
control.
O'Mac. CM Punk.
I
Here comes
didn't
the
see any
money.
screenshot on the. I think
Now,
immediately
Jay White
means that
just
that
getting
just can't be the
chops
case.
on MJF.
In
Comes
a
off
tree
flea
of woe
market.
is upside. Still
MJF
selling the knee.
pops up
The
and
devil
hits
is
the-
Ahmed Johnson.
That's
What else do you have as the devil
spot
said
that you can
AK
do from there is you walk
Trons?
that into like kind of bridging Boston Crab, anything like that.
I
That's
would
when
Baker.
Hunter actually tore his quad and still finished the matches. That was
He's
the
up
huge
top.
spot.
Uranagi Spanish fly type
So
move.
doing something like that, that's going to be a
Uranagi, is he
callback
gonna
when you
twist
know
him
that's
round
really
and
going to
plant
affect
him?
on that versus.
Yes, he is. Oh my God! I mean,
It's
that
so
should
weird
win it.
to have
It's
a
a
quad.
monstrous
Like,
Uranagi.
what is a quad-based
Absolutely
offense?
huge. Two. Sure.
All I'm saying, like to try and like go like that. Like I thought it was the ankle. I thought it was the knee. We're selling the quad
surprised the
here.
crowd
We're getting
didn't
a
pop more for
Both
that.
men on the
But
top.
that's-
Oh my
Look
God.
at that.
basically a fucking super rock bottom.
He's
Yeah, I don't know if the crowd are just a bit burnt out or if they just
Ethan
weren't that
Page would be
impressed,
a
but
great
the
double.
crowd didn't pop that big. I thought it was a great
I like
move.
Ethan Page, but I don't think it fits.
No,
I thought it was a great move.
now saying it's not the
Danhausen.
AEW said.
The
So
devil could be MJF's
realistically,
new
the
girlfriend,
devil
said
is
Roman
Vince
Plus
McMahon.
reviews.
He doesn't play it
I
in
need to be up
AEW
in
because
3
that's
hours.
just
Please
what he
hurry up and
is.
win me. Is how
Not a
long
great
this
choice,
show
but
has
the
been
first time I've heard
running
it.
for. I reckon we
Old
jump
strategy
in the
card.
next
See how it
15.
works
Chop
out.
coming in there by Jay White.
know if that would be the best choice.
MJF getting
Those
back
are
up to
history
his
there.
feet. Switchblade
Oh,
Looking
big
at
shots from Jay White.
MJF. He is throwing in another chop. MJF said, "How are you looking him in the eye?"
Yeah, we're building back up here.
Switchblade goes against ropes, kick to the
I've
midsection
enjoyed
by
this
Jay
match.
White.
I will
He
say
pokes
that, even though there's been
the
a lot
eye
of side stuff.
of Jay White.
Right,
MJF.
MJF
goes round the back.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
MJF.
Oh, and MJF
against the
trio.
ropes.
MJF
finger pokes in the eye.
Charge
here.
over close.
For it.
Face first gets
Five.
planted.
Turnabout is fair play.
MJF down.
What
Tampa
happened?
said, how do you
Capitalize
handle
it
staying
because
up
of
for
quad.
these? It's nearly 5 a.m. Yeah, but I do it every day, so it's not a problem because I'm just in this time. This is my MJF was looking for a Blade Runner. MJF though rolls up to MJF and he grabbed the ropes, but still couldn't get the
365 days.
And got
Oh,
that.
get it up.
Rubber rolls through. Small package. Guys, the ropes. 2 go.
Grabs the tight.
MJF is Captain
Grab
America.
the ropes.
Said
Everyone's grabbing
African chair.
something.
Devil is Kota
Tombstone.
Ibushi. The devil is Adam Cole. Said FTJ.
Moving to it is the
Wardlow
double.
is the devil.
double
Said
dog.
John Cena might be the devil. Tony Khan is the devil. Said trust
Yeah,
the process.
Devil Moonlight. That's all I can think of at this point.
MJF down in the
Damn, the crowd level dropped when
Adam
he hit
Cole
him with
is
the flatliner.
pounding on the edge of the ring.
Again, just low, a little bit of a low. Zac Efron's the double. Steve Amell, guys.
MJF is getting up to his feet. Switchblade back up to his feet as well. Switchblade charging over. Back elbow by MJF. Right, this is our main event.
Johnny
Stomping on the arm.
Johnny Ace. Oh shit! I didn't even put. I was thinking Jack Swagger.
MJF is
Oh, Jack Swagger. This is super.
Perry.
Yeah.
Sterling Smith.
Yeah.
Maggie said,
You
I'm
can't hide
big.
it.
Switchblade.
Right.
Football is the devil, said Brenton.
Oh.
Mercedes. Monet is the devil, said the fourth one. That's actually, oh my God. I mean, it's a big
No.
chance.
It said blame Canada without your
Cut
flap.
by Switchblades.
As I'm right now.
Over against the ropes.
You know,
Adam
I
Cole
think it
with
might be the other
some,
way around.
words of encouragement.
I like. There's a giant sign that
3
says,
hours.
What if Goldberg is double?
"Hell
He's
has
really
frozen
giving him
over."
some problems. Could you imagine?
And
Great
Relic
Cruiser.
Twins. Oh. It has to be Kane.
His knee's giving out.
We're gonna get
So
something.
Nigel McGuinness.
MJF as the baby
Cole,
face and a heel turn
banging on
to
the edge
NO
of the
versus.
ring.
Like I think we might get what you talked about as the
the
devil
devil is your
exposed just without
Mustafa
revealing the
Ali
mask here.
is It's going to leave.
With all of this selling on the knee and pulling down pads and everything, I'm
80% of
waiting
you
for
that think it's going to.
Happening. Now we're getting the dog.
Is
Durian guys.
Wait, what?
They're getting the doctor.
Dr. Mike.
No, because not even
Just
there,
having a
because
look now.
his feet.
Yeah, again, that spot didn't have to be
You'd
a
have to
thing
give
to for him to
Jim
flip off
Cornette
doctor.
2-for-1 tickets
Really
to the show.
slow
That's not even a doctor.
Devil is
That's
Chris
fucking
Tarrant.
Bruce with a fucking headset on. Here. What the fuck are you talking about?
Jeff goes
Well,
down.
he has the
Back
same
screw to the leg
qualifications
there
to be a
by
medical
Switchblades.
professional as I fucking do.
Right. KJ screwed KJ.
And, another dragon screw there.
Great part of the screw.
Is
Taz
Michael
now
Bay
figure
and making all
four.
those terrible
Figure
movies.
four.
Different kind of double.
Spits in the direction of
movies, I
Adam
guess.
Cole.
Autobots roll out.
Blew his ass off.
Isn't
that the
Adam Cole has got
Is he even throwing the
a
towel? Even though
Chuck, has he even got the authority to throw in the
screaming
towel?
at confirms he's the fucking devil.
No one said wrestler. Do you think it would be cool if
Nobody
David
taps
Finlay and
the
Bullet
figure
Club were the
four.
ones and the Devils
Nobody
and
makes me
AK
do wrong blood.
Trons?
Nobody.
No. Because I don't think that many people would know who David Finlay is. Trying to get over to the ropes.
If he can't turn Yanka,
Figure
that's such a nice
3.5.
little fucking touch.
A little touch. Yeah, for sure.
This has been reversed.
I don't like the
It's
doctor
Switchblade
spot
now
either,
that's in pain.
Chair. I mean,
MJF
again,
has
it's
got
not
Doctor
the
spot. That's
reverse.
like I said, that's Steve from fucking
Move
Academy.
on to
But
Jay
that has
White.
the headset on.
Yeah, have that dude
Jay
walk
White
over and
gets to
check
the
on the
ropes.
athlete. You're in, we're
Fighting
fighting
the
through
Towel
the
and the
pain.
Devil
You don't
and
need to
Jay
be there.
White
Get out
says
of here.
Billy's fighting everyone.
Contester.
So,
Like, unless it's
everyone.
something like you have a huge
Adam
spot
Cole
of,
has got the
he's
Ring
going
of Honor.
It would have been the first time that happened. And then you have
He went
everything
to
else.
wait a minute.
Jay White. Jay White wallops.
Jay White with the
MJF
belt
off the
from
title.
Cole.
This could be a big moment.
Suspicious.
This could be big.
Oh.
He's going to turn him over. One.
Is he going to hand it to him? Or is he going to clock him with it?
Oh, kick out. That was a great moment.
Oh, he fucking handed him
great
to him.
moment.
That to him. You fucking Santos Escobar motherfucker.
He nailed him with the tag title belt.
It's suspicious all around.
Oh, that's 100%. No fucking way. Two count.
Yeah,
Adam Cole is banging
You
away on the edge of the
Santos
ring.
Escobar, great bearded fucking
Grave could say
CPU ass.
Eddie.
I don't care. Adam Cole, that's some
I
sorry
care.
ass sack of shit.
Switchblade has got the
I still
the
think
boot,
Double
the leg
Double
of
was a good show.
MJF.
No, come on, Jeff. Come on.
But that was how
Pulling
did
on
you?
the
You couldn't
back
even
leg
think that.
and
That was
Switchblade
clearly
goes
like, I
down
just
and the
handed you
referee
the
goes
belt.
down.
Fine, take it.
No, what? Oh my God!
Goes
You
down.
happened to grab it from
Switchblade
me.
down.
You can have that. I ain't
MJF
Right,
even
you
with a
can
smile
have
on his
that. That ain't
face.
even what I'm mad at. I'm about to be all real mad. Right?
There's the ref bump. There's the ref
Dynamite
bump.
down ring.
Oh my God! And
Adam Cole says,
MJF's
all
looking
you.
at Cole and smiling.
MJF was trying to
Saying,
get
"Do
that
it. Come
top of the
on."
ring, but he couldn't quite reach it.
Are you guys staying for the medium scrum? Probably. Well, we talk a lot, so it will start while we're still closing.
And Jay White has got
see.
the ring.
Depends on how this ends.
Like, properly.
Right?
Got it. Thrown it over to MJF. He went, there you go. That's yours.
Showing Cole.
Just come and
I'm
reach
putting the
it. This
ring
is
on my
yours.
finger.
MJF didn't
Well,
get it, and
that's
now
the
Jay
offense
White
he
has
does
got
it.
it.
Cole, you have crutches. Swing. Do something.
The devil is
Pussy
in the
motherfucker.
detail.
Roll in. Grab his leg. He's right there. Grab his leg. Do something.
Switchblades trying to deliver a shot with
Adam
the ring, but
Cole
it's a
is in
low blow.
different fuck and all.
With that ring.
Bro.
Now here come the guns.
Jay White down.
Take the ring off him and just fucking
MJF
blast
has
his leg.
got the
And he's
dynamite
got
diamond
it.
ring. Why is he putting it on his little
He's
finger?
got his Green Lantern ring here, his superpower ring.
And there we go.
I'm gonna pause you if I can match you. MJF putting the ring on his finger as the guns just get rolled out.
Yeah, I've got them just
The cover
popped
of
right now.
Switchblade. He just
As
cracked Switchblade with the
Blade
dynamite
Runner.
diamond ring.
He slipped.
JF pins Switchblade.
Come on!
It's over.
Count it!
Adam Cole
One,
celebrating at
two,
ringside.
3!
And still,
Low blow says Hayden.
I'm
MJF
better than
wins.
you,
I've got a feeling a
and you
turn
know
will
it.
happen, said Mr.
And
Tar Heel
still,
fan.
what
So
a
many
leader.
low blows, said Hayden.
All right, I'll take it.
I
I'll
would
take
do
it.
my own version of it, you know.
But Cole's up to no good.
Oh, you Santos Escobar.
7-4, 9-2.
This is going to be a real interesting one. I know the show's still on. We still got a few
Now watch Adam
potential
Cole, folks.
moments that could arise.
We're not off the air yet.
But I'm going to get ready to put the poll
actually,
on
where
the
was it?
community tab.
That might be MJF's best.
We'll
title
see what
match.
people
That's
have
not a
scored this
bad
show.
shout,
That was
honestly.
the last match.
That was the most
MJF
I believe he could lose
retains.
it.
Valid. I mean, we really thought there was moments where we were like, oh shit, this is going to happen.
Did you
Right.
score
Coleslaw cheated.
AEW for
No, Coleslaw. I just watched.
Dirty Top to win.
Dirty. Well, hey, look, Adam Cole hopping into the ring.
In the KJ Switch.
MJF is holding up the belt. Adam Cole's holding up the belt as well. They're both holding up the belt
that's
together.
The problem.
Yeah, sorry.
I want to get paid. This match became a mess at
Samoa
the end.
Joe is
again,
seemingly
just adding in a little too extra. Probably could have done without the doctor spot and could have done without the Bullet Club coming back out. That's it. Leave that out. You'll be fine.
Okay, so match Jay White should have won.
On the way.
1,000,000% said B. Well, 420. MJF is
Yeah,
boring, said Phineas. Swerve needs a blood transfusion.
Big heel turn coming now. I'm waiting for it.
Is it off the air, like officially done? No. Chance
Again, though, if you're
after
Adam
this
Cole
match.
and
No,
you
no,
have
we're
these
still on.
multiple devastating injuries and surgeries,
I
and
don't know that anything's going to
you're
happen.
gonna be out here and
take nothing for granted.
could
You know?
potentially take a spot and everything, or are you gonna just be at home and be off
MJF,
recovery?
holds up the
So to me, I
belt.
think that this might be a bit of a sham here.
All bullshit, my guy. Just whether we get the answers now, next week, World's End. But
I'm Adam
still,
Cole's
you're
best friend,
world
says
champion.
MJF.
MJF.
We did it
In
together.
a really good match.
He goes up the
Arguably
entranceway.
one of the best, some people would say, the best match of his title reign.
Yeah.
Well, best built match. I will say, arguably one of
MJF's
the best.
music's,
because I still think
playing
Kenny
the
versus
guns
him
of
was
James.
defending undisputed AEW World Heavyweight Champion Maxwell Jacob Friedman right now.
There you go. There you go.
Security guard just
I want the
helping
devil.
MJF up the entranceway. He's got the Triple Elite. Says Lynn Smith.
As a security help.
Adam Cole having to sit
Bullet
there
Club
and
Gold were beaten by
hobble
MJF
behind him.
twice tonight. Tony
Gotta
sucks at his
stop. Here
job,
we go.
says Jay Bryan. MJF
There
Osprey
you
at Wembley,
go.
said
Here you got the
Jacob.
little brotherly. Oh my God. If they do the fucking DIY spot here.
Yeah, it's the DIY spot, bro.
This is
off
real
the stream at this
professional
point, 'cause
wrestling.
Can't
And
top
I
that.
am the
If you
real
call that,
All
we're done
Elite
here.
Wrestling
Thank
World
you. Have a good
Champion.
night.
Eight out of 10.
So they said, don't miss Dynamite. Okay, so
No, it looks like they're
on
we're-
the
no,
that's how we end the
community
show
tab
from
there,
us.
and you can vote.
No,
It only
not.
gives me
There you
5
go, there you
options
go.
that I can use. Otherwise,
Overall,
I'd have.
Pretty good
If
night.
I could find a
Thank
way
you
of
for
getting
watching, says
more, I would
Bleacher.
definitely have more.
So very
But it
interesting,
only
my
allows me
guy.
to have 5 options.
Right,
So,
right.
do you think this was?
No double, I
bad?
guess. Nah.
Do you
I
think it
agree
was
with that. 8 out of 10,
okay?
folks. We will take
Do
a
you
rating
think
out
it
of
was
10
good? No, it was a
on
good
the
show.
pay-per-view
Do you
tonight.
think it was great?
Not
Oh,
bad.
God,
Good
that's
energy.
great.
I know
enjoyed it. Or do
the
you
last
think
couple
this is like
AEW
all time?
pay-per-views
Do
felt
you
like
think this is like honestly?
an extended
We are
edition of a
gonna
Monday Night
like we
Raw
talked
where
about
we're just begging to
WrestleMania
get through it.
17.
Tonight was fun. Tonight
You know
was
those
full of energy.
big shows.
Crazy.
Well,
Rumble
it's
92.
amazing when you
This
cut
is one of those
like 3
shows
to
that
4
is
matches
all
off of a
time.
show, how it can feel like
Voice
you're trying
heard
to fit a
over
week
on
worth
the
of TV
community
into
tab.
one night.
Yep.
I will give it an
You can vote away
8.
from
I
that. Let's
can
go to some
be swayed
comments.
higher. I don't know how you feel.
Get some
I'll
people's
give it 8.5.
final
I thought it was
thoughts
really
enough.
strong.
as the show
Sorry?
clocks in at
No, I was just saying fair
literally
enough.
just 1 minute
I was
before
saying
the
I could be
4-hour
swayed,
mark.
so I'll give you that.
Yeah, 8.5 is fine
Stinky
by my
Toffee
standards.
said,
I
"What's
mean,
the deal,
yeah, some
Danielson
nitpicky
at
things in there as far as
Wrestle
again,
Kingdom Ospreay
if
to
you
sign
leave out
early?
a few of the things
What's
that
the
happened tonight,
deal,
including
Danielson
the
at
Jericho
Wrestle Kingdom
Young
Ospreay
Bucks
sign
getting
early?
match, that could probably left off the card.
I don't know if that
you have a
was
chance to like
a
you
deal. I
bang
mean,
it
they've
home.
got a
This
good
was my
relationship
favorite
with
AEW
New
pay-per-view
Japan,
of
so there
2023
is every
so far, I
chance
think.
that they just
easily 100%.
did
Not debatable.
a
Good
deal
story,
for this on
compelling
its own,
interest,
and that
a lot
Danielson
going
is a
on.
separate thing, but could be
Kepa's hooked right
connected.
to the end. And again, you didn't get
KW said,
overindulgent by
really
tacking
wanted to
on the
see
match
Cole
guy on
stand
you.
on
A
his
lot
back
happened
foot and
tonight,
smoke
and they got
MJF
out
with a
clean.
crutch
I mean,
to end
they did
the
enough.
show.
Right?
Nicholas, very good. 8 out of 10
It's 11:59. You
George.
fucker.
Yeah, no, seriously, that's so
It's not
funny.
a
Bang
terrible
on.
ending, said
I took
Jake
the
Brown.
line.
Dortmund
I went
said,
over.
remember
I
not
went
to
over.
judge the show in the
12:15
devil part. That's
I was
not how
guessing.
it works. That's on you. If you was expecting
you ain't
that.
no
That's
10
true,
and one.
actually. That's true.
My guy. It's a predictions title.
I
Calm
didn't
down.
think we would get the devil. This I could have been wrong.
8 out of 10. What else we got? I have to watch
I
the
think the
pre-show. I
devil
missed
reveal
it.
will come at World's End.
There you go. Not a bad pre-show
If we
even with
didn't
that.
have that show, then
No,
I
the
think
pre-show
it
was
could have
good.
been
I mean, I
tonight.
thought tonight's energy was good. I thought the
So
energy level
I
stayed
wasn't
well
really
through the whole
expecting the
thing.
devil.
Again, some lapses,
So
but you
that,
need those
that
kind of
wouldn't
quiet
really affect
moments.
my thoughts on it.
Again, I think that the
Blaze said,
Jericho
I
Young
enjoyed the
Bucks
show,
shit
but I'm not
really
having
didn't do
anything
well
with the
for
devil.
me.
In the end, is a big drop
That's
of
about
the
it.
ball.
The women's
In my
triple threat was a
opinion,
little
at
bit
least have the
flat,
mask
and
on
the
screen
ladder match I
at
thought
the
could have been
end
better
or something.
The
overall.
ladder match
Nicholas
to
said,
me
good
is
show,
almost
great
arguably
matches.
the
They
biggest
seemed
disappointment
drawn
because that
out.
played out
Fantastic
and
spots,
acted
but
out like it
wanted a
was still
payoff
booked
with the devil
as
angle
a
7.8.
trios tag title or like
Now we
the
get
ladders
Tony
weren't
Khan
involved
mark
or
out on the
anything
scrum.
to where you just kind of
Is there
have
a
two legal
scrum?
men and they just kind of all fall
I didn't
by
know
the
there was a
wayside
scrum.
wait
Who's
for
going to
their
be the first
spot
one up in the scrum?
versus it's a ladder match so we can all kind of have
Is-
something going on
You've got to say,
and just
normally
have
worth watching
the legal
with
man focus in the middle
AEW.
of the